backs on? The backs should be on. Backs. Oh, yeah, it's coming up. It's good. So you can, the batteries here, you can up and down. Yeah, you can up and down.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Fred Davey, and I am the Executive Vice President here at Union Seminary. And I want to welcome you to this, what I'm calling AI and Faith Conference, but AI Conference on Ethics and Religion. I welcome you on behalf of our President, the Reverend Dr. Serene Jones, who is actually here and from whom you'll hear shortly. I welcome you on behalf of the Jewish Theological Seminary, which is also co-sponsoring this event, and you will hear from Chancellor Dr. Arnie Eisen shortly. And I welcome you on behalf of Riverside Church. That is also a co-sponsor. You will hear from the Reverend Kevin Van Hook shortly as well, who's the Minister of Social Justice there. And then I welcome you on behalf of the Greater Good Initiative and Eric Schnurr, who's also, as many of you know, a co-organizer of this conference, and you'll hear from him in a little bit as well. About a year ago today, this month, Eric Schnurr invited Union actually to co-sponsor a conference that I'll loosely call Technology and Life at Columbia. And Eric asked me if I would moderate a panel on technology and social relations. And I agreed, not knowing what I was getting myself into. And in that panel, I heard things that just shook me to my core. Experts like yourselves talking about artificial intelligence and technology and the sort of pervasiveness of it within our society, and the things that it was going to be capable and is capable of doing now. And I was really shaken. I honestly got scared. And there were a couple of things that I heard there that I thought were pretty relevant for Union. One of those was that there seems to be no organized, structured, ethical conversation about the use of this technology. The second thing was a question of formation, that the people who are involved in developing the technology, and especially young people who do it as a matter of course, aren't necessarily being formed in ways that will make them sensitive to the impact on human beings of this technology. And then the third thing I heard was that there was very little government regulation, that the government itself doesn't even completely understand what we're into at the moment. And so, scared and shaken, I left that conference and said, well, Union Seminary knows a little bit about ethics, I hope, and a little bit about formation. And it might be good if we had sort of a footprint in this space. And so I started bombarding my colleagues here at the seminary with all kinds of articles on AI and faith, AI and ethics, and AI period. So much so it became kind of a joke among a lot of people here, well, what's Fred going to send out next? And then the catalyst I got the imprimatur of someone who carries a lot of weight, not just in this community but around the world. Chancellor Arnie Eisen who's the chancellor at Jewish Theological Seminary, came to address a joint board meeting of the boards of Union Seminary and Episcopal Divinity School, which is also here at Union. And as I remember correctly, Chancellor Eisen, you started your remarks by saying there were sort of like 5 things, or a list of things that any theological school, anyone taking seriously sort of the role of theology and faith in the world, would need to consider, particularly in the 21st century. And at the top of that list was the pervasiveness of artificial intelligence in our culture and our society. And I thought, well, yes, here we are. And it sort of broke up in a little bit of a logjam for us. And so Eric and I started talking about this conference. We then pulled in our friends from JTS, from Riverside, Mark Taylor, from whom you'll hear from later too, Dr. Mark Taylor from Columbia's School of Religious Studies, sent me an email. I didn't have any idea he was paying any attention, saying he was very interested in this, and you'll hear more from him later. And so here we are. And I want to thank all of you for coming out. I want to thank the people from around the country who've come to be panelists today. I think that we're in the midst of something that requires our really careful attention. And I appreciate all of you at least being pastoral to me and helping me deal with some of my fears and anxieties around all of this by being here today. I suspect you'll help a whole lot of other people like me as well in the course of what you do. So let me step aside. I'm going to ask Reverend Kevin Van Hook from Riverside Church to come and give a few remarks. And then following Kevin, we'll hear from Eric, and then we'll get the conference underway.
Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. It is exciting to be here this morning. I am the Reverend Kevin Van Hook from the Riverside Church. I have the pleasure of serving as the Minister of Social Justice there. And so there at Riverside, with our Mission and Social Justice Commission, we have this amazing burden and privilege of constantly asking the question, what is the public role of religion and the social relevance of the church? And so with that being said, we know that AI is really impacting every aspect of human life, from healthcare to even the way we learn, even the way we interact with each other. And so this was a topic that we really couldn't shy away from. And so when Fred gave us the call a few short months ago, this is definitely a conversation that we wanted to be in the room with concerning. And so we are excited to see so many people have registered for this conference this week, and we're excited to be a part of that conversation with you all. So I'm looking forward for the rest of this day. Thank you so much.
Well, probably the first lesson of the day for me is never allow yourself to be put on a program following two ordained ministers. I'm not coming with any prepared remarks. I'll just speak real quickly. Fred and I first met through some work that we were both doing with an organization that was originally founded by Dr. Martin Luther King. And through that, I had met Andy Young, who has a saying that there's no such thing as coincidences, it's just God's way of doing good while remaining anonymous. And there's a lot of coincidences that have brought us here today. As Fred mentioned, a couple of years ago, I started a conference called the Greater Good Gathering that has an annual conference around technology and its effects on society. And Fred was stimulated to put this event together based on his reaction to the Greater Good Gathering we had last year at Columbia. The third Greater Good Gathering is coming up next week, Thursday and Friday of next week at Columbia, across the way on Amsterdam Avenue. And if you are interested in this subject, I hope you'll think about attending the conference next week. It's going to be Thursday afternoon and Friday, and we're going to be discussing the effects that technological change has on the economy. And if you want to get more information, it's online, www.greatergoodgathering.org. You can get the full program and information on attending. As Fred mentioned, last year we focused on the effects of technological change on basically the theme was community, and the way in which the digital technologies today, 20 years ago everybody talked about how these were going to bring people together in all sorts of new ways and create a world of harmony, and instead 20 years later everybody thinks it's tearing us all apart. And hopefully there's some happy medium in between that. But this was less a godly sort of thing than a devilish thing. I've never told Fred this, but one of the panels, the panel specifically that I had Fred moderate, was designed to talk about interpersonal relationships and what technologies were doing to that. And in particular, there was a segment in that dealt with, specifically dating relationships, and how virtual reality and things like that were going to change both dating and go as far as changing the ways that human beings interacted in sexual relations. And I thought, I've never mentioned this before, but I thought there was something funny about having a theologian get stuck moderating that discussion. And that may be why Fred came away so disturbed, and that led to this conference here today. So the Lord does indeed work in mysterious ways. So I was asked by Fred as a result of that to help put together today's event, and excuse me, I'm not a technologist, I'm not an ethicist, I'm not a theologian, although I like to think I think a lot about those issues. My background is in government and public policy, and I would like to think that properly conceived public policy is in fact a subset of the field of ethics, because it's really properly viewed as how we as a society can think about achieving the right result and the just result from what the world throws at us. So all of those interests are converging in this discussion today. So when I was asked by Fred to help pull together this gathering, I had to start looking for where to find the speakers and who's thinking about this field. And this whole field of artificial intelligence, of course, is relatively new. And particularly thinking about the implications of that in an ethical framework or a theological framework is particularly new, and there's not a lot that's been done on this. So this is a really cutting-edge conversation we're going to be having today. And as I've told Fred and the other organizers of the event, coming at this cold as somebody who does not come from a theological or ethicist background or a technological background for that matter, I had to do a lot of work and digging to find, well, who are the people who are really at the cutting edge of thinking about this? And the problem that I quickly encountered is, given the newness of this field, the difficulty I had was that you could find people online who were doing thinking and writing about this, and it was difficult to determine who was really innovative and thoughtful and coming up with really great insights that nobody else was, and on the other hand, who was crazy. And I had to work very hard to sort out one from the other. And the main thing I want to leave you with is that after a lot of work of culling through who's out there thinking about this, I think we have successfully separated the wheat from the chaff. And as far as I can tell, we'll know better at the end of the day. I don't think we have the crazy people here. We have the innovative, thoughtful people who are going to tell you really what's at the cutting edge of thought on the intersection between all these fields, theology, ethics, technology, and public policy as well. So with that, I'm going to hand the program back to Fred, and I think we're going to have a really fascinating discussion here today. So thank you.
Thanks. It's probably a thin line between one and the other, and one probably resources the other, the sane and the crazy. So I'm going to put myself just on the crazy side for now. We want to call the first panel up, being moderated by Mark Taylor, and the rest of you know who you are, so if you'll come on up. And I want to encourage you, since we are talking about technology, if you're into tweeting, we would encourage you to tweet out anything that you think is important for the world to know. And if you tweet, please use the hashtag AI ampersand, AI and religion. So hashtag AI with the ampersand and religion. Thank you. So we'll have the first panel come up. So my boss just reminded me I need to do a little housekeeping thing, that is to tell you where the bathrooms are. So there's one right here, and if the line gets too long and you don't feel, and you're okay with walking, if you just walk down the stairs and walk along this corridor on the other side of this wall, there's a corridor. Just go down and make a left when you have to either go up the steps or make a left, and then you'll see the signs for the bathroom there. All the bathrooms on this side, besides that one, are now out of use because of our construction projects out there. So just down the steps, down this corridor, and make a left, and then follow the signs. Thank you. Mark Taylor.
Thank you, Fred. I should begin by saying that I'm on Fred's side and not on Eric's side. I don't think in this domain you can separate the crazies from the innovative. Right? The timing of this conference could not be more fortuitous. We're in the midst of an extraordinary revolution whose scope is difficult to assess. The world is changing faster than our ability to comprehend it. This revolution has been a long time coming, but now is passing through the stage of self-organized criticality, or in more common language, the tipping point. Though these changes have been precipitated by technological innovations, the transformative effects are social, political, economic, philosophical, ethical, and religious. Digitization, hybridization, nanotechnology, robotics, and automation are changing not only all aspects of life, but are actually transforming life itself. While the Industrial Revolution was made possible by the automation of physical labor, the current revolution is being brought about by the automation of cognitive labor, and more important, the automation of automation itself. Programs running the machines that program us are programming other programs so fast and so complex that human intervention is impossible. In all honesty, I'm not sure the best term for these developments is artificial intelligence. AI makes it necessary to rethink our understanding of intelligence, and artificiality, and much else. In a world of alternative realities, what, after all, does artificial mean? What do we mean by intelligence? Is all intelligence artificial? What would be the opposite of artificial intelligence? Natural, perhaps? But what is natural? Is nature natural? Is any intelligence natural? Does the notion of artificial intelligence reinscribe the very opposition between the human and the natural, as well as mind and body, that is the foundation of so many of our most challenging problems today? From media reports to purportedly academic discussions of AI, the debate is often split between technophobics and technophilics. Both of these alternatives are, in my judgment, misguided, and their persistence prevents serious reflection and responsible action. To begin to address the most pressing questions, it is important to realize that what is commonly labeled artificial intelligence has been brought about by 6 closely interrelated developments, all of which are recent. 1. Ultra-high-speed networked computers. 2. Massive quantities of data gathered from the internet and other sources. 3. The expansion of wireless networks. 4. The explosive growth of mobile devices. 5. The rapid proliferation of low-cost miniaturized sensors. 6. Radical changes in artificial intelligence. More specifically, a shift from symbolic to neural network, AI. The revolution now occurring is less about the creation of humanoid robots and the simulation of human consciousness and self-consciousness, and more about the creation of immersive networks of ambient intelligence in which non-conscious and non-self-conscious distributed information processes operate through the Internet of Things, and I would add the Internet of Bodies. This network of networks creates an ecology of ubiquitous computing. Many of the commentators and critics we hear and read daily warn about the pernicious effects of these technologies, and you'll hear a lot about that today. Surveillance, control, targeting. Obviously, these warnings should be taken seriously. But they tell only half the story. The very same technologies that are the infrastructure of what Shoshana Zuboff aptly labels surveillance capitalism are also being adapted and deployed in medical research and technology to bring new therapies and eventually to facilitate human enhancement. At this very moment, as I am speaking, These technologies make it possible to collect and process data that targets consumers and voters, and this same technology enables the insulin pump that I am wearing on my belt to assess and deliver insulin, without which I cannot live. This digital device uses embedded sensors, transmitters, artificial intelligence, and wireless technology. If you can understand this artificial pancreas that I wear on my belt, you can understand the new world that is emerging in our midst. If you think self-driving cars will change your life, try living with a self-driving pancreas. This small computer monitors my glucose levels every 5 minutes using algorithms, calculates insulin dosages. It collects massive amounts of data that I upload into the cloud, where my doctor and the manufacturers of the pump and continuous glucose monitor access the data, process it in relation to my past patterns and projected activity, compare it to the data of other bodies, and then email me about necessary adjustments. In the near future, very near future, these data will be uploaded in real time and monitored by algorithms, which will automatically determine dosage and activate the pump to increase or decrease dosage. While this technology results in much better control, it must be admitted it also creates the possibility of body hacking. There already have been reports of people hacking these wireless systems to adjust insulin dosage either by the patient himself or herself or by another unknown agent. This technology has significant advantages for patients, but also for the mafia, Putin, and CIA, who will no longer have to inject poison directly, but will be able to administer fatal doses remotely. With this device, as well as the devices you have in your pockets at this very moment, we become prostheses to the prosthesis to which we are wired. Such innovations raise the most profound philosophical and religious questions by subverting the distinctions and oppositions through which we have understood human being and a world we once thought was ours for centuries. Nature and culture, natural and artificial, organic and inorganic, organism and machine, living and non-living, inner and outer, self and other, material and immaterial, identity and difference. It would be naive to think that the current form of human being is the final stage of evolution. Whoever or whatever comes next will be the result of a co-evolutionary, or more precisely, using a word invented by John Milton and used by Nathaniel Hawthorne, an intervolutionary process in which what we once thought was natural and once thought was artificial are intertwined to create either monsters or wonders. The problems are complex, the stakes are high, and time is short. So let's begin. And we're fortunate to be able to start today with three people who are doing very important work in these areas. And I'm delighted to say they don't agree about everything. We will start with Daniel Araya, who is the co-founder of ION Advisors and a senior partner at the World Legal Summit, as well as a senior fellow at the Center for International Governance Innovation. He has a doctorate from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, and his background is in public policy with a particular focus on the impact of technology on work and learning. Daniel's main area of interest currently is augmented intelligence and the merger of humans and machines as part of humanity's broader evolution. This morning he will discuss an issue of increasing concern to all of us, that is, the impact of artificial intelligence on employment. Daniel. Which area you prefer?
I'll just stay here. Well, hello. It's so cold in here. I'm not exceptionally religious. I haven't been in a church in a long time. It's nice to be here. So the first point I want to make is I find this discussion on AI a little dour, and I think it might be nice to lift it a little bit. And by that I mean recognize that AI, or software specifically, I think the hyperbole around AI has gone a little too far, is an extension of what we do organically. Right? AI is not an alien species that's been dropped from somewhere else. It's something we've been doing with tools since we started writing. It's an extension of what we do naturally. And we should take responsibility for that, because I think we're projecting a lot of our own phobias onto the thing we call technology instead of recognizing it's part and parcel of what we are. If AI goes wrong, it's because there's something wrong with us, right? There are moral questions that we need to respond to that we often don't. And I think that it's important to begin to understand that AI is about how we evolve as a species. And part of that question is, where are we going? And do we have that conversation anymore? Not really. But to put that aside for a minute, there are some real fears, legitimate fears around work and learning, for that matter. I think our institutions are collapsing, genuinely. And I think we're living off of 20th century thinking that is in decline. And I think we need to be serious about the fact that we need to rebuild. We need to think about how technology is the basis for what we do, not some extra thing you add on, which is what we've been trying to do for a long time. I think our formal hierarchies are unnecessary, to say the least, and often pathological, to say the worst. And I think that in the context of work, we've got to recognize that we just don't need as many people to work as we did before. We're going to develop tools that can do the work, and so we need to think about something that's probably around post-capitalism. What does the world look like if you're not all working? What does the world look like if your needs are met automatically by algorithms or by machines, by robots, by automatic factories? And I think that there's a legitimate conversation in Silicon Valley about how to develop companies that don't need labor. And the sad side of that is that they'll probably pull it off. And China will help them because Asia's rising. And so I think that what we need to think about as a community, if we develop them for, ready for it, is what does society look like in the 21st century when technology is the basis of everything we do? And I think we need to have a real meaningful conversation about our future and our story as a species, because we're destroying this planet. And we're not going to survive this if we don't start thinking seriously about how to steward the resources we have. Get off this greed train. It's not going anywhere. And think much more about how to take care of our planet. So I don't think we need to be thinking so much about economics anymore. It's something we can automate pretty quickly. But that sounds like a downer. I don't mean it to be, because we really can do this, I think. Very optimistic about it. I just think we need to start thinking in a more fresh way. So, thank you.
Good. So, is this on? Okay. So we'll proceed with each panelist giving some remarks, have discussion, among the panelists, and then open it up. We now turn to Vikram Mojo. These prostheses. Vikram has worked in artificial intelligence for over 15 years in about 90 different countries. He was the founder of Pi-Square AI, which is a decision design company specializing in AI-based systems and augmented reality and robotic process automation. He summarizes his concerns with 3 C's: conversation, community, and connections. Conversation, he is working at a conversation intelligence company. Community, he has run several meetup communities, including the largest AI and ethics group on the West Coast. Connections, he is working with a startup that will build robotic parking structures that will make, any New Yorker will appreciate this, that will make parking accessible and affordable in city centers. Vikram has a long-standing interest and spiritual and ethical implications of AI.
Thank you so much for the introduction. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, all right. My name is Vikram Modgil. I'm from Seattle. I've been in AI industry for 15 years. And I grew up in India, did my engineering there in computer science, and moved to Europe first initially for a few years. I've lived in Chicago, New York for a few years from 11 to 2014. And now I live in Seattle. I've actually seen a lot of variations of how people are using AI and at what stages they are and what AI means to everybody. So I was told just to share my background a little bit more in depth. So we are all sort of, some of you might know AI quite well and some of you might be very new to it. So just sharing my background in a little bit more detail might help to just level set, and then we'll be talking about a few other things. So as it was mentioned earlier, so there are 3 C's that are very important for me, and every day I do something about those goals, which is conversation. So we're building a startup where we are teaching an AI algorithm how to understand human-to-human conversations. It's not a conversation between you and a phone or another device, but it is between 2 humans. Different companies have approached us to take this technology and embed inside of what they're doing. For example, Skype. When you're talking to someone else on Skype, our technology could power that and understand what conversation is going on, so you don't have to make notes or understand what topics and historically go back, oh yeah, we talked about this topic a few months ago, so the revisiting of those topics becomes easier. So I'm building a startup on that, which is called Rammer AI as well. On the community aspect, I'm very active in Seattle. Seattle has a lot of technology talent, and a lot of people are realizing, and I've been doing that since 2 years almost now, and people are realizing that this technology that we are creating, in companies like Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and Facebook are also there, that this technology can do a lot of good, but there are possibilities that if we don't do things the right way, if we don't ask the right question, if the right people are not in the room, it can also be adversely affecting some of us. So there is a big movement that's starting in Seattle. So so I'm fortunate to be part of some of those initiatives and groups, and I've started one myself, which is one of the largest ethics, AI, and philosophy groups in the West Coast. From a connections point of view, I believe that everybody needs to be closer to an opportunity physically, and parking is a very big problem. I mean, I've had a lot of cases and scenarios, and even though Seattle is a small city, much smaller compared to New York, and parking isn't nearly as expensive. We pay for a day whatever you pay for an hour, but it is still unaffordable for a lot of people. So I want to create a startup which is around connections. Now, about AI, it's only a 60-year-old technology, roughly. A lot of people believe it's slightly older, but more important discoveries and things have happened in the last 60 years. And primarily, it's a math-based technology. So math and statistics is how it started, and there was not nearly enough computing ability. So AI wasn't doing a lot of things that were truly differentiated initially, but a lot of things changed very recently. In 2008, Jeffrey Hinton and Lee Dang, they wrote a program which was based on concepts called deep learning. And just to sort of, before I go there, just to explain what AI, machine learning, and deep learning are. So AI is a general term which is a catch-all term for any kind of intelligence that we codify in machines. And machine learning is basically learning from results. So that's a specialized space within AI. So it learns a lot from data and experience, and over time it builds a proper understanding. So if it's learning from the wrong things, it's going to think that's the right thing to do, and it'll always keep doing that wrong thing. And deep learning is a very fast machine learning where we have so much computing power that narrow implementations are working really well. And two of the narrow implementations that happened recently are understanding of voice, which happened in 2008, and 2012. Someone figured out that all these gaming consoles that were coming out with graphical processing units, these graphical processing units are not intelligent, but they can do tasks in parallel, and they acted like almost similar to neuron. They powered the neural networks within the deep learning. So that helped propel the technology in understanding images. So that happened very recently in 2012. And so a lot of focus was given to all the narrow implementations of artificial intelligence since that time. So as it was mentioned earlier, I've worked with over 90 countries, and I saw that most of the countries, they were in three different buckets, right? Some people thought that they don't have anything to get even started with artificial intelligence, and somewhere in the middle, they thought they had enough, but they can make only some decisions, and some thought they're absolutely good. They will tell us what to do, and we just need to follow these orders about, okay, here's how we will increase profitability, so build an AI that does that specific thing. But it doesn't require a lot of things to start. I think the most important ingredient that we all understand is data. Now, the problem with that approach of learning with data is almost like if you had two kids and told one to drive the car using an Excel sheet and the other one is actually driving the car physically. So learning from data has its own challenges, so you need a lot of it, and that is where the problem of bias and reinforcement comes in, because whatever data you start with, the algorithms tend to understand that as the reality, and then if you're not paying close attention to who is in the room and who has the right to say no, who can question such technology and impact and unintended consequence of that technology, there could be much bigger problems on AI learning the wrong things, being racist, or denying single mother a mortgage application. So there are many such stories that we've heard. So it's very easy to get this wrong, and especially with the fail fast mentality, in Silicon Valley, West Coast, we all know this term that everybody wants to move faster than the competition, and that failing fast also has a consequence on, yes, there are some dollars that some rich companies might end up losing, but there are other unintended consequences that we may not have all the perspectives and all the right sort of inputs to get things right and get everybody's opinions. So I'll take one quick example from Seattle, which we encountered recently. So this was about electric meters, so smart electricity meters. Traditionally, electricity, the consumption of electricity per household was calculated once in a month, and when somebody would come by, take a reading, and know how much electricity you used. With smart meters, now it is happening every 3 seconds. Now, with that, without knowing anything else, they know exactly what time I get up, what time my garage door is open, what time I start my coffee machine, when I sleep, when I'm watching TV. They know a lot more, and there is no need to know how every 3 seconds how I'm using my electricity. And the logic there is, okay, you know what, if we get that information, we are going to be better informed about grid planning, and we can direct the electricity in the right way, and that's the logic, but there are unintended consequences that affect from a privacy perspective. So it's very important that we not only consider privacy aspects, but also fairness and accountability aspects. So I'll take a couple more examples. The self-driving car that we are hearing is a technology that's up and coming very fast. So it's great that we can maybe have a beer in the car, but the problem is the unintended consequences of that. Imagine all of the businesses on the highways, the hotels and restaurants. What will happen to those? The insurance companies might, and I know some of us may not like insurance companies, but they might also be affected by that. police who makes some revenue by ticketing people who are speeding. So that sort of reduces. So there are a lot of such consequences. In some cities, I think the biggest one of all is there are some states in the US where driving is actually one of the biggest occupation. So there are those consequences. Yes, there is reskilling, and every time technology comes along like this, there is some amount of hard transition and disruption. So someone needs to account for those things. Now, I know we met some students yesterday, and there was some interest in talking about how surveillance technology, especially in people's doorbells, it's highly targeting specific communities within the cities, etc. So it's all that is really one of the things that we should all pay attention. And the question was, what can we do about that? So in Seattle, what we are doing is we have got 3 goals that we've set for ourselves, and obviously education community is doing a lot of work towards making it more balanced, but how can common people get involved? So that was the question yesterday. So our belief is that if we started with a small basic goal of creating awareness about these things and raising the issues, asking those right questions, that would be one way. The second stage, once we have achieved a certain degree of awareness, we should continue to do that, but in parallel start creating some engagements like this. This is a great level of engagement, meeting people from different states and cities and educational institutes. So that engagement is important. And then the third stage is to drive some actions, do something about it. So in Seattle, what we're doing is we're working with ACLU, American Civil Liberty Union, and helping them understand how they can understand AI in a better way and challenge the legislators to avoid things like whatever is happening, at least have an opt-out option for smart meters technology and surveillance technologies. So we are taking some actions like that. Would like to encourage that. And then I think this is a good segue for our third speaker, so I'll just pass it on. Thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you. Our third speaker is Michael Kearns. Michael's the professor in Computer and Information Sciences Department at the University of Pennsylvania, where he holds the National Center Chair. He also has appointments in the departments of Economics, Statistics and Operations, Information and Decisions in the Wharton School. Michael is the founding director of the Warren Center for Network and Data Sciences and the former director of Penn's Engineering, Network, and Social Systems Engineering program. He is also an external faculty member at the Santa Fe Institute, which is where the most important work in theories of complex adaptive systems is being done. He is the author of the influential book, The Ethical Algorithm, in which he considers the ways in which algorithms embody the biases of people who write them. Michael?
Thank you. Good morning. I think the most useful role I can serve here today is as a messenger from the frontiers of research in AI and machine learning. Is this not on? Is that better? Can you hear me now? Yeah, okay. I think the most useful role I can serve today is as a messenger from the frontiers of the research community. I myself am a career researcher in machine learning specifically and AI more generally. People like me think about the design of machine learning algorithms and also study their limitations, and the research agenda kind of encompasses the entire spectrum from the underlying mathematical theory to experimental work to system implementation. It was remarked in the opening remarks that there seems to be no kind of structured, systematic conversation around the role of ethics and related topics in AI and machine learning. And in my view, nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, there is now a very, very large subcommunity of the AI and machine learning community that thinks specifically about these issues, both in the more general sense and in a more technical sense. In fact, the largest conference in this field is happening this week in Barcelona. I've written a book with a colleague named Aaron Roth called The Ethical Algorithm, which is on these topics. And I want to tell you a little bit about what's in that book, which is really meant to be a general audience kind of account of the type of research that's going on. And I think it's important to start off with a discussion of, when AI and machine learning violate certain social norms. So, for instance, when there are violations of privacy by these technologies, or when there are violations of fairness, and specifically, the types of fairness I'm talking about are when machine learning is used to build a credit scoring or lending model that's used by a mortgage broker, for instance. And the unfairness or injustice that you might worry about is an imbalance in the rates of false rejection rates for loans between two different racial groups. Or because machine learning is widely used in areas like criminal sentencing, and used by judges who have risk scores developed using machine learning, and those risk scores are used to make consequential decisions like whether somebody gets parole or not. You might worry, and you should worry, that if you just apply the standard techniques of machine learning, you will end up with a risk assessment model which is demonstrably discriminatory by race. So it will systematically overestimate the recidivism risk of black people compared to white people. So the community, about 10 years ago, the research that I'm talking about, depending on exactly how you count, is somewhere between 5 or 10 years old. There's a lot to say about it, but the particular thing that we write about in our book is how you might fix these problems in the first place. So one of the things that I've noticed in discussions around violations of ethical norms by machine learning and AI is that a typical response or a typical sort of suggested solution is that we need better laws, we need better algorithms, we need watchdog groups, we really should keep an eye on this stuff. And I agree with all of that, but as a working researcher in the field, my first reaction is, if there's something wrong with the behavior of an algorithm, if there's some behavior that it's exhibiting that we don't like, we could think about just fixing that algorithm in the first place rather than waiting for harms to be caused and trying to regulate them afterwards. And so this leads to actual technical research, okay, or technical research on embedding social norms inside of algorithms. And you might ask, how do these problems arise in the first place? Like how would a criminal recidivism risk model come to exhibit racial discrimination? So, is it the case that the programmer or designer of that algorithm is racist and that they sort of imbued it with their own personal views? The answer is no. But the answer in some ways is even more disturbing, because at least with sort of human or institutional racism, we think we have mechanisms for detecting and addressing it. The answer is worse because these kinds of violations of social norms are actually an expected byproduct of the underlying scientific principles of machine learning. And in a nutshell, that underlying scientific principle is you take historical, or what is sometimes called training data on the phenomena you want to predict. You take past data that you've collected on people's criminal records and other demographic properties of them, and whether or not they recommitted a violent crime within the 3 years after you release them, and you build a predictive model on that data and apply it to new people, okay? And so you have an objective function, and that objective function is usually very sensibly about minimizing your predictive error. You want to use the historical data to make the most accurate predictions that you can. And there is nothing in that statement that says that you should avoid racial discrimination. And so you shouldn't expect for free to somehow magically get no racial discrimination. Because if the model can squeeze out even the smallest amount of error at the expense of having different accuracies on different racial or other demographic groups, it's going to do that. So, one of the things we say in this book early and often is that in machine learning, you will never get for free something that you didn't explicitly ask for, and you will never avoid behaviors that you didn't want but didn't tell the model or algorithm to explicitly avoid. But this also points the way to the solution, right? We can sort of say, like, well, instead of just having our objective function being minimizing predictive error, we can also add constraints to that objective. We can say, no, minimize the error subject to the constraint that the accuracy across different racial groups should be roughly the same. Now, I'm making this sound easier than it is, because the first step in such a research agenda is being exceedingly precise about what you mean by something like fairness, or exceedingly precise about what you mean by something like privacy, okay? And even though people like me are far from the first, scholars or researchers to think deeply about topics like ethics, social norms, privacy, fairness, and the like, the particular burden that people like me bear is thinking about those things in such a precise way that you can actually encode them in a computer program. And it turns out that sometimes the exercise of just thinking that hard about the right definitions reveals to you flaws in your intuitions about these topics that you were not going to discover any other way. And so in particular, there are such things as bad definitions of these concepts, and unfortunately we're often surrounded by them. So by bad definitions of concepts, let me give a couple of examples. A lot of definitions of privacy, of data privacy, revolve around concepts of anonymity, right? The idea that, I should remove so-called personally identifying information. So for instance, the body of law that encodes HIPAA basically bakes in these definitions of privacy based on anonymity. Definitions of privacy based on anonymity are fundamentally flawed and can't be fixed, okay? And the high-level reason, I could get into as much technical detail as people wanted, the high-level reason is that definitions of data privacy that are based on anonymity pretend like the data set that you're anonymizing is the only data set that exists in the world. And unfortunately, we live in a world where all kinds of other data sets can be brought to bear on the data set that you anonymized and de-anonymize the data. Another example is definitions of fairness that try to achieve, sort of racial parity, for example, by forbidding the use of race as an input variable to the model. So in particular, in consumer lending in the United States, there are bodies of law that say you cannot build a credit scoring model that uses the applicant's race as an input variable. There are simple examples which show that not only does this not work, but there are reasons to expect that a definition like that will actually ensure harm to the very group that you're trying to protect by removing that variable. There are also better definitions. So there's a very powerful general definition of privacy known as differential privacy that's been developed in the last 15 years, and every single statistic or report that is released by the US 2020 census is going to be done so under the constraint of differential privacy. And better definitions of fairness are ones that, rather than trying to constrain the inputs that can be used in a predictive model, just instead specifically specify the behavior that you want at the output, like don't have false rejection rates in lending that are different on the black population versus the white population. So this is a very, very active field in AI and machine learning. It's only a very small piece of, I think, what the purview of this conference is, which is wants to discuss, here I'm really talking about rather narrow social norms like, notions of discrimination in machine learning or notions of data privacy. There are a lot of other things that you might think about that have bigger names. So that includes, things like morality. And, I think already there's been mention this morning of, sort of fears about superintelligence and related things like the singularity. It's not that we don't think that those things are important. We just think that it's a little bit about, like, to use a cliche, worrying about overpopulation on Mars, right? Which is, someday that might be a problem, but it's very far off right now, and if it's going to become a problem, we'll see it coming a long way off. Things like violations of privacy or violations of fairness in AI and machine learning are not off in the future. They're here right now, happening even as we speak, all the time, at scale, in decisions that are very consequential for specific individual citizens. And, my main message here is that there is science to be applied here to make those things better in the first place. That science will have to interact with laws, regulations, and the like, and it should. But there is stuff we can do, and there are a lot of people doing it.
Good, thank you. So before opening it up for questions, let's tease out some conversation among the panelists. So Let me pose questions to each of them. Daniel, so in 1928, John Maynard Keynes addressed graduating students at Cambridge. And the gist of the address was what was going to happen 100 years hence, which is about now, when only 30 to 40% of the population was going to have to be working. In 1970, Nixon appointed a national convention to a committee, or a panel, or whatever it was, to consider the problem of what was going to happen in 20 years when people were only working 40%. What makes this time different?
Well, the technology is different. There's no doubt about that. I think each region of the world is different too. I think Europe has a social welfare system that is adaptable in a way that the United States doesn't. So I think in the sense that as we automate labor, because I think that's baked into the planning around how startups scale. I don't know whether it has to be that way. I think it's probably inevitable, but I think the fact of the matter is large-scale institutions are under assault by small, effective teams of innovators. And so we are in a creative destruction phase of capitalism. How that shakes out may be anyone's guess, but I think the consequence of that is that you're seeing a lot of people locked out of the labor force, even if the unemployment rates don't show it. And the consequence of that is populism, which is affecting the political system. And I think as that grows, both in Europe and the United States, you're going to see more and more destabilization. And as people deny the reality of it, it'll get worse. And I think that basic income is just not sufficient. It's a good basis to start, but you can't build a life on that. It's a floor, awesome, but the reality is people need to build families, and you can't do that way. So this is not the 20th century. I think the high point of the American century was 1960. This is why Trump wants to go back to that. And I think what we're facing is a downward slope. And so now what do we do about it is the question. I don't think this is a question that could be answered by AI researchers or probably even policy people. It's a question for a society as a whole. And it should be something people begin to demand from whoever represents them politically. And I think that until people wrap their head around the fact that this is a reality, you're going to see a whole lot more populism.
Good. If you have anything to add? All right. Vikram, so one could argue that some of what you're up to is making the world worse. That is, self-driving cars and parking, right, exacerbate the problem of carbon production. So, rather than making it easier for all of us to park our cars here in New York City, many cities, and New York is moving this direction, are doing the opposite. All right. So why not use all this stuff to get rid of the cars, or to get rid of parking? I mean, if parking's impossible, you're not going to drive to the city. So you're making it worse.
Yeah. So to solve the problem of not being somewhere. I'm building a company on conversations, so we can have a conversation on a digital platform, so that will significantly reduce the footprint. But there will be some need for humans to be physically together, and that opportunity of actual human connection is also important. We cannot ignore that how disconnected we are as humans, even though we are digitally really connected. So how to balance. So one goal that I have is to facilitate conversations and make it easier and much more authentic human connection possibility through by elevating these conversations to a different level where you don't have to note down what is being said. You don't have to look at what are the follow-ups and topics and things that you need to remember, what ideas came out of a conversation. So we're trying to make that easy over a digital medium, but I think the reason for the robotic parking structure idea was that there will always be a need, and we hope that people want to be physically together at some place, the sense of community or being together in person is very different. I mean, that's what we want to facilitate with that idea. Yes, there are other ways to do that, but these cars not necessarily are running on, the traditional oil-based, or they might be using totally different technologies, like electric cars. So that's the hope. And then in terms of the parking structure itself, it's actually the building, instead of building an actual physical structure, building structure, which requires a lot of space to be wasted and money to be wasted on doing that. These structures sort of, they don't require humans to go inside, so they don't need to be that safe in terms of carbon monoxide production, because there is no smoke of any kind that's inside of those structures. So they are going to be a little bit more environment friendly. And then lastly, the electricity that you can imagine in moving a car up or sideways is only for a few seconds, and then it just keeps quiet. So that's the thought process there.
Okay, good. Michael, questions you raise are a bit more abstract and complicated. So your concern in addressing the issues of the ethical algorithm, you've indicated, is violation of privacy, violation of various ethical norms, and the like. But to put the point in a way to sharpen it, do you make the situation too easy for yourself by being insufficiently self-critical about criteria by which you are making judgments? For instance, you say that they're good and better. You have definitions, but some are better than others. Right? But the problem, either in establishing social norms or in making these differentiations, the problem is the criteria by which one makes those comparative judgments about norms. I mean, one can imagine social communities that have, I mean, obviously these social communities have very, very different norms, and certainly any kind of notion of a meta-norm or a universal kind of norm that is independent of social and historical relativity and contingency is an Enlightenment idea that hasn't been given credit for a long time. So how does one establish, where do the norms by which you decide what's better and what's worse come from? You may say that some of these things are common sense, but common sense is not so common.
Yes, I don't think I suggested anything about a meta-norm.
Right. You want some kind of criteria by which to judge.
Yeah, and just to be clear, we're not proposing that algorithms, for instance, decide what fairness is, right? We're talking about human beings and human organizations playing a role in deciding what those definitions should be, but then once you have such a definition, you can go about studying the science of encoding it in your models and algorithms. To say a little bit more about this, first of all, when I talk about good and bad definitions, I don't mean some abstract philosophical thing. When I say that notions of anonymity are bad definitions of fairness, I mean they give you no guarantees whatsoever. So if I tell you, oh, I'm going to anonymize this data set, and later, in fact, your exact medical record tied to you is leaked to the world, I call that a bad definition of fairness, and this is exactly what happens in anonymity definitions. On topics of fairness, right, to use the examples I gave, right, we want predictive models, let's say, don't discriminate by gender or by race. So yeah, this is, taking a position on a social norm or a moral issue, and that might vary from culture to culture, right, and people debate these things. We're not proposing that there be some magic meta-norm that sort of encodes all of these things. These things really are different. And just to say a little bit more about how they're different, it really might be, for instance, that the more fairness I ask for by race in consumer lending, the less fairness that I get by gender necessarily. These two things might actually be quantitatively competing with each other, and by asking that the false rejection rates between racial groups be small, I might, by necessity, have to make the disparity between gender groups larger, okay? So these are like hard trade-offs. These aren't abstract philosophical trade-offs. These are like, you know, if you want this to be within 1%, then you can't get this to be less than within 10%.
So the ethical algorithm for one group might be different than the ethical algorithm for the other.
That's right. And by the way, you know, in writing this book and talking to people on these topics, one of the things that in hindsight is not so surprising, but that I learned quickly, is that in general when you talk to people about data privacy or algorithmic privacy, pretty much everybody agrees that all things being equal, more is better, right? So if we could all have the products and services that we know and love, we could all, you know, still have, you know, Google search abilities, but we would have more privacy, stronger privacy guarantees. Nobody really seems to debate that, right? When you start talking about fairness, of course, you immediately wade into political territory. You immediately have, you know, sort of discussions about, you know, things like affirmative action. You know, what are you trying to do? You know, are you trying to redress a past injustice, or do you think that by sort of protecting some group for a while, you'll actually raise their fortunes? And, you know, none of the science that I'm describing can skirt those issues. Those are still hard questions that are going to have to be debated. But, you know, the new thing here is that if we're willing to commit to a notion of fairness and be precise about it and live with the consequences of it, and there will be consequences, then we can put it in our algorithms.
So the issue of privacy is so important in all these discussions. You raise it, and since you really know the nuts and bolts of it. I mean, it seems to me that privacy is over. The battle's lost. You know, the systems that have been created simply make privacy an impossibility. I mean, what do you think of it?
Okay, so I guess it depends what you mean by it's over. So if by you mean it's over that, you know, society really doesn't care anymore about privacy and the consequences of violations, you know, so I don't think that's true. If you think, if what you mean by that is that society has become resigned to this.
No, but I mean, just technologically. I mean, if they could, you know, if Putin can do what he's already done, and if our data is out there, I mean, isn't it really the case that they can know whatever they want to know about us? I mean, whoever they is.
I think I largely agree with that in the kind of current state of the technological world. But the science that I'm talking about, you know, points the way to making this better. So let me give a concrete example. If I'm a medical researcher and I use a database of people's medical records to predict some, let's say, rare disease. Okay, this is in general something we want people to be doing with data, like medical research. You know, a privacy concern that you should have, that's a very real thing, is that if your medical record was used in the training of that predictive model, let's say a neural network, then the presence of your data, the presence of your medical record in the training data is something that you can figure out from just the neural network itself, okay? And the reason for this as a high level is that, you know, models like neural networks come with confidence ratings. So, you know, they'll make a prediction this person does or doesn't have the disease, but they'll have some numerical confidence assessment. And if you were in the training data set, it's 100% confident about whether you have the disease or not because your medical record was used to train the model. So this kind of privacy violation is rampant in AI and machine learning technology. But, you know, I mentioned this concept of differential privacy. We also already know how to modify all of these algorithms to obey a very strong mathematical definition of privacy that prevents exactly the type of inference that I just described, okay? So what's really missing is the will and interest of large technology companies in adopting these technologies, right? And in their defense, it's early days, and in their defense, a lot of the big technology companies have not small armies of researchers who study things like algorithmic fairness and differential privacy. So I'm optimistic these things will get adopted. The U.S. Census deciding to adopt differential privacy in all of those statistics it releases this year is a great example. If you have an iPhone, your iPhone already uses differential privacy to report app usage statistics to the mothership in Cupertino. So I think, you know, if we just keep applying pressure on these companies, since there are technological solutions that let them more or less do things very similar to what they're doing now, but with much stronger privacy and fairness guarantees, we'll get there eventually.
So let me, the medical data is really important, I think, here, partly because it is where privacy is so much of a concern. But I also want to push it, and maybe this differential privacy will address it. So, for instance, one of the really important things for research that is being done, like in diabetes and these other diseases, is having accessibility to a broad data set, a broad diversified data set. So, for example, in California, as you may have heard, there's some talk about people being paid for their own data and everything. I think that's problematic in that it will skew the data set from which they work medically, because different population groups, economic, socioeconomic race, and so on, will sell the data. So, insofar as people are able to withhold data that is necessary for adequate medical research, given the diversity of the data, that's where privacy can, certain understandings of privacy can run counter to the efficacy of research being done.
Yeah, so this idea about kind of markets for people's data is an interesting one, but we can get into that if you want. There's, I think, a lot of interesting things to say about it. But on this topic of wanting to do medical research, but also the data being extremely sensitive, one of the tools of differential privacy is the creation of synthetic data sets. So I start with some data set of real people's medical records and an indication of whether they have some particular disease or not. And what I'd really like to do as a scientist is let the whole world of medical researchers access this data set and use it to build ever more accurate predictive models and treatments for this disease. But of course, there's a privacy concern there. So one of the ideas of differential privacy is to start with that data set and then create a synthetic data set in which all of the medical records are fictitious, okay? But the data set preserves whatever statistics you want about the original data set. So if you're interested in correlations between different symptoms or test results and the disease, all of those would be preserved in the synthetic data set. And yet and the synthetic data set comes with a mathematical guarantee that no matter what anybody does, whatever computation you perform on this synthetic data set, you can learn nothing about any of the actual medical records in the original data set. And so this is a powerful technique. It's computationally expensive, but we kind of know how to do this sort of thing now.
That's very interesting. Daniel.
Well, I was going to say, I think the question about privacy is less about, say, healthcare data, which is important, ethically speaking, but it's much more about the business model. We're living in an era in which patents and data are what capitalism is made of now, right? It's not made about tangible things, it's intangible things. And so the problem is capitalism has turned to data to make money. That's why there's no privacy. It's not because it's not impossible to do, it's because it would destroy the business model of Silicon Valley.
Yeah, and I'd like to add that, today the way that companies are being measured, it's not in terms of all the dollars. If you remember early 2000s, Walmart was always #1 company in the world, but today it's not. They had all the money in the world to do whatever they wanted, but the companies that are winning are the ones which have intelligence as a primary currency, and that intelligence is produced by data. So Google, Amazon, Apple, all these companies are winning more because they have the power of data, which powers the initial experimentation, and then they are able to develop the AI, which is more sophisticated. So the currency is changing from really dollars to who has better AI, and which is why you'll see the startup ecosystem today in most cities is up and coming because our startup has raised some money and we are about to raise another big round. So, and the reason why people are investing in these companies is because of the intelligence currency that we bring to the table. We really do not have necessarily any other way to measure. Financially, we might be a risky proposition for a bank because most of us has burnt all our money to develop these startups. So a bank would never really invest. So if they were investing us on a credit score or $1, we would be very poor. But in terms of the intelligence as a currency, that's how the world is sort of shifting in where we are seeing it from. From our vantage point, the world is shifting more towards intelligence as a currency.
Well, there's lots more to be said up here, but let's open it up to questions you might have out there to give you all a chance. We have a couple of microphones. Fred and Eric both have microphones. If you have your questions, raise your hands and we get a mic to you.
Sure. And just some ground rules. We're going to ask if they are questions and not statements or long speeches. And then I opened up by saying we have a hashtag. I understand that using an ampersand and a hashtag doesn't work on some platforms. So the hashtag now, if you're tweeting, is hashtag AI and AND religion, hashtag and religion. So we have right here a question. And thank you.
Thanks for keeping it simple. I think we have been here before, and I think we recognize that today we need to ask the question on the black community, what does the census mean? Because we've been here before, right? So the gentleman says, I go to a laboratory and the Most High tells me what to do. Dr. George Washington Carver, right? Again, we have another person who says, when it comes to data mining, you're friends with the guy with Standard Oil? Yeah? What's it like to be friends with those guys, Rockefellers? Their money is tainted. What do you mean it's tainted? It taints yours and it taints mine. As you mentioned, we have the data mining that's going on. It ain't ours. They're stealing our identity and they're making it work for the corporation. So thank you very much. But let's make sure that this upcoming census that happens, that we don't use that data mining that the government uses to really take us out and make things really bad for not just the black community, but our citizenship has been yanked away from us. Citizens United.
Thank you.
That was more statement than question.
Right, exactly. Okay. So,
okay, thank you. So let's get some.
Yes, I'm sorry. Good morning. My name is Henry Williams. I was reading the New York Times on the past Sunday, and it showed, the name of the article was Known, I guess dash unknown, which it had a picture of a dark cloud covering just a little blue at the top with a face. In other words, they were talking about the AI and the surveillance capitalism. And they were talking about how Facebook, Google, all these other companies sell our information and how these other capitalist people are getting rich off of our data. So could you please, and I understand that they were, I think the Commission of Federal Trade in 1997 were made aware of this, but they were still able to go on unmonitored. So could any of you gentlemen elaborate on surveillance capitalism and artificial intelligence?
And that article was by this woman Zuboff, who wrote the book Surveillance Capitalism. So any of you talk? I mean, I could do. So one of the interesting things about these technologies is if we go all the way back to the .com period, right? Because remember, the internet was created primarily, initially, for university research, and it was only later commercialized. And once it was commercialized, the question became, how are you going to make money on this? Because all of the people had become accustomed to everything for free. And in the early years of the internet, of .com before the bust, it was crazy. They would assess the value of a site by page hits, the number of people who just hit on that page. And there were all kinds of ways to inflate that page because they didn't have anything to sell. Right? It was only late because initially what was being sold was data, not stuff. Right? Bezos was one of the first to see, the commercial value of stuff in those ways. And even when Google got going and the like, how they were going to commercialize, and one of the main ways in which they were going to commercialize this stuff was through advertising, right? So all your pop-up ads for which this technology makes possible. But then what they began to realize in this book, Surveillance Capitalism, Zuboff uses the category of a behavioral surplus. That is to say, as they began to have the technology to see the ads you hit, and when you have mobile technology to follow you, to track where you were going and what you were seeing, they began to see that this data, it wasn't going to be necessarily simply the advertising selling whatever they're selling because you're wherever you are, but they could establish behavioral patterns given your actions that then could be monetized in certain ways, in ways that would enhance and enrich the advertising aspect of this stuff. So and then the faster the computers got, the more the distributed networks expanded, right? The more data they had, right? The more data you have, the more money you make, the more money you make, the more data you have, and you have a positive feedback loop where, these technologies were originally supposed to lead to decentralization and distribution. They've led to consolidation, where there are only 3 or 4 major, and maybe more than that, who owns all these data. These huge companies that own all this data, many of which we haven't heard of, in all that.
Yeah, may I just add on the known unknowns? So the way that people are thinking about this is, again, I go back to the smart meter example, right? So I might be an unknown entity. They might strip off information about where I live and all of that, but it's very easy today, and you can do this in less than $200 to buy different data sets which have an unknown version of me in a specific zip code, and you would know everything from health to my commute timings to where I spend, where I go, where I live, all of that to a single person. So, which is where the ethical algorithm is suggesting that differential privacy and those things need to be sort of in focus. So the surveillance, even though it might remove all of the information about me, there are features about the image recognition of a person, right? So they understand, the second best way to use that surveillance for monetization is by really categorizing people based on race, color, or any such things, and that's how they're trying to monetize. And more than monetization, I think the bigger issue there is that Amazon, who's acquired Ring doorbells, they secretly work with the agencies and governments without permission. They're using this information to do other things like surveillance. So which is what you probably read. So that was just my 2 cents. So marketing has been doing that forever, where you are a person who always visits this site at this time. They may not know much about you, but they exactly know why you're there and what are you going to do at the website. So those are some of the examples. And there are some known knowns, which are people who have registered and they've signed up. So when you go to Facebook, they know you because of that reason. And there are some unknown unknowns, which people have not figured out yet what to do with them. So they sell that information for sure. Maybe someone else can figure this out. I don't know what to do with this population, but there are all the other 3 categories: the known knowns, known unknowns, unknown knowns, and unknown unknowns. So those are the 4 categories of people.
Since we have these experts here, I think a question also is in the media quite a bit in all this, and that's the relative competitive state of the U.S. We hear so much in the news, in the media, about a new, AI Cold War with China in particular. How much of an issue is that? And of course, you have 2 such very, very different models for supporting AI research in this. Is it the case that we are losing a competitive edge in what is going to be the world of the 21st century?
I mean, just speaking for myself and from my own observations, as a AI researcher, I don't particularly fear China from a competitive standpoint. You know, when I look at where, you know, the great research is being done, it's being done in a lot of places, but, you know, that's not something that, you know, I don't look at and say like, oh my God, you know, there's some brain drain and all of the talent is in China now. It's just not the case. I think I worry more that, you know, they have a different, you know, their form of government is different than our form of government, and the restrictions on the use of data there. I mean, we may feel in this country like we're losing grip on control of data, and I think we are. But, you know, but there, you know, it's kind of institutionalized, right? The state can kind of do whatever they want. And so I think that's the, you know, I think to me that's more concerning than, you know, the feeling like the U.S. is falling behind scientifically. It remains the case that if you want to get a PhD in AI and machine learning, pretty much the United States and Western Europe is the place you want to go, right? So every year at a place like Penn, we get a very, very large volume of applications for graduate school from China. And so,
Which could be a good or a bad thing in the longer run.
Yeah. I mean, you know, look, I'm an academic. I'm from a research community. I believe in sort of open sharing of ideas. So I'm not, you know, sort of somebody that worries about, you know, kind of.
So if data is the oil of this revolution, I mean, yesterday or today, the United Kingdom announced that they were not going along with the administration's request that they not use this Huawei system.
No, they are using it.
They decided they would do it. Yeah. I mean, insofar as data is so important, the consequences of that decision are significant. And then the use of those systems within this country as well. I mean, that could end up being a huge competitive advantage.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah, please.
So I think the point you're making is that both of you are making is that in market terms, China and the United States are competing head to head, and I wouldn't say that one is ahead of the other. Maybe the U.S. is a little further ahead right now because it has lead time. But the problem is not the market. The problem is the government. The Chinese government leverages the market. The American government doesn't. So in the U.S. market-driven system, these companies compete with each other. In the Chinese system, the government can use the companies to work collaboratively to further government ends. China's invented a new form of government for the 21st century, and the U.S. hasn't realized it yet. We're spending so much time complaining about the fact that we're not a democracy, we don't realize they've created an AI-driven technocracy that's going to disrupt us.
Thank you, gentlemen, for kicking off a good day's discussion, and it's such a delight to have 90 minutes of conversation without impeachment being mentioned. I messed it up, didn't I? I would like to ask if you have any thoughts about an alternative to privacy. Privacy with respect especially to medical data. Privacy is the answer to a problem. The problem is discrimination. And if I've got genomic information, which has to be computerized, I would love it if the medical community would have access to that information, and as medical progress increases, maybe they'll discover a therapy based upon my genome. I don't want the health insurance industry to know my genome, however, because they'll look for a way to make a profit by denying me certain medical services. So I'm not sure privacy is the best way to approach that. I think of information without discrimination. Is there another method other than protecting privacy in which we can protect our information without discrimination?
Michael, that's yours.
So first of all, I don't think of privacy as a solution to discrimination. I think of privacy about, you know, controlling our data and controlling the inferences that can be made from our data. genetic data is actually a very interesting case because genetic data, is something that you might think of as your own, but you also share it with other people. And if other people make decisions about that data that are out of your control, then you lose control of your data. So, a very specific example of this was, these recent solutions to cold case murder trials like the Golden State Killer, right? So, there are now all these genealogical websites where you can go get your, genome sequenced, upload it to that site to find your long-lost relatives or to find out if you're really the race that you thought you were, et cetera. And the Golden State Killer, who was, was a cold case in Northern California, some retired detective got the bright idea to defrost some of that killer's DNA from back in the 80s and upload it to this genealogical database and immediately found several cousins of the Golden State Killer, and it didn't take long to find the specific person and arrest them. And by the way, this notion of differential privacy can't protect against that, and no reasonable definition of privacy can, right? If your data is kind of shared or not under your control, then even your decision to withhold it from them. So the Golden State Killer had not uploaded their genetic sequence to this genealogical website, but their relatives had. I don't think there are good answers to that kind of genetic data, and it really is the case that if your relatives, decide that they want to do something with their data, they're compromising your privacy, and there's really nothing that technology can do to help that. But again, kind of not to be an evangelist for differential privacy, differential privacy is kind of the right notion of privacy in that it, lets individuals make concrete decisions about what they want to do with their data, and including, allowing it to be used for certain purposes and to control the sort of privacy consequences of that in a very precise way. And so I don't think of this as a solution to discrimination. I think of it more as a solution to sort of giving individuals control over their data and knowing what the consequences of the use of that data. It's trying to balance between something that we generally want as a society, which is the productive use of data, whether it's for medical research or for things like, Google Maps, Waze, web search, Facebook, Amazon, you name it, right? But we'd like to have those, we'd like to have all those products, services, and technologies without feeling like we've given away absolutely every detail of our personal lives. And this is kind of the goal of this type of science.
So maybe we could have time for one more question and then wrap it up.
So capitalism is rewarding the wholesale destruction of existing jobs. And companies like Google, DeepMind, Facebook, Amazon, and OpenAI are going to be among the first organizations to acquire disruptive AI technologies. So theoretically, we should be celebrating the fact that human cognitive capital is being freed from menial and repetitive work to do something more impactful or actualizing for them. But currently, our economic systems will punish them. It seems like we are converging to technocracy where a few institutions are consolidating power and money, and Congress seems a long way off to being capable of legislating in this space. What should we do?
In about 5 minutes.
So I have no answer to that specifically, but I would say that you make the point that routine labor is being replaced. There is the potential to create new systems of innovation that are not routine. They may not be capitalist, though, right? So I think there's a disjuncture between the economic systems we've created already and the ones we probably need to create in the future, right? We have a planet to support. We have species we're killing. Human life is really not at a high level of quality around the world. So there's lots to do. It's just, can you make money at it? I don't know. Maybe not. But if we could come to terms with the fact that we have the means and the algorithms and the robots to create an economic world that would be substantial, then we could get past it. But we're not going to do it in the democratic systems we've created.
So actually the question is a good one with which to end, and it circles back to Daniel's previous comment that totally rattled my cage. And I want to emphasize it and ask you to let it sink in. Because what he said, if I understood him correctly, was that while we face these problems we gridlock and so on and so forth, but we're really missing the ball. Because what is in fact happening is, and these were his words if I remember them correctly, China has invented the governmental system for the 21st century. That's a pretty sobering claim. All right.
No, I wouldn't put it that way. I would say that China's reinvented itself for the 21st century. It's built a neo-Confucian technocracy, which is perfectly effective for its needs. I don't think we should do that. I don't think most of the world wants to do that. But I do think we need to reinvent ourselves for the 21st century. I think our debate is moot. It's a pointless debate we're having in Congress. I think whether you get Trump or don't get Trump, it's irrelevant. What needs to get done is recognizing we need new infrastructure, we need clean technologies, we need new incentives for developing work that has nothing to do with profit, right? We need a new system of thinking and probably new political parties as well.
And that's a good place to end. I would like to thank our panelists today for what I hope is a fruitful beginning to an important day, and thank you for all of your attention.
So thanks again to our panelists. Thanks again to Mark Taylor for moderating. And we're going to ask the second panel to come right up, moderated by Reverend Dr. Serene Jones. Yeah, we'll just go ahead. Yeah. So come up. If you're going to take a quick break, please come right back, and we'll get started.
Yeah, sure. Good, friend. Hope it's what you need. All right, let's see you in a while. Yeah.
So if we could get the second panel to come up and ask everyone to take their seats, and we're going to try to stay on schedule. Again, ladies and gentlemen, good people, if we could get the panelists to come up to the stage, and if we can ask everyone else to resume your seats. Once again, we get everyone to come back in and we can reconvene and get started with our second panel.
Serena, are we going to follow the order that's on the schedule?
No.
Okay.
We are going to follow the order that after all of the are suggested, which is Ryan, Michael, Tom,
Okay, so me first. Okay.
so did everyone hear that it's going to be Ryan, Michael, Tom, and Michael?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sure. In the order that's on there. Yeah.
Not the order here.
Oh.
So it's the order that
Okay, so what is it now?
it's going to be Brian, Michael, Tom, and
Oh, good, the best for last. That's what I like. You can just sort of...
Okay, if you can take your seats, please, and we'll get started. And I'll just remind our panelists that we need you to talk right into the mics so that everyone can hear.
we're just waiting for everyone to take their seats.
Serene, do you want us to speak at the podium or?
Just here. Is that okay?
Okay.
Just still waiting for people to take their seats so we can give this our full attention. So now we move from the first panel, which gave us a broad overview of, generally speaking, what we consider in the realm of AI, and began to explore the major challenges and issues and touch upon the ethical challenges and how we think about moral frameworks within which this technology moves forward into our future and determines that future. In this panel, we move right into the area of ethics. This afternoon, we are going to segue from ethics into straight-on theological and religious reflections. This panel is more broadly ethical in the sense that it's raising and exploring issues that often overlap with religious communities and traditions, interests, but is not limited to that. I'm very pleased to have really the top people in the country that are doing the ethical framing for us. I'm going to follow an order that's different than the one that's in your program for the day, so just follow along with me. As I began to prepare to moderate this panel, I was immediately actually terrified because this is an area in which I have little to no experience, although I happen to be trying to lead one of those institutions that Daniel told us was crumbling and collapsing, and Actually, that's a physical reality right now for us, as you can see. But I thought back to the work that I have done as a theologian, and my research, dissertation, and first years focused on the work of John Calvin and early modern Europe, and reflected on the impact that a small thing like a new technology, which in this case was the invention of the printing press, the impact that had on Europe and eventually all global networks of learning, understanding, and the transmission of knowledge directly related to power. With the invention of the printing press, you had, in a sense, the democratization, the possibility of democratization of knowledge. You also had the foundations of the rise of the nation state, the collapse of feudalism, and the emergence of a form of bourgeois capitalism. You had new understandings of what the law was and what treaties consisted of. And I think it's important for us to remember, when we think about the moral, ethical, and historic significance of the moment in which we find ourselves, that small invention led to nothing less than 100 years of a very bloody war in Europe that took almost a quarter of the lives with it. And so the consequences for how we order ourselves socially and what that means in terms of where we're going, history tells us, is no small matter. So with that, I will introduce our first speaker, and we're going to keep our comments to 10 minutes and then do some cross conversation that I will lead, and then open it up again to conversation with you. So we're going to hear first from Brian Green, who is the Director of Technology Ethics at the Markula Center for Applied Ethics at Santa Clara University. His work focuses on the ethics of technology, including such topics as AI and ethics, the ethics of technological manipulation of humans, the ethics of migration of and adaptation towards risky emerging technologies, and various aspects of the impact of technology and engineering on human life and society, including the relationship of technology and religion, particularly the Catholic Church. Brian Green teaches AI ethics in the Graduate School of Engineering and formerly taught several other engineering ethics courses. He is the co-author of The Ethics of Technology Practice, which focuses on corporate technology ethics and resources. I could tell you more about Brian's work, but I will let him open our conversation by sharing his perspective and 16 issues that he will lay out before us in terms of what needs to be at the forefront of our reflection. So, Brian.
Thank you. So I'm going to give a brief overview of ethics and technology ethics, and then go through these 16 points with about 20 seconds each. So it's going to be fast. I teach an entire quarter-long course on these things, and even that's too fast. So the first thing I want to say is that ethics is everywhere, because ethics is all about choices and actions that we have to make and take in our lives. But we only tend to talk about ethics when the questions are big, and AI is very big, which is why we need to be thinking about it right now. So technology is really two things. Technology is know-how. It's the skills, knowledge, resources required to make and use technological products. It's also, second, the technological products themselves, in the way that we normally talk about technology being our smartphones and things like that. Technology is not value neutral, it is value laden. This has been a long-standing question in technology, where people have said, oh, technology is neutral. It's not value neutral. Technology is always for a purpose, and those purposes can be good or bad, and therefore, because the purpose is often built into the technology, or basically always built into it because it's always used for something, it always has that moral valence to it. So, for example, healthcare is for healing people, and landmines are for killing unsuspecting people and animals who step on them. So technology is a form of power. It doesn't need to be partisan, but it is inseparable from the political. Technology, like the economy, must serve humanity and not the reverse. So some big points there on politics and economics. So with great power comes great responsibility. That's something that's become a popular saying recently. It comes from Spider-Man's Uncle Ben, but you can also find it in the Bible where Jesus says, "To whom much is given, much will be expected." So these ideas are broad spectrum and can be found in many places. All right, so ethics only becomes a question when we have the freedom to choose, and technology is giving us more and more choices all the time. So if you go back to Immanuel Kant, he said ought implies can. We are not liable for that over which we have no power. But now that we have more power, we become liable for more things. So we have more power than ever because of technology. We can save more lives. We can grow more food. We can travel to the moon. We can change the Earth's climate. We can create more fiendish weapons than ever before, including weapons capable of destroying the Earth's ecosphere and humankind with it. Ethics now is no mere exercise in theory. We actually need to get it right. In Nick Bostrom's words, we have philosophy with a deadline, and that deadline is advanced AI. If we don't figure out how ethics works in a very practical way, then we are going to be automating our ethics and not actually putting good ethics into what we're automating. So we need to actually get it right. So because of technological power, humans now have more freedom of choice. We have greater scope of action, which means we can do vastly more different kinds of things. We have greater efficiency of action. In other words, in the past it was hard to actually get things done, but now we can actually do them quite rapidly and efficiently. We also have greater determination of outcome, which means that in the past we were more likely to fail. The probability and chance were much more likely to interfere with what we were doing. Now, of course, there are still these problems with probability and chance coming in with AI, because in a very concrete way, they are statistical systems in a lot of ways. So more technology means more power, more choices. That's more need for ethics. You can think of it this way. Intelligence and power give us choices. Ethics tells us which among those choices are actually good. In the past, humanity's actions were involuntarily constrained by our weakness. In other words, in the past, we did not have as much power, and therefore our choices were made for us by the fact that we couldn't do things. You can think about this in terms of if you put a baby in the driver's seat of a car, they are not going to turn on the car and drive away with it. It's just not within their power. Humans now have been put in this AI car, and we have to drive somewhere with it. So now we need to learn to be voluntarily restrained by our good judgment and our ethics. How do we actually drive the car? And also, please note, not all of humanity is actually making these choices here. Mostly it is the powerful, obviously, who, in the words of C.S. Lewis, said in The Abolition of Man, what we call man's power over nature turns out to be a power exercised by some men over other men with nature as its instrument. And he used that gendered language originally. So then, if possible, humankind needs to learn to be efficient at good and inefficient at evil, or we're going to come to live in a terrible world, which raises two questions. How can technology help make good efficient, and how can technology help make evil inefficient? So those are the two kind of concrete questions that I think we need to ask technology. All right, now I'm going to go through 16 points very quickly. I apologize. So the very first point is technical safety. Can we actually get it right? Does it work? Is it hackable? Is it going to get you there safely if it's a self-driving car, for example, or is it going to crash you into something? Second point, transparency and privacy. We want to understand the systems, and we need to protect ourselves from being understood by the systems too well or in a way that damages us or tries to control us. So in general, if you have a powerful system, it should be transparent, like the government or like an AI. If you have weaker systems like individual human beings, then we need to be protected. We have a right to privacy because it's a matter of trying to protect us, because that power differential between power and not powerful. Third point, beneficial use. So ultimately the technology needs to be used for something good. Number 4 is malicious use. What's the bad that we need to avoid having these systems used for, or are there ways that we can use these systems to stop these bad practices? And we see this a lot actually in cybersecurity, for example, where they're trying to automate both testing or defense against these sort of AI attacks and also automating the attacks themselves. Bias is a huge problem. If you put garbage data into your AI, then you get garbage out, right? Garbage in, garbage out. If you put biased data in, you get biased effects back out of it. Unemployment is definitely something that needs to be considered. This is point number 6. So it's a big question, right? People have been talking about automation-caused unemployment for a long time. Lots of people are saying it's different this time. It's going to be interesting to see actually how this plays out. One thing that I think is certain, however, is point 7, which is that there's going to be growing socioeconomic inequality. And one of the ways that I've seen this described was by a guy named Paul Cristiano, who works at OpenAI now. He said, basically, if you look at the entire gross domestic product of the United States, 2/3 is paid out as return on labor and 1/3 is paid out as return on capital. If AI systems become more and more powerful, then they will shift that balance from labor and towards capital. Who are the people who own the AIs? Number 8, environmental effects. Turns out that machine learning requires a huge amount of computing power, and that requires a huge amount of energy and electricity. And if it's not coming from renewable sources, then that's a big problem. Number 9, automating ethics. One of the things that's going to happen is as these systems become more and more powerful, we're automating decision-making into them effectively. We're delegating that. You can think of it as outsourcing our moral agency into these automated systems. Number 10, moral de-skilling is related to that, which is that if we are effectively outsourcing our moral decision-making, we as individuals are going to become worse at making moral decisions. And that's why we need to be extremely careful about how we navigate that balance between automating it and doing it ourselves. Number 11 is kind of getting a little more speculative. It's the robot consciousness and rights question. So there are lots of people who would like to, what I would say is there are some people who are absolutely certain that robotic consciousness is going to happen, and other people who are absolutely certain that it's not going to happen. And what that tells me is that nobody has any idea whether it's actually going to happen or not. So we just need to be aware of it. I don't think we need to prepare too much about it. However, we should think of legal personhood and legal rights for AIs, because we already have corporations with legal personhood and legal rights in the United States. And if we can do that for corporations, it's very likely people are going to try to do that for AIs also. Artificial general intelligence and superintelligence. These are questions that people raise, and there's always a question as to what exactly that means. Can we have an AGI which is equivalent to a human in terms of cognitive abilities? What I would say is that these systems are certainly getting stronger all the time, and that there are at least 50 organizations in the world who have AGI as their explicit goal, some of which are very powerful. They have a lot of money behind them. So once again, whether it's achievable or not is unknown. However, there are a lot of people working on it. Number 13 is dependency. So we're going to become dependent on these systems, just like we are dependent on electricity or transportation or things like that. We will become dependent on AI, and indeed we already are in many cases. AI addiction. Turns out that a lot of the corporations that are using AI right now are using it specifically for the purpose of addicting people to their apps, whether it's social media or whether it is games or things like that. And when I talk about this with my students, every single one of them is addicted to something, and they admit that. And they just realize that this is something that they have to deal with. Number 15, isolation and loneliness. As our screens are trying to absorb us more and more, whether it's through addiction or just plain using them for everyday purposes, it means that we interact directly with each other much less than we would normally. And the last one, effects on the human spirit. And that gets into the questions of faith and spirituality and religion and theology. What are going to be the significant impacts on those areas because of AI? Because AI all of a sudden gets into this extremely personal aspect of how humans operate. If we somehow equate ourselves with our mind, which is what a lot of Western philosophy has done, and then all of a sudden we delegate all of our mental powers to something external to us, and that actually becomes better than us at these things, what does that mean for us? What's left of us? And I think actually what that means is that we're going to realize that we are not only just our brains, actually our ability to care for each other and show compassion and kindness and ultimately have loving relationships with each other is very important. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. Our second speaker is Michael Quinn, who is Dean of the College of Science and Engineering at Seattle University. In the early 2000s, his focus shifted to computer ethics, and in 2004, he published the textbook Ethics for the Information Age. It explores moral problems related to the modern uses of information technology, such as ones we've heard about in the first panel: privacy, intellectual property rights, computer security, software reliability, and the relationship between automation and unemployment. The book, now in its 8th edition, has been adopted by more than 125 colleges and universities in the United States and many more internationally. Today he's going to work with us around 2 particular examples that were raised in our first conversation. Now we'll go into them in more depth, reflecting on autonomous vehicles and the place of bias and how we incorporate ethical reflections to the beginning of the design cycle of AI uses. So, Michael, thank you.
Thank you, Serene. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank you for the invitation to join this important conference today. Boy, Brian, you really kind of laid it out there, didn't you? I feel like you filled the canvas. And so I think I'm going to take a slightly different tack, and I'm going to talk about what can educational institutions offer. So I am a computer scientist. My PhD is in computer science. I'm currently at Seattle University, which, like Santa Clara University, is a Jesuit university. And part of our mission is empowering leaders for a just and humane world. And so we've done a lot of thinking about how we can make an impact on the world, not just through the students that come through our university, but how we can be making a difference in Seattle, because there's a lot of AI happening in Seattle with the various companies there. And so I'm director of an initiative called Ethics in Transformative Technologies. It was started because Microsoft President Brad Smith is really trying to make a difference in this area. He's done a number of things within Microsoft to try to inject a sense of values into the development of software. And of course, you probably know about his book that just came out, Tools and Weapons, that came out in the last year. And so he's very interested in that, and he had a meeting with us a couple of years ago, and he said really what Seattle University stands for is technology grounded in values, and Seattle University is where there should be deep thinking on these issues. And so Microsoft did provide us with seed funding to get this initiative started, and we really see ourselves as providing thought leadership and also educational services for companies in the Seattle area, companies like Microsoft and Expedia and Amazon and Google, and they kind of go on and on. There's so much of this going on. And we've also found opportunities to consult with our state legislature, and of course there's legislation coming out in terms of algorithmic accountability, in terms of privacy. And what's amazing is that there are people responsible for passing legislation in these areas, and some of them don't even use email, so it's kind of scary to think that they're supposed to be passing legislation. And so what we're doing is working with them to try to help them understand what these issues are, to make sure that they can be striking the right balance between on the one hand, not trying to regulate it all, and on the other hand, just saying, well, let's just forbid everything. And as is, you know, like everything else, the proper course is sort of holding the tension and finding that middle road where we can be reaping the benefits and avoiding the harms. So I really think it's important to develop technology in a thoughtful way, that when new technologies are being developed, that we consider both the potential benefits and the potential harms of these technologies. And there have certainly been cases where the Silicon Valley mindset of move fast and break things has caused harm. And, you know, it's one thing if somebody's putting out an app that crashes on your smartphone, that's not the biggest thing. But if they're producing a car that crashes, it's so much more significant. And so I am critical of companies like Tesla that have seemed so eager to be on the leading edge and to be releasing products that, in my mind, haven't had enough safety engineering put into them. And you know, I think it's interesting to think about how, you know, where Tesla is at versus, for example, the Detroit automakers that have, you might say they're stodgy or whatever, but they have more of that safety engineering mindset. And Ford Motor Company has said they're not going to release a car that has autonomous capability that also has a steering wheel. So this idea that you know, Tesla says, well, a car will drive itself, but as soon as it gets into trouble, well, that's your responsibility. That's your problem. You know, and you know, it's really a well-known. Research has shown for decades that if you have somebody responsible for something, but there's nothing for them to do minute by minute, they lose attention, they get bored, they start daydreaming. This has been shown for railroad engineers, airplane pilots, anesthesiologists. If you're just sitting there waiting for, you know, basically being on call, it takes a while to snap back into things. And, you know, it's, if you're going down the freeway at 70 miles an hour and you're, you know, daydreaming, and then all of a sudden there's a situation that happens, you really don't have, you know, 3, 5, 7 seconds, 10 seconds to take control of the car. And that's what research shows it takes you, you know, to snap back into it. And so for Tesla to release a product knowing full well that this handoff problem hasn't been solved, I would consider that to be irresponsible. And I think as far as the machine learning and bias and whatever, I think Michael Kearns did a pretty good job with that in the first session, so I'm not going to repeat what Michael said. He did a really good job, and also Brian alluded to that too. So I will end right here.
Okay, thank you, Michael. And now we are going to hear from Thomas Arnold, whose areas are ethics, human-robot interactions. He also has a background in religious studies, and he's a philosophy research associate at Tufts University in the Human-Robot Interaction Laboratory. He's also a part-time lecturer at Tufts in the Department of Computer Science, and he's working on his PhD in the study of religion at Harvard, and he is co-author of the book Ethics for Psychologists, a casebook approach. He is a member of the Global Initiative for Ethical Consideration in the Design of Autonomous Systems. With wonderful background in having a long experience of how one travels from religious studies into the field of computers and design. So, Thomas, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Serene. It's a little intimidating having the author of articles I cite in my doctoral dissertation on experience and feminist philosophy of religion sitting beside me. But that's an appropriate lead-in to the work I'm doing now, which really is about physical space and social space and how we relate to each other in an embodied way. And so far, we've had a mapping that has been useful in terms of how AI can permeate society on a global scale, on a massive macro political level. And so it's probably useful to me, for us, for my contribution to be taking it down to the tragic comic level of bodies trying to get around and what happens when AI is embodied. My work at the Human-Robot Interaction Laboratory is trying to explore that from a number of different angles. One of the angles being the empirical side of how do we react to, respond to, and project onto robots. And so we have experiments in the lab when it comes to language interaction, where we see how many of our instincts that robots can elicit, if not exploit and manipulate, if we aren't careful about, as Brian mentioned, about thinking of ourselves as minds and intelligent, and really disowning the deeply embodied, visceral, multifarious character of all of our instincts. So I can tell a participant, this robot does not understand anything but left, right, forward, backward, and stop. And I can tell the participant, why don't you direct the robot to go do a task? We can, from a remote kind of center, give the robot, we will have the robot reject a command. Go forward. No. And we study, so all of a sudden, all of those directions, all of that cognitive sense of what you've been told about what the robot is capable of, it goes out the window. Well, why not? Well, and this touches on the work that we do goes against the grain of a lot of the data-driven we heard in the last panel around deep learning and machine learning. Because the interactions that we are interested in and want to be useful, because they are going to depend on interaction that is linguistic and symbolic, the idea of giving up on symbols is actually very dangerous and really has a lot of risks that aren't always talked about in the press. I don't want an automated wheelchair to need to have data about whether to go down a stairwell. If someone, especially one who may have some cognitive impairments, instructs an automated wheelchair to go down the hall to see an aquarium, then that's good. If they say, and now go down the stairwell, that's not necessarily a data-driven thing. That might be a constraint we just want to have symbolically represented. The stairwell is not what an automated wheelchair goes down. So we're really concerned with how these fine-grained measures of accountability are going to play out. We saw it in Pittsburgh recently last fall with delivery robots that were heralded. It was going to deliver pizza. They were going to go around a college campus. And the problem was that the delivery robot really didn't have it could navigate, it had a fully detailed map of the area. It didn't understand that when it occupied a curb cut, in the middle of a curb cut, and it judged that it could not make the crosswalk in time for the light to change, that someone coming the other direction would be in a wheelchair and would need to use that curb cut to make it before the traffic came into them. And there was a story about it really well written by Emily Ackerman, talking about issues of accessibility that weren't thought of when these systems were designed. And so one of the projects at our laboratory is really about using the expertise of those who know what they're talking about on the ground to drive the design, rather than the design being done and then look around and say, who wants to buy it? So we have been working with occupational therapists who were interested in our work because they were interested, occupational therapists, in Parkinson's patients, for whom facial paralysis can often generate a kind of social anxiety around being able to express yourself to a person that might misread your face. And they were interested, and we've run studies with them to see whether in certain contexts having a robot who would not have any expectation about your face and would not read your face and would not be gathering data, God forbid, around your face, might lead to a beneficial interaction. So I think that is an important component of where ethics needs to take into account the fine-grained and embodied character of interaction. So a lot of our work, we've written articles that are tend to get press on people's moral opinion about sex robots. That leads to the calls from the press. But really where we're headed is, I think, in large part, what kind of fine-grained language interaction is responsible, accountable, explicit, not misrepresenting what a system is, how it's actually making decisions. This is what we're interested in, because it's interesting, we had the last panel saying, talking about labor and what are we going to do without work. And yet the justification for care robots and automated systems of care is, well, we just don't have enough people. We don't have enough people to do the work. So, well, what kinds of work, I mean, we know this from feminist analysis and other materialist analysis around race, gender, who has to do the care work, what kind of work is valued, what kind of work is not really thought through in a detailed enough fashion to earn an attention or the imagination around AI and robotics. And so I think that that is going to be, we need a ethical precision and focus and intensity on where care work may be undervalued to the point of having, well, it's good enough to have a domestic robot companion that doesn't really understand language, but plop it down, and that counts as companionship. We really need to think through these things a lot more thoroughly. So I'm really grateful to be here, to have this gathering of people who understand pastoral dimensions, care work, these kind of interstices that get lost in the press, and be able to think critically about them, because this is a very distinctive opportunity for those types of insights to come together.
Thank you, Thomas. And now we move to the last presentation. Wendell Wallach, who has in many ways been at this longer than anyone in this room. And we owe him a great debt. He is a consultant, ethicist, and scholar at Yale University's Interdisciplinary Center for Bioethics, where he has chaired the center's working research group on technology and ethics. He is senior advisor to the Hastings Center. He is a fellow at the Center for Law, Science, and Innovation at the Sandra Day O'Connor School of Law at Arizona State University. He is a fellow at the Institute for Ethics and Emerging Technology, and he is author of A Dangerous Master: How to Keep Technology from Slipping Beyond Our Control, and author of Moral Machines: Teaching Robots Right from Wrong. Wendell?
Thank you very much, Serene. And thank you all. It's truly an honor to be with you today and to see this particular topic get launched here at Union Theological Seminary. I've actually noted that over the last year I've been hearing from leaders from a number of denominations who are suddenly recognizing that perhaps their students need to know about technology, and it needs to be a much more critical dimension of their education. I would say that's not just for students, that's for all of us. The impact of technology on our lives is probably second only to global climate change at the moment, and I think it is having a dramatic impact in actually undermining our self-confidence about our own agency, sapping our will. But I'll come back to that in a moment. The panelists before me, I think, have already made it abundantly clear the vastness of this subject area. The toolkit of smart capabilities that we are now implementing in computers and robots are going to touch every conceivable facet of life. And while they may not intersect with absolutely all of our ethical concerns to date, they're going to intersect with a great deal of them. Furthermore, they touch upon fundamental philosophical questions around free will, around criteria for moral agency, around the role of consciousness. AI is in some senses closer to electricity than it is to a domain-specific technology like the automobile. And indeed, to amplify this a little bit further, AI, well, just use the amplified word, but I'll use it again. AI is going to speed up and amplify the impact of all the emerging technologies. It's the linchpin. The self-driving car gives us perhaps a metaphor for what we're dealing with. Technology is moving into the driver's seat as a primary determinant of humanity's future. And few of us actually have much of a vote in how that takes place. If we have a vote, we only have a vote to the extent that we make decisions about which technologies to adopt. Beyond that, it's corporations pursuing their own economic benefits. It's politicians faced with countless crises that they're given technological solutions or believe that technological solutions might be ways of moving forward that are making the decisions. And the sadness is, particularly with the politicians, is that they seldom have much understanding of the technologies that they're adopting. They hear the hype around the benefits, but they seldom know how to deal with the possible harms or undesirable societal impacts. And at least in America, they are very shy of putting in place any legislation that may slow down innovation, because after all, innovation is the driving blood of the American economy. So we're in a pretty difficult pickle at the moment. There are two questions that have been raised quite a bit. They are questions about in what ways are we truly similar to, and do we actually differ from the entities that we are creating, whether those are artificial intelligence or biotechnologies or a combination of the two? Is there something about us that is truly distinct? And if so, what? And if there are facets of our capabilities that are distinct, are they reproducible technologically? In other words, are they distinct now, but are we losing that advantage? We already can't beat computers at chess or Go, two games that were measures of our intelligence over that of computer systems. And in fact, there is no world Go player who is capable of beating the best computers at Go any longer. No world-class Go player. Go, I understand, is a more Eastern game, but it's a lot harder than chess. That's the main thing to understand about it. So we're in this very difficult time where it's hard to know what it is about us that is going to maintain our control over our life, let alone our superiority in certain aspects of living. And if you listen to the computer optimists, they have a combination of the theory of evolution and the computational theory of mind that would suggest that physical systems can be superior to us in all respects. Indeed, all we are is biologically evolved computers. Not only biologically involved, but we evolved with a system of flaws that cognitive science is doing a very good job in elucidating, and technologists are doing a wonderful job of learning how to manipulate us through these psychological vulnerabilities, through buzzes on our phones, through dopamine hits that activate us to in effect give them attention. And that is going to be exacerbated as we move into the world of 5G networks, much larger bandwidth. The example I use is you will pass by a window of Saks Fifth Avenue, or you will glance approvingly at some object in that window, and a combination of facial recognition software, emotion recognition software, a massive database of information about your past behavior, and 5G networks means that you will instantaneously get a message with a reduction, with a coupon to buy that object for 25% off. We're laughing, and I'm not trying to still the laughter. I'm pleased with that. But this is reality. This is no longer hype. So let me just quickly turn to two last subjects, and we'll come back to many others. One of the areas I'm best known for is mapping a new field of inquiry known as machine ethics, which is largely about whether we can implement sensitivity to moral considerations in computers and robots, and whether they can factor them into their choices and actions. That book is more than 10 years old at this point. Strangely enough, though, it has not gone out of date in any way, shape, or form. But it was as much about human decision-making as it was about computer decision-making, because we've tended to have a very truncated, reason-focused orientation to how humans make decisions. And a lot of the work going on in the cognitive sciences illuminating the extent to which moral psychology, consciousness, emotions, embodiment, theory of mind, a whole array of capacities are integral to our decision-making, and we have been lax at really looking at that. We have deferred or presumed that reason alone is what's important. The evidence is that reason's perhaps secondary to a lot of our underlying emotionally driven intuitive responses. So I think that's one thing, that when you look deeply at a question such as the making of moral decisions, you realize, well, there are still capabilities we have that machines don't have, and if it's not theology schools or philosophy departments that illuminate that, or ethics departments, then who's going to do it? And unfortunately, if those people, if the philosophers and the theologians and the social scientists don't get up to snuff on the technology, how are they going to make their arguments effectively? It's very difficult to make an argument with somebody who actually believes that superintelligence is coming in the next 10 or 20 years if you don't really understand the technology that they are developing. Finally, I want to turn to just the last subject for a moment. My focus has been as much on the ethics of emerging technologies as it has been on the governance of them. We've already alluded to the fact that our legislators seldom understand the technologies that they are legislating. This is known as the pacing problem. It's the gap between the ethical legal oversight of emerging technologies and the speed at which they get deployed. What are we going to do about that? Well, a few years ago, I and a colleague, Gary Marchant from Arizona State University, rather than lamenting that, we turned the conversation 180 degrees, and we came up for a model of governance that we called governance coordinating committees. It's had a little bit of attraction in international circles, not only because of AI, but because it's applicable to all emerging technologies. It's basically saying we've got to put less reliance on hard law and legislation. That tends to crystallize too quickly. It's put in place naively, and all too often it's only put in place after there's a crisis. And we have to rely on other approaches. To some extent, technological solutionism where it's feasible. We need true corporate responsibility, self-governance, and accountability. And we need to rely more on soft law, which is standards, which is laboratory practices and procedures, and only put in place hard law when we know that that can be effective or has to have enforcement. So in that regard, the project I'm working on at the moment is the convening of an international Congress for the Governance of Artificial Intelligence. And that will be in Prague on April 16th to 18th. Those of you who care about how we're going to manage these emerging technologies, we're looking at artificial intelligence just as a pilot project. We have to look at synthetic biology, we have to look at geoengineering, nanotechnology, the law of the oceans, a vast array of fields. But those of you who care about that and feel you have something to contribute, this is an invitation to join us. So thank you.
And Wendell, before we move on from you, not to put you on the spot, but could you talk a little bit about the role that meditation has played in your own work? Because it's a very distinctive part of this, the work that you've done for many years.
Okay, interesting. I don't get to talk about that very often, so this is probably the appropriate context. Interestingly enough, I have a classmate from college here, and Mark Taylor. And he and I have had a little bit of parallel activity in our interest in theology. But I've been meditating for 50 years, and I'm among those who probably put in so many hours that I've had to ask the question, is this really a waste of time, or is something effective coming from this meditation? I'm pretty clear that it's not a waste of time, that I think that it's fundamentally about self-understanding. It's fundamentally about understanding the forces that move you, both internally and externally. And to some extent, diffusing those that are just get in the way or are in themselves confusing. And I think that kind of self-understanding is going to be essential in this day and age when we have these constant manipulations coming from social media and other forces in our environment. So I would say that that form of self-understanding should be at least part of what divinity schools, theology schools are about. But I also think there's a second part to that. I think people who get deep into meditation understand that it's also about understanding our cognitive psychologies. I call meditation first-person cognitive science. So I'm taking a somewhat naturalistic approach to meditation. I'm not dismissing whether there's something supernatural or whether consciousness or something we call the mind or soul transcends the individual body or creates connectivity between us, but I am trying to take a more naturalistic approach to what takes place here. And I think that meditation is fundamentally about how do you make appropriate and correct decisions. How do you understand where you are and what to do next? Now, something that has been highly vaunted in the world of meditation has been the psychological states, whether you call those flows or states of oneness or inner quiet. And I think all of those actually play a role of being a guide, or they are indications that you are in the right place, in the right time, in the right way, to paraphrase Aristotle. So my basic view is it's not just meditation, which I've called first-person cognitive science, but an awful lot of third-person cognitive science is focusing on decision theory, how we make decisions. And I think there's a combination emerging from what I'll call first and third-person cognitive science, that the right decision is the one that makes you quieter internally. And in that process, you move from being in the right place in the right way to being in the right place in the right way. And to the extent that we aren't quiet, that's a manifestation of our internal divisions, our lack of integration within ourselves and in our adaptive relationship to our environment. So that's the kind of creatures that evolution forged us to be. We needed that integration if we were going to function properly. So I understand that's a somewhat different take on meditation than other people have. I'm working right now on a next book that hopefully will make that a little bit clearer. That book has a working title. Now, nobody steal this working title, please, but it's called Descartes Meets Buddha, Enlightenment for the Information Age. So thank you. Thank you for that question.
And that question and your response to it leads right into the first question I want to ask our panelists to reflect on, and that is, in each of our presentations and also in the first panel, we put a lot of emphasis on the importance of human beings playing a more active role in how AI is designed, and it's directly tied to how we consider the ethical consequences of AI. My question is, it's a twofold question, is AI shifting our fundamental understanding of what human beings are. And the second part, I think, is probably even more important, is it often assumes in these discussions that we are creatures that are capable of making right and good decisions. And so I just want you to sort of reflect on your view of our capacities, the scope of who we are as human beings in relation to what we are capable of bringing to AI as it evolves. Small question, but I think that there's a lot of assumptions that we make when we talk about the human community being actively engaged in the formation and deployment of AI.
So I guess one thing I would say about that is that I think that AI is going to potentially shift our understanding of who we are. It could either do that really positively or really negatively. I think the positive side of it is that it can help us realize that we should be spending more time as caring and compassionate beings who are helping each other out, or it could be completely dehumanizing and turning us into, cogs in a giant machine, right? And the way the economic system works is it wants to turn us into the cogs in a giant machine. So the question is, how do we resist that in such a way that we can actually get the benefits from AI? Because if AI is going to free up a bunch of human labor, that's actually a good thing, right? That means that we can actually spend more time, with each other. We can spend more time doing things that we want to do on hobbies or whatever. I mean, there's plenty of work to get done in the world. Like someone in the first panel said, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. The question is whether people can actually get paid for it, right? Is there actually some way to give people remuneration for the labor that they're putting in? And so I think that humans, in a certain sense, we're working creatures. We like to do work in a lot of ways, if you can find work that you like to do, right? A lot of people are forced to do stuff that they don't want to do. So I think there are definitely questions involved there in how we make that self-identification. Do we identify with our job so much that if we lose our job, we lose our identity along with it? Because that is going to happen. People are going to lose their jobs, and if you identify as a job that is getting automated, then that's going to be bad for your experience of how life is going. But is there a way that we can instead identify with, I am a son, or I am a father, or mother, or sister, or all of these other things, I am a friend, all these relational things that we can have with each other? Is there a way that we can more strongly identify with those and thereby have our self-identity enhanced by the fact that we don't have to do this other stuff that maybe we don't want to do?
Yeah, I mean, I think that AI is going to change, is already changing some conceptions of what a human being is. Wendell's example of facial recognition, emotion recognition, we already see strategies to foil recognition systems, whether facial recognition. So there's a natural adversarial response that I think will come from the idea that I'm a source of data, and that is constitutive of what society extracts from me. I think that won't be the only change. The other change is then what are the adversarial reactions to that? And so I begin to think, how can I disrupt or mask, which is another change that will dynamically change how AI is seen. And so are we thinking about a competition now? So there's that, and then I just think there's other things about ourselves that there's a great article from last year, I believe, called "The Terrible Joy of Yelling at Alexa," where the author and her spouse would come home after a long day and just cuss a blue streak at Alexa. Why? Because it was thought of as a language interaction, but this is just a thing. The problem being when the 2-year-old starts doing it, which is what happened, because you're not thinking about that you're always modeling, and that just because you understand it's a machine, you're in a social space, and so you're implicitly modeling. So that's saying something about, is it changing the definition, maybe revealing more dimensions than we want to, have confronted. And I think that ties into your point that the importance of norms is not because we know everyone that needs to be embedded and we're perfectly competent. It's because we're not. And we need interlacing forms of accountability that can help that can help correct for these vulnerabilities and tendencies. It's because it needs to be a wider social enterprise that it's important. Because that's the way a lot of these ethics discussions get shunted is, well, we're just terrible at ethics. Oh, well, we're just black boxes. You can't explain us either. But wait, we shouldn't be retrofitting our image of humanity as a way of not holding artifacts to higher standards. I mean, and of course it's context dependent, but it's especially, in a place like this that understands and talks about sin and idolatry and forms of fantasy, this is especially important.
I think AI represents a real opportunity because it gives us the opportunity to think about what makes us different, what makes us special, right? As computers pick up more and more capabilities, I mean, it's been a long time since, computers can certainly do calculations much quicker than us and more accurately than us, but now a computer can, it can read X-rays and detect cancers more accurately than people, all right? Or what about the machine translation, right? It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, the ability for machines to be translating from English to German to Spanish to whatever. I mean, so what is it that makes it special? I think that's an opportunity. I believe we are more than machines. I believe our brains are not meat computers or whatever. So I guess I just see it as an opportunity, right? I mean, we have the ability to engage with the transcendent. And so I'm not being very articulate, but I just feel like I think it's a real opportunity for religion. It's not the destruction of religion, but it's a new opportunity because it gives us a chance to think about what does truly make humans special.
We should be clear that there's been a coevolution between us and our technologies ever since our first humanoid ancestor picked up a bone and used it as a weapon or a tool. And that's been continual. So we are vastly different creatures, even though perhaps we carry the same genes as the first Homo sapiens roughly 100,000 years or more ago. This is my new appendage. I freak out when I don't have it. Yesterday I arrived here for a dinner party and I didn't have my phone. And suddenly it was not a crisis, but a mini crisis until one of my compatriots reminded me that I could go on the Apple Cloud and it would tell me where my phone was, and it was back at the hotel. So that was nice. Technology both created the problem and solved the problem. So we are transforming, and there's even the melodramatic possibility that we have begun inventing the human species as we've known it out of existence. Is that a road we want to go down? Is there something abiding about what it means to be human that we need to maintain? Over the last 2 or 3 years, there's been a succession of more than 50 different lists of principles created to shape the development of artificial intelligence. Now, a lot of those principles are the same from nearly every list. There's some that are AI specific, algorithmic bias, privacy, the transparency, the accountability of the companies that are deploying these technologies. But a lot of those lists also maintain human rights, democracy. By the way, the lists coming out of China do not include those two, but they do include harmony. And even though some of us have been reminding the Chinese that they did sign the International Declaration of Human Rights, they don't particularly like that framing. But when you look at those values being added, what you understand is there's an appreciation, at least from the tech-centric people who are creating these lists of principles, that we are in a seminal moment of history, and it's about time we start defining what are the principles that are going to guide the world we're shaping, and whether we're shaping a world worth bequeathing to our ancestors, to our children, to the next generation. So that's the moment we're in. We can pretend that it's not here. Even people like me who are skeptical of a lot of the hype around some of these emerging technologies do not in any way deny that we are in a radical transformation of what it means to be human. And we perhaps need to do a little bit more work in figuring out what's abiding about being a human that we need to maintain.
Thank you all. And just as a follow-up question to that, as a professor of theology and part of a vibrant seminary life, we are very aware here, because it's our full-time task, to form understandings of who we are, based on the view that we don't just automatically, intuitively think of ourselves as creatures that are compassionate and caring. That may be a principle that ends up on our list, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we know that we choose to be passionate and caring, or even know what that means. And I think in this nation, domestically, I think one of the principles that we would put on that list of 50 would be the valuing of equality, that all human beings are equal in value. But it's very clear that that is not, in fact, a shared value in our nation. So I think the question I have for the four of you is, as we co-evolve, however one wants to think of that, whether there are abiding things about us that remain but evolve and change with the technologies, or whether we think about it as a set of principles. What is the relationship of bringing those to bear, or in conversation with AI, and the very real attention we need to pay to just the cultivation of what we think is human and valued in the first place? It's not as if there's a large collection of morally, deeply intelligent, compassionate, caring human beings that are going to march forward into AI and enact these good choices if it is made possible. So talk about the interaction between the formation of ethical capacity and how that is brought to bear on AI. You can start anywhere. So, yeah. Go ahead.
Why does every question seem so slippery to me? So I'm not sure I'm getting at your question, but I do think that simply by introducing students to ethical situations, Seattle University, like all Catholic universities, you got to take an ethics class. That's part of your undergraduate requirement. Every master's student goes through an ethics class, and I think it's amazing. I've had graduate students take the ethics class that I've taught, and I had one come up to me once. He'd gone to a state university and hadn't had an experience of what he probably had never taken a philosophy class in his life. And he came up to me afterward and he said, "This has really been a helpful class, to learn something about ethics. I mean, I can see how this has something to do with the situations I encounter in my job as a software developer, and it even helps me make personal decisions. Like, what a revelation. And so, I think just getting in the game, just getting people exposed to these situations, and so the way I look at it is getting people tuned in, sort of get their antennae working, so that when they run into a situation in their personal life or in the development of a piece of software or whatever, that they will at least recognize an issue when it comes up. So I guess the first step is just to even understand where there's a moral problem, right? And I think that just comes from, there's so many people that are brought up anymore, they're not brought up in a church community or whatever, and they don't have that experience. And so how to remove the blinders from people so they're not simply thinking about, wow, this is isn't this an amazing technology? If I could get this device to do this thing, and get so wrapped up in just trying to make something work that not thinking about what would it mean if it did work? What are the harms and the benefits that this could bring about? Is this actually going to be good for society, or is this really a horrible thing? So I think just removing the blinders would be step number one.
Is there anyone else?
Go ahead. I'll add a little bit. One of the best courses I took or one of the best courses I got to TA in divinity school was on icons, on Orthodox icons, because I was so textually oriented, and everything is a text, everything is an argument, and having to shift into really looking and understanding the devotional practice of an icon, of what is going on with it, what the different relationships are as a formative practice. And a few years ago, actually down at NYU, Lucy Suchman, this heralded scholar in STS and human-computer interaction, put two pictures side by side. One of them from the press of a big PR2 robot, this huge 6.5, 7 foot tall robot, with its pincers on a glass, handing an elder care resident a drink. And the elder care resident was reaching out and picking it up. On the right side, she put a picture of a human nurse with an arm supporting the back of the person, holding it up with their hand on the cup and their hand helping them drink. And it was formative for me to have that type of kind of icon of what are we missing in promoting robots where we don't think about, is the person having to reach forward? Is that really handing a drink over in the same way, in the same care-filled way as the other way? And so I think that there is a role for the way, and it doesn't just have to be visual. Should Google Duplex and Google Voice represent the human voice with Should an automated assistant say that doesn't breathe and doesn't have the vulnerability or fragility that we do? It doesn't need the processing time to say That's a strictly mimicry. What's the ethical register of that? And I think that the formative practices that can come out of those who are thinking about who human beings are can really dovetail with that of reading and sensing in a critical way. What are we missing? What is not being seen in the engineers or in Silicon Valley? And what comes from that kind of slow, patient, tradition-driven sensing?
So what I would say about that is that Kind of building on what Michael was just saying, the ability to recognize an ethical issue is an important skill that not everyone has. So very often these ethical issues arrive in technology where people didn't recognize them as they were going through the design process, and they get all the way out into production. And these very, very large, complicated, and powerful systems are deployed, which have pretty obvious flaws looking at it from the outside. You can look at Facebook Live, for example. The fact that you give people to live stream whatever they want to. Guess what? They're going to start live streaming things like beating people up, committing crimes, committing suicide. All these terrible things have been on Facebook Live. And if you know that those bad people are out there who are going to do these sorts of things, abusing your technology, for example, the guy in New Zealand who went into the mosques and killed 50 people, you can figure out ways to prevent these from becoming problems in the future, or you can try to at least plan for that ahead of time. But because the issues weren't necessarily recognized beforehand, or if they were recognized, they were ignored, these problems do get out there into society. And we need to figure out how to avoid this moral de-skilling. This is a form of moral de-skilling. We've already been de-skilled, and we need to recognize that fact that we need to get upskilled right now in terms of morality more than humans have ever been upskilled before, while meanwhile all of society is pushing against us. And this reminded me of I was listening to a security researcher recently who said, my job is to figure out how to make a secure system out of unsecure parts. In other words, every single part of a computer network has some type of vulnerability in it, but I need to create an overall system which is secure. And I think about that and I say, all right, with morality, how do we create a moral system out of non or immoral parts, right? And this, of course, reminds me of Reinhold Niebuhr, who wrote the book Moral Man, Immoral Society. And so you have this contrast of where is the immorality lying exactly? Where is this lack of ethics? Is it in the individual? Is it in society? And of course it's in both, because we're in a continuous kind of relationship with each other. But I think we need to really recognize that the formation of individual human beings who are going to be making moral decisions in society really is very, very relevant to the way society is running right now. And as institutions of education, this is something that needs to be taken extremely seriously.
Yeah, I like that very much. I think it's not just moral intelligence we need to figure out how to develop, but there are other forms of intelligence that we're really just on the cusp of looking at. For example, I don't think that we understand the language, the information that our emotional states are trying to bring into the choices and decisions we make. Most of us are very poor at that. If I get fearful and I'm about to cross a street, I might start to psychoanalyze myself and wondering if it had anything to do with my childhood upbringing. But the fact is, that fear is just telling me I'm entering a dangerous situation. I should keep my eyes open. This isn't a normal situation. We don't really understand that language. We don't really understand the language of morality at all, and we've reduced it to reasoning over the last 100 years or so, and that may be a facet of it, but it's not adequate. So we need to develop those forms of intelligences to complement the other forms of intelligence we already bring into play. Now let's put aside the question of whether computers will eventually have capabilities comparable to us. There's still a long distance between here and there, and depending upon how you look at it, it's a longer or shorter distance. Ray Kurzweil's giving us 10 years. I know an awful lot of people who are saying 100 years or never, but the average computer scientist says 50 years. And I think they're amazingly optimistic. So in the meantime, we have capabilities that they don't have. Facial recognition software program does not know what a face is. It's just measuring refractions of light and matching them up across images that it already has. It does not know that there's a face that could launch 1,000 ships, or there might be a face in the moon. It does not know the face that a philosopher like Emmanuel Levinas writes about. So for the time being, we are engaged with systems that have discrete capabilities, but they do not know the meaning of the objects and entities that they are playing around with. We are the meaning makers. That's what consciousness, semantic understanding, creativity, planning, that's what it endows us with. Now, we sometimes may choose pretty stupid meanings or meanings that are not very functional in terms of ensuring our survival, but we're bringing that into play. And the meaning of these technologies and the appropriate applications of it, that still lies with us. A computer cannot know when it's encountering a morally significant situation, let alone a subtle situation in which there's a confluence of priorities and values that conflict with each other. We can do that. We don't always do it well, but at least that's something that still resides within our bailiwick.
So thank you all. I could go on facilitating this crosstalk conversation, but we have about 15 minutes left, and I think it's time to open it up to you all. And again, Fred has the microphone, and raise your hand, and he'll try to get everyone in, if we can, in a few minutes here. And make sure it's a question and not a long statement.
All right. First, two statements. One, two. Thank you very much for your enlightenment and bringing all these important issues. As a social scientist, I encounter these problems every day. And as you said, discussed, what do we do where the system breaks that people who make the technologies do not have ethics. And I think it's just my take on that from my talk from my roommate who was putting biological peptides into a mouse, training control and test group of mouse to do certain things. And I said, what do you think the implications of it are? And of course, they putting in the computer chip in their heads. I said, well, that's for you, for the social scientists to decide. I said, what do you think? You're doing this experiment. You know the implications more than any social scientist. This is your experiment, what your mouse can do. And she said, I don't know. I'm just an engineer. And it just totally occurred to me that people who are trained and selected to do all the science, artificial intelligence, and all innovative technologies are selected from people who are formed thinking technically, and therefore formed thinking of humans as technical. And
okay,
as you absolutely rightly said, so how can we address that?
Yes, okay, a great question.
So on this one, there's good news and there's bad news. The good news is we now have actually engineering courses, engineering ethics courses that are being required at almost every major university in America. Now, let's be clear, a lot of scientists don't have an aptitude for ethics, and that's not really their concern. But when I got involved in bioethics 20 years ago, if you went to scientists and you asked them whether they were responsible for the technologies they produced, it was almost a universal message, no, that's not my problem. I'm doing the science, that's for the politicians to determine. I had a colleague, Art Galston, who created something that happened to be turned into Agent Orange. And he spent the rest of his life telling his colleagues that you need to be responsible to these technologies. Artificial intelligence is fascinating. There are thousands of artificial intelligence researchers who have signed petitions saying we should ban lethal autonomous weapons systems. There's a whole cadre of artificial intelligence researchers who are engaged actively in trying to bring to light and have us deal with the societal implications of these technologies. So that's good news. It may not be universal yet, but at least it's a start.
Actually, a follow-up on that. So if I'm an AI researcher and I decide I'm not going to work on any weapons, and North Korea doesn't have that, researchers there don't have that ethic. So my question is, can any of us really have any control over the direction of the evolution of the science, or is it going to take its own course no matter what any of us do?
Someone has to give a positive and uplifting answer to that question, though. That's why we're all here. So.
That is the $64,000 question, and it's why we're here, and we're going to find out. But yes, your point is well taken. I sometimes think that I'm only engaged in this because I'd like to give the next generation a chance. So all of these concerns are real. The question is whether we can heighten them to a level where at least the norms are in place where the more destructive research is not done.
I mean, I think that there's no question the machine learning techniques, the technology is, you can't contain it in any kind of strictly commodified way. And so we are entering into a lot of uncertainty when it comes to that. I would also add that in addition to thinking of certain forms as needing a ban as the effort of autonomous weapons banning, we do need to think about the different forms of control and governance that need to happen, because I think sometimes AI gets too unified as a thing when it really is a distributed set of techniques and applications. And so I would really say that we're going to need a lot of different types of accountability along with something like a ban.
You know, it's a pretty common moral excuse, which is, well, if I don't do it, someone else will. And that other person is more evil than me, so I should be the one who's putting this technology together. I consider that to be a moral excuse and not a reason to move forward with developing something that is, unethical or immoral technology.
Yeah.
So we'll do three more. 1, 2, 3.
I just wanted to say one thing also before we move on, which is that a lot of the time, I mean, this is kind of building off what Michael was just saying, which is that that's the argument in guns, right? Where we say, oh, everyone needs to have a gun because if we don't give guns to everyone, then only criminals will have guns, right? It's pretty much an analogous situation. If good people don't produce lethal autonomous weapon systems, then only bad people will have lethal autonomous weapon systems. There are ways to govern this, right? There are ways to get people to collaborate and coordinate and refuse to do certain types of things together where we all agree on these sorts of things. Those can have different levels of efficacy. However, the alternative is worse, right? We need to have a better alternative. And also there's an open question as to whether the best way to fight a lethal autonomous weapon system is with another lethal autonomous weapon system. There are probably systems that will be just as effective coming from different points of view, which might be able to deal with these things that don't require having the exact same sort of evil technology in order to make that happen.
I'm glad that higher ed is looking at ethics, but kids are learning how to code. And also there's a whole mental health policy movement among certain departments of education. And then there's the civics thing. It seems to me that there's an opportunity to start young here with artificial intelligence. Do you have any knowledge on if that's happening and where?
I know that there are efforts to, it's become a contentious issue around between tech critics who look at some of what's there's a recent book that just came out on one laptop per child and a really critical kind of historical treatment about why that failed. And so a lot of people are contending about what starting early means in terms of developmentally trying to force coding when really the foundation of coding could be learning math, playing around with things. Just the some of the, so I worry about how coding is becoming this fix-all that really is masking different resources and time and energy that are going into whose schools and who's getting the attention and the support and encouragement. So I agree with you that there is an opportunity to start early. I think we need to really think creatively about what that means and what kind of AI we're really trying to get kids involved in.
And I would just add to that, it's never too early to start ethical formation, which creates persons who are capable as they grow to engage these in ethically normative ways.
Thank you so much for this very rich discussion. I have two questions, one for Brian, one for Michael, even though I suppose several of you might weigh in on them. So the first one is, Brian, you said that we see that emergent technologies give us more choices, and now it's just a matter of making the right ones. And I want to push back on that because I feel my observation is maybe exactly the opposite. And I hear many of the questions that we're raising in this way that it seems more that some of the technological developments are taking away choices or taking away the significance of what our individual choices can actually affect. And not to kind of sound too much of a negative note on that, but for me it's also the question of why is it so important for us to define ourselves as ethical subjects, as decision makers or as choice takers. And the other question also has to do with the question of what the human being is, because Michael, you highlighted that maybe that we see some of the capacities that we cherished in human beings now being developed by artificial intelligences as well, but that can free us to appreciate maybe what is it that makes us truly special. And my question here is quite similar. Why is it so important for us to consider ourselves special and different? And what is the mechanism of otherization that is involved in this kind of identity making that we might historically have seen used or then kind of based around sex and gender and races and nations and all kinds of other versions of us and them, and that we see even when we talk about our common humanity as a dividing line, like an otherization against the non-human creation. And theologically, we like to think that maybe the important difference is the us and them, or the us and the other is between creation and the creator. So what is the importance of having this identity constituting otherization pushed on us as natural agents and then non-natural artificial agencies? Thank you.
Okay, I'm happy to start on the more fewer choices. I think that gets back to what I was trying to say with the quote from C.S. Lewis in The Abolition of Man, which is that humanity overall gets more choices. So, 20 years ago I didn't have a choice as to whether to have a smartphone in my pocket, for example. That is a choice that I get to make now. However, ultimately, a lot of these choices end up getting made by a small number of very powerful people who have the ability to make these choices because they have the money and they have the corporations and they have government power and many other things that give them the ability to enact those choices over the rest of us. So I agree with you. You're absolutely right that in some ways this technology, which was supposed to help us all out, actually turns into a form of enslavement, right? Where all of a sudden we are being controlled by something. And it's not necessarily just choosing whether to have a phone or not. If you choose not to have these sorts of things, actually, you don't have a choice a lot of the times because there's surveillance out there, and we don't get to choose to live in a world without nuclear weapons anymore. There are all sorts of things that are being done that are affecting our choices. However, people are making those choices ultimately. It's just not us. It's other people. And we need to make sure that if those people have to report to us, like a democratically elected government is supposed to, then we need to hold them accountable for the choices that they're making. All right. I think there was a second question also. Why is ethics so important for identity? Were you directing that towards me or towards Michael? Okay. I think ethics is so important for our identity because the alternative is terrible. If we identify with immorality, with being unethical, I think you can see how corporations and other powerful people are enacting that right now. We're living in that world already, I'd say. If we want to live in a world that's not terrible, then we need to identify with what we're doing as a good thing. Now, there's a problem there with self-righteousness, right? Which is that I'm going to do this no matter what because I think it's right, but actually it's terrible for everyone else. So that's why we need to have a more democratic process where people are actually communicating with each other, and you know, powerful people don't have an excuse anymore. They can't say, oh, I didn't know that was going to happen. Oh, I didn't know public opinion was against that, or various things like that. We need to maintain these lines of communication. This is something actually that the Partnership on AI is trying to do right now with large tech companies and with various groups from civil society. The Markkula Center is part of that, and there are a lot of other civil society groups that are part of the Partnership on AI. It's an open question as to how successful that's going to be. They've only been around for 2 years, but there are organizations that are trying to make these things happen.
Can I just, on the question of special, I like that question a lot, in part because I think it's worth asking who has the right or who's got the authority to demand someone be special in order to have the right to exist or to live or to have needs met. And when it comes to some of these systems that are algorithmically being developed, we have to recognize there's a recent book called Ghost Work by Mary Gray and Siddharth Suri that's looking at all of the human beings who are helping train the algorithmic systems and what they're going through and the lack of dignity in the work that they're doing, including content moderation. The people that are having to filter out gruesome videos, hours and hours and hours a day, no one's asking what they're special at, but they're doing the work that makes AI systems look special. So, you know, I just want to flag that that's part of what needs to be considered when we ask to who has to justify their existence and who has to distinguish themselves as special.
I'm not a theologian, so I'm going to give a very simple answer. What I was trying to say is that rather than measure ourselves, our value by our intellectual capabilities or our intellectual accomplishments, we should be thinking of who we are, right? So our value comes from who we are, not what we accomplish intellectually. So who are we, right? We are creatures, right, who can engage with the transcendent, who are called to form loving communities. We're called to love one another. And that's what makes us special and valuable.
So I'm just wondering, way down the road, do you foresee our own ethics being evaluated and assessed by the actions and behaviors of our robots and our artificial intelligence devices?
That's already happening.
Yeah, it's already happening.
There are algorithmic analyses of pretrial sentencing on the part of analyzing how human judges determine pretrial detention, and determining that an algorithmic system that looks at data about recidivism and so on will be less punitive than human judges. So it's not fully autonomously judging in the sense that it's the social scientists that are looking at that and looking at the human judges and saying, what's wrong with you that you're keeping people detained longer than they need to be? But in a sense, it's looking at, and we saw in the last panel, that talked about machine learning as looking for any way to find, pattern, looking for any way to discriminate in the abstract sense. And that's going to point out bias, that's going to reveal certain things. But this robust sense of what the meaning of life is and and dignity, things like that, I think we're not at all in that situation right now. There are threats to that, but the idea of a judge that would have that type of capability doesn't seem coherent.
So we're at the end of our panel, and we'll have a break for half an hour. Is that right, Fred?
That's correct. Yeah, let's try to do it a little bit less than a half an hour because we have some of the panelists on the next two who need to leave earlier than we thought. So we'll ask people to get lunch here in the back as quickly as you can, nature break quickly as you can, and then be back here as quickly as you can.
And join me in thanking our
that'll.
panelists.
I'm sorry?
I just want to ask everyone to thank our panelists before they
Oh, yes, let's do. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. And let's see if we can do this as quickly as we can and get back and get the other panels started right away. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really, that was great. It was wonderful.
Thomas, I like being on a panel with you because you say lots of things and I don't have to say them. Or if I forget to say them,
The abstract. Thank you.
Where I began my first.
When did you leave again?
12 years ago. But I was there for 17 years as a professor.
We may have been in the same rooms
Probably
together.
sure.
You have a lovely quality about you, but I don't remember having met you earlier.
Sorry, I didn't always have a
I see. That's why. I wouldn't have noticed them, right?
No, but I think what you're saying about meditation, actually, it really becomes important in the context of this because we can't just assume that we know who we are and what we value, and then just have to figure out how to bring that to AI. We don't know who we are, and we don't have formation.
And these machines are being designed to manipulate us, and from the get-go. So if you don't know who you are, they have power. You don't.
Some do. So I think meditation achieves making you aware of what you don't know and the mystery of it.
Thank you for that question.
Yes.
It's not one that I know that I got into a little bit when I was talking on the phone with Eric earlier. So, but that wasn't a road I'd normally go down.
Well, I wanted to take us into the question of what do we think human beings are. So I thought that was a great way to move into that. So thank you.
Thank you. This has been lovely. I hope this is a harbinger of things to come. I was at Harvard Divinity School 50 years ago. So I have a little bit of that. Hi. Hi, Faye. Your name sounds familiar to me. Why is it familiar? That's why. Was he? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's great. That's great.
There's a lot of critiques about those, and I agree. I think in general skeptical about handing over to
these hardware developers. I
think we underestimate the very things that they're talking about, the people that are on.
Yeah, I don't know. That's fine. And why? What are they doing with you on that? You're bored or you're on your own?
So it's country radiation, but there are some people who are very concerned about the effects of their own. That's the airplane violence. That's almost a number of things. So I agree. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. No, this is exactly what I think would lead to this trend to have people kind of compensate.
Yeah.
I've recognized a couple of community people as Riverside Church.
We still need to stabilize a few more qubits than we've done so far. It's getting frightening.
But anyway, our commitment, another reason why I'm here, is to ethical considerations and advocacy along with our technology.
The quantum computer, I mean, everything else scares the bejesus out of me. The quantum computers ramp it up dramatically.
Thank you for sharing this. Wow.
It's unfortunate because it's and historically it's certainly.
Would you be interested in being on a panel and talking about that in Prague?
I because I'm just seeing that.
I know. Unfortunately, I don't have the funding to bring everybody to Prague that we would like to get there. But I can give you a card.
That's finally why I left him, because I was like, I guess great stuff I want to work on, and no one
Either way.
ever comes, it's never a public conversation.
Yeah.
Here it is. That's it. Which is
Adversarial system.
yeah, oh yeah. No, my own learning curve is very high.
That's what I do.
That's
what I do.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Then all bets are off.
You were wonderful.
I don't
Thank you.
I'm not totally convinced that we should be creating quantum computers. Yeah, well, that's the problem. Well, they're doing it too, yeah.
I mean, literally, you know, there's like.
Please do, you know, and but also consider my invitation.
He's the second person I've ever met.
There is no order.
That's not true.
I mean, at the moment, it's a Congress. We're bending over backwards to make it bottom up and not controlled by the corporations and the government. But everybody's been talking about the need for agile and multi-stakeholder governance, so that's what we're trying to set in motion. And if we can create the momentum on the far part of it, there may actually be a new international body. But that's, you know,
until then. Yeah. It's not a perfect human being by any means, but there's more going on here than just.
Well, I mean, if we don't have multi-stakeholder input, then continues to be a world where few people make a decision about what reality everybody else is going to live in.
Your SAI experience has been with me for
So please,
over 20 years.
Please follow up.
Coming out of
and thank you for coming up and saying hello.
How philosophy of religion deals with experience.
Hi.
Feminist philosophy of religion, trying to think about experience. It's meant a lot in terms of figuring out what we're doing.
I wrote an essay that said we're always stuck between a rock and a hard place. So, just the way it is.
The rock of universalizing and the hard place is the real particular local, which definitely applies here in terms of how Silicon Valley universalizes experience versus what actually is the kind of critical, like, no, you're not getting it from my perspective. So, thank you.
Well, good. Everyone should. Oh, there's a big line for food. Fred telling everyone. We should have put it out in the hallway. Or even up here, you have more room. That's good. So, are you able to stay for the whole day?
Oh, definitely.
Oh, good.
Yes. There's an amazing exhibit. I know you guys are very busy, but I think February 2nd, it's down in Chelsea Market. It's a museum of architects. It's an exhibition called Machine Hallucination. Did you know about this? It's amazing. It's an amazing representation in the city. They use like these images of
that you're championing. Thank you for coming out. You like this?
minutes. We're going to ask folks to start to reconvene. You can grab your plate, bring it to your chair. Once you get done, you can just shove it under your chair, and then we'll discard it after the sessions. But if everyone could start to reconvene, and let's get the other panelists up here and see if we can get underway.
You have a big gavel.
I think I'm not the person to be doing the gaveling. Good to meet you. Yes, I did hear. Deep chairs.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to try to reconvene for the afternoon. We have a couple of panelists that will need to leave a little bit earlier than planned. So if you could take your seats, and we will get going again. And we'll probably end up finishing up a little early.
So who needs to leave early? I need to leave at 3. I was almost over at 2:30. Okay. And I need to be somewhere at 3, and I need about half-hour buffer, so to 2:30. Okay. Did I have the timing wrong? That was originally.
We should be done by 2:30. Yeah.
I'm sorry. No.
So if everyone could find a seat, please.
I'm a last-minute addition, so 1 to 2:30. You're fine. Okay, yeah. I'm not worried. Yeah, you keep on talking after I leave. Me too.
And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. John Tatamano, who will lead the next session here. He's a professor here at Union Seminary. And John, whenever you're ready.
Well, welcome again to all of you. Let me move this microphone closer to me because I know just how essential that is. As I was collecting my thoughts for this conference, the phrase that occurred to me, interestingly enough, was guided missiles and misguided men. I wonder if any of you know from whom that quote comes, that little snippet. I suspect many in this room actually do know. That phrase comes from Martin Luther King, Jr. A penetrating phrase that has long inhabited my imagination and then just recurred as we were talking about this. And here's the broader context from which that snippet is taken. This does not mean that we must turn back the clock of scientific progress. No one can overlook the wonders that science has wrought for our lives. The automobile will not abdicate in favor of the horse and buggy, or the train in favor of the stagecoach, or the tractor in favor of the hand plow, or the scientific method in favor of ignorance and superstition. But our moral and spiritual lag must be redeemed. When scientific power outruns moral power, we end up with guided missiles and misguided men. When we foolishly minimize the internal of our lives and maximize the external, we sign the warrant for our own day of doom. Our hope for creative living in this world house that we have inherited lies in our ability to reestablish the moral ends of our lives in personal character and social justice. Without this spiritual and moral reawakening, we shall destroy ourselves in the misuse of our own instruments. That quotation strikes me as entirely apt for the conversations that we're having today. The reference to guided missiles makes clear that the proximate object of his worry was nuclear annihilation. But the object of his deeper worry was structural and not limited to the nuclear threat, namely the structural problem between what he called, that he named a moral or spiritual lag, the gap between our scientific power and our moral and spiritual powers. My intuition is that that lag has only increased, and exponentially so. Technological progress, certainly in the realm of computing, may have some structural limits, but we seem to be breaking through those at astonishing speeds. But moral and spiritual power and progress operate at a far slower and more incremental pace than technological progress. So that puts us in a position where the gap that King talked about has become a chasm. What's particularly worrying, of course, is that the asymmetry between our moral and spiritual power and our technological power, the imprint of that asymmetry will be found upon the things that we ourselves invent. And if our inventions then exceed us still further in technological intelligence and capacity, then this chasm will be incalculable. All of this leads me to, I think, ask our panelists, and I believe that they're a stunning group who will have much to contribute. How do you understand this moral and spiritual lag, and particularly the spiritual lag? We've talked a bit about the moral ramifications of AI, but with respect to the matter of spiritual lag, I'd still like to hear a great deal more, and I think that's why you've all been gathered. I think there are fundamental questions about what God, what humanity, what even spiritual disciplines may have a role to play. So I'm excited to welcome a conversation that now begins to turn from the ethical, which will continue, but then supplement that ethical turn with a distinctively theological turn. So welcome to that part of the conversation. My hope is that we largely sit with the schedule as is present, and so our first speaker will be Levi Checketts, adjunct professor at Holy Names University. And let me see if I can find my sheet where I have far more information about it. There it is. Okay. So we were listening, I was listening and overhearing him in the hallway, and he has got a wealth of information to present us on all manner of matters theological and specifically on questions of idolatry. So I'm eager to hear more.
All right, thank you. Please let me know if you can't hear me. I am a teacher of undergraduates, and sometimes I have to project my voice so the people in the back wake up and stop daydreaming. So I can do that if need be. My work has been focused on really big questions of what does it mean to be human in relation to technology. And I want to point out that many of our panelists, many of our speakers today have already addressed questions related to this. Brian noted that technologies are not value neutral, and there's been an important question within the Catholic theological ethics of technology. How do we get past that? Well, some people, myself included, think the question is how do we start thinking about what it means to be human in a way that is generative to giving us some answers. And maybe Hannah's question at the end of last session could be related to this, but I don't know if I will do a good job of answering that. I'd like to begin by, this is not a quote directly attributed to anybody, but it's a sentiment that is very common among many transhumanists, many futurists, many people who are speculating about the transformative nature of AI. It's something like this. When AI, and because I don't know that anybody specifically said this, you can quote me later. When AI reaches human intelligence levels, it will quickly surpass us and eventually take the place of becoming a machine god. Now again, this is an idea that I don't know is specific to one person directly, but you can see this in the work, the thought of people like Ray Kurzweil, Lincoln Cannon, the founder of the Mormon transhumanist movement, and others who have the similar ideas. So with this idea, the major problem with this is that isn't the trust that a machine can be God, which I think is an important trust, and many people have noted that, in spite of how things like machine learning and other programs demonstrate clear moral failings which have been addressed. But rather the big question here, the big problem that I want to highlight is computer programs we are creating now are both appropriate facsimiles of the human being and, in a small way, of what it means to be God. So with that, I'm going to be focusing for the most of this on the first two commandments. If you're a Catholic, this is only in one commandment, so our Protestant brothers and sisters, I believe this is also true for the Jewish community, divide these as the first and second commandment in the 10. That of having no other gods but God and not creating any graven images. So the first, I'm going to start with the second. I know, sorry, that was confusing, with the problem of creating things in our image. The question of what to do when AI achieves human intelligence assumes a philosophical anthropology modeled after the thought of Alan Turing, who proposed 60 years ago that a universal machine, i.e. a computer, a computational device, could replicate human intelligence. And since then, the AI movement has focused on that. I think the better question for us should be, though, is this the right assumption from which to operate? So here we see that the question, if we turn to, Christians aren't very good at this, but if we turn to our brothers and sisters in other Abrahamic traditions, we can see there is some anxiety about creating images and assuming that we have done something right. In Islam, for example, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong later, creation of any depictions, creation of physical visual arts is seen as bad because one is taking the position of being the creator. According to Emmanuel Levinas, art is dangerous not because it evokes certain feelings or something like that, but because it runs the risk of distracting us from the encounter of the other, puts us in a place where we think we are in a place of God. Turing's work is similar to this. It's founded upon, this has been mentioned already, a particular Enlightenment-based anthropology which traces its origins through Kant, Descartes, and eventually, as Hubert Dreyfus points out, originally to Plato. According to this view, reason is universal, and this reason can be ascribed to any other human being, and similarly to a computer which functions on mathematical principles. But philosophy no longer holds this, at least most philosophers don't. The postmodern turn of the late 20th century holds a lack of universality, and this tradition goes back through the existentialists, to the materialists, and eventually to Hegel, who was a critic of Kant. Even if we dismiss this particular view, even if we don't want to listen to the deconstructionists and the existentialists, we should note that many authors have recognized that the rational image of the mind as a computer is typically attributed to men, while women have often been portrayed as emotional or more embodied. People like Sherry Turkle and Seymour Papert have demonstrated this through the way that women and men are taught how to code. People like Francesca Ferrando and Donna Haraway, Carol Gilligan have talked about these issues of how women's experiences are often siphoned off or siloed off from the sort of rationality that men are expected to embody. And so the intelligence which is being constructed in these machines is inherently a masculine type of intelligence. Bruno Latour further noted in his Science in Action that appeals to logic only work within a particular epistemic structure of what that logic is. The programmer who wants to achieve AI and who wants that to be human intelligence really wants AI to achieve their type of rationality, their understanding of the world, omitting different metaphysical, epistemological, sociological, and other orderings of what the world is or might be. And finally, an important question, which I think hasn't come up yet in this conversation, is how does this affect our understanding of people who have mental illness? Obviously, it only serves to further stigmatize and alienate people suffering from schizophrenia or other illnesses. But what about the great accomplishments of people who had mental illness? Carl Jaspers, who is both a psychologist and a philosopher, noted that the works of Kierkegaard and Nietzsche were clearly the works of people who had mental illness, but we are better for their illness. And a lot of people have talked about the despair, the depression, the angst of Vincent van Gogh and how that allowed him to create beautiful works of art. And I'm not trying to romanticize mental illness, but the problem we see here is that this vision of what it means to be human and humanly intelligent sort of eliminates those questions of those experiences of the human. So thus I think the question of when it achieves human intelligence assumes a highly narrow target for AI to achieve, namely the intelligence that the programmers have. The second question, when it becomes like God, assumes a comprehensive understanding of what makes God God, and this is idolatry. Jean-Luc Marion, the Catholic philosopher and sometimes theologian, says that idolatry is when we take an image of God and let it fix our gaze. It no longer becomes the icon that points beyond it, but becomes the object of our adoration. This is the image of AI as God. The all-powerful image of God is not the only valid image of God. The God who suffers in Christianity, Christ crucified, the God who rejoices with us, the God who is a parent, the God who is love, the God of the poor and oppressed, the God who is the ground of our being, as Paul writes, the God expressed through Teresa of Lisieux's Little Way, through the slave spirituals, through liberation theology, and the God even of the institutional church. These are all different understandings of God. The monotheistic God has survived belief for centuries because, among other things, each of the main branches of monotheism recognizes legitimate differences in understanding who God is, the various names of God, for example. So the problem is circumscribing God. This is what God would be, or this is what a God would be, the superintelligent machine, inherently creates an idol of God. God becomes something comprehensible by human beings, and so is no greater than the idols that Israel was warned against worshiping. God must be larger than this if God is to be truly God. Otherwise, God would be no greater than a demigod or a spirit. God must also not be circumscribed because this limits the way by which people can and do encounter God and the work that God does. Why should the omniscient side of God take priority over people's experience of God as parent, as companion, as lover, as creator, as savior, as vindicator, or Lord? How many of these functions would an AI be able to fulfill? What does this say about the image of God that the AI programmers have? And why is their imagination so impoverished? Finally, a point of theological certitude. While we can validly assume human beings are made in the image of God, we should not assume that God is in the image of human beings, especially one particular human being or one particular vision of what it means to be human. So let me focus then in conclusion. One of the greatest threats of AI work today is the reduction of understandings of what is authentically human. While AI work is demonstrating very clearly very clever developments in what machines can do, and a lot of that has already been explained, it is still a long way from having anything resembling human understanding. For a long time we thought the Turing test was the best way to measure this, but there have been other tests like the Winograd schema test, which asks a machine to differentiate between vague pronouns, which human beings do fairly well. Mary saw the puppy in the window and she wanted it. She wanted the puppy, not the window, for example. There are other things that should be considered as well. There's spheres of human life such as affectivity, aesthetics, mysticism, value judgments. And here there was a great case that Hubert Dreyfus mentions only in a footnote in his What Computers Can't Do. He talks about this cafe experiment where if a machine can go into a cafe and place an order and correctly, eat and leave, then it functions like a human being. Well, what happens when the AI experiences some oddity? It shows up to the cafe and there's no food. Well, the AI doesn't know how to interpret this. But it gets weirder, right? So he says the AI doesn't have an understanding of what makes one thing more strange than another. Showing up to a cafe and there being no food is obviously weird. But if the guest decided in turn to eat the chef, that would be even stranger. And the AI has no concept of why that would be worse. There are other things like common sense operations. How do we just navigate around the world around us? Artistic expressions, non-logical behavior outside of the realms of possibility, and encountering novel situations which you don't have any preparation for. To push for AI replicating human intelligence is to circumscribe what it means to be human, and this will inherently mean leaving out not only deep and meaningful aspects of typical human experience, such as the quest for transcendental, the experience of the sublime, but also means leaving people out, especially people from different cultures, different epistemologies, or those who are not neurotypical. Rather, I think what AI presents to us is a unique prospect to augment human cognitive abilities in set, predetermined areas, and some of that has already been addressed. We don't need a machine that can be a person, but a machine that improves radiology diagnoses is a great benefit. We don't need a machine that can replace me, but a machine which can use probability data to prevent lethal car collisions would be good. We don't need machines to answer questions about God, beauty, love, meaning, or morality, but machines which can provide accurate information about quantifiable questions can be a boon to that research. AI will be a great tool for the industrious side of human life, aiding with politics, economics, medicine, law, science, threat assessment, weather forecasting, agriculture, mining, energy production, and other industries. But human living is much deeper than this. We shouldn't expect or want AI to take our place in intersubjective relationships, in appreciating beauty, in contemplation, in thinking, in intentional action. Here I'm reminded of the classical distinction that Hannah Arendt makes between the vita activa and the vita contemplativa. And I wish to suggest while AI may allow us to move ourselves from the vita activa to the vita contemplativa and pursue the ascetic life or something along those lines. Brian mentioned something along that idea of loving others more deeply. In this sense, I think perhaps AI will take the place of God not by becoming the object of our worship, but by freeing human beings to more deeply and carefully interrogate who God is and what God calls us to be.
Thank you. For ease of conversation, it might make sense to have conversation about each person at a time. Unfortunately, that gets to be a nightmare when it comes to the business of organizing time, and we don't want to shortchange any of our speakers. So, but we'll thank you for just a remarkably rich offering with which to begin. So thank you. Our next presenter, who will also speak for about 10 minutes, is David Beshevkin. He is director of NCSY, the Youth Movement of the Orthodox Union, and an instructor at Yeshiva University. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me. It's an absolute joy to be here. Competition.
Tech going wrong.
I want to give a little bit of background to why I am here. This was an exciting opportunity, but my relationship, I don't formally teach anything related to technology. My actual interest and my scholarly research is about individual and organizational failure, how individuals and organizations cope with failure, both from a theological and organizational perspective. From a very young age, and I think that the two are quite connected, I was fascinated by the prospect of artificial intelligence. Already in 11th grade, I was reading Douglas Hofstadter, which I'm sure for many people is their introduction to thoughts about artificial intelligence, his book Gödel Escher Bach, The Eternal Golden Braid, which was my introduction, and then I became more enamored with his student, David Chalmers, and I found that there was a religious element that, or religious questions that hovered right underneath all of the issues that the book and the books of his students all surface. Later on, when I was just beginning college, I was actually in a program with one of the great thinkers. He's an autodidact, totally self-taught, but Eliezer Yudkowsky. I was in school with his little brother, who actually passed away a little bit after. He was a wonderful boy. And I got to really learn and connect to Eliezer Yudkowsky's writing, and he is involved with the AI developments of Peter Thiel. When I think about my role as somebody who thinks about failure and teaches in religious studies, I really think very broadly, and Levi did such an extraordinary job of outlining this, and I will tell you my entry point for this. I think about the history of religious education, and in particular, the history of where societies went to find God. And this is something that Karl Jaspers himself discusses, and many anthropologists who are trying to figure out, where do people turn to when they look towards God in the world? And I think that there are essentially three major phases, and we are in the last. I think if you read biblical works, and I'm familiar nearly exclusively with Talmudic texts, and you read about where they search to find God, without a doubt, the weather and natural phenomenon play a outsized role of where they saw God interacting with the world. This lasted for close to a millennia. And then there was a major shift, what he would call the axial age, and people started to get closer and think a little bit more personally about where they find God. And there was a very long period through the Dark Ages into the Middle Ages where people found God particularly in the struggle with disease and science. And this was a time where, not to say that it was exclusive, and periodization can be a very tricky game, but broadly speaking, the concept of God bringing disease and the way the language that people used, particularly during the Dark Ages and even into the early scientific revolution, the notion that God can be found in scientific and medical progress was prime. It was not necessarily overshadowing religion in many ways, and this is based on the work of Alison Couder. It was spurred on and motivated by religion. The entire school of Paracelsus medicine was very much influenced by the Kabbalah Denudata, which was the Latin translation of Jewish mysticism, and she has a remarkable work that I would suggest that you look at that talks about how religious ideas motivated scientific progress in the 17th and 18th century. I believe that we're in a third period. We don't really see God in the weather, though people who believe in God certainly don't think that the weather is serving against God. They don't look at the weather and they think that's this primary place where they find God. And we also, in many ways, when we have disease, we certainly pray. A religious person may fall down on their knees because that is the only place they know to turn, to paraphrase Abraham Lincoln. But that's also not the primary place. I grew up in the house of an oncologist, a religious oncologist, and people were kind of using and talking about religion and medicine hand in hand, but it's not the primary place where people were going to find God. I believe that we are in a third stage right now, which I think offers incredible opportunities, which is finding and searching God in the very definition and fabric of humanity and consciousness, where we are being challenged for the first time, perhaps in all of human history, to actually define and assert for ourselves what is it that makes us human? And the reason why this is different than previous generations is because we have clear alternatives. We are being posed with questions about what makes us human, about the possibility of uploading ideas and memories to last forever that have challenged the very fabric of humanity. When I think about this discussion, I think very much to a very little known but hotly contested incident that took place throughout Jewish communities in Europe in the year 1840. In 1840, which for those who have a Jewish calendar handy, is the end of the 6th century of the 6th millennia. It's the year 5600. And in that year, in 1840, there was a mystical text that had predicted that Messiah was going to come at the end of this 6th day, the 6th century of the 6th millennia. And as Jews and religious communities are wanted to do every couple of years, messianic fervor swept around communities. They got very excited. And as very often this happens, and is written about in When Prophecy Fails, which is, begins with the Jewish community, Messiah did not come. Spoiler alert. And in 1840, there was a debate within the Jewish community about why Messiah did not come. There were traditionalists within the community who pointed and said the reason why this did not work out is because in 1840, and there is a fabulous book that really details the significance of this decade called The Europeans by Orlando, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, Figes? It's a fabulous book. It's all about the year 1840. It doesn't mention any of this. But he pointed to the fact, this rabbi, this very traditionalist rabbi, and said, Messiah did not come because of industrialization and technology, and that has destroyed the fabric of our society. We are no longer these insular, warm, familial enclaves, but is totally breaking through. And that was definitely the predominant thought, not only in the Jewish community, but in many religious communities when technology would present itself, whether it was the printing press, whether it was medicine, whether it was Galileo and science and astronomy and all of these things. Very often the instinctive religious reaction is to clam up and freeze and say the reason why we are not seeing this revolution of humanity is to blame it on technology. There was a second school of thought, though even farther less known than this more dominant traditional school of thought. And that school of thought looked at technology in 1840, looked at the railway, looked at communications, and said, this is a part of a messianic revelation. This has changed the fabric of the community and given us opportunities to share, connect, and redefine the very terms of the way our communities interact. And I look at this debate, and this debate has recurred before 1840 and after 1840, but I think this debate is repeating itself in many ways at the very moment that we are in now. And that moment that we are in now is to look at the advent of technology, particularly focused on AI, which again can be defined in so many ways, and we can look at it primarily as a threat to humanity or primarily as an incredible opportunity to redefine and explore what humanity is. And I am firmly in the school of the latter. I am looking around at my students, and even if they don't articulate it clearly, they are asking questions about their own identity, about their purpose in the world that I don't think have been asked so vocally and so honestly, not by theologians and scientists, by 19-year-old college students trying to figure it out. I think of Durkheim's book, Suicide, which spoke about how capitalism threatened the very notion of people's identity, moving away from more planned economies. In a similar way, and she obviously focuses on the very negative effects on this, I think there are very positive things that we can surface from this. And to talk about that, I'll close in one moment. To talk about that, I want to come back to the work of Alan Turing, and I want to mention and close with a book. There is a book that I don't know if it was mentioned by previous presenters. I wasn't here earlier, and I apologize for that. There's a book called The Most Human Human by Brian Christensen. That is a must-read book. The book, The Most Human Human, is as follows. It is about somebody who submits to take the Turing test. For those who are not familiar with the Turing test, did we cover the Turing test already? For those who are not familiar with the Turing test is as follows. It would be where a panel of judges, of all of us, would sit over here, and imagine there was a curtain dividing us and the audience, and we did not know who we were speaking with. And we began a text-based conversation with somebody in the crowd. But the difference is that we didn't know if we were conversing with a human being in the crowd or just an algorithm that was generated by a computer. And we were to all have a conversation with this either human being or a computer. And we would sit here not knowing with whom we were speaking with. Alan Turing proposed, and you can argue on the underlying conditions of the proposal, but he said, if a computer can fool this panel over here that in fact we were speaking with a human being, that in fact would be a way to operationally define artificial intelligence. Now, without getting into the weeds of whether or not that in fact should be or could be the operational definition of artificial intelligence, the book The Most Christian is about a different sort of prize, and it's a fabulous prize. It's not about the person who can build the greatest algorithm to fool the most judges that a computer was human, but when this test is given every year, and it's called the Loebner Prize, there is another prize that's offered. It's not for the computer that's the most human, it's the human that can convince the panelist of judges that it is the most obviously human. And I would ask everybody in this audience, if there was a curtain separating you from this panel of judges, and you were to have a text-based conversation with us and wanted to prove your humanity to this panel over here, what would you write? Now, obviously, you can't just write, I'm a computer, or, have the best string of emojis, which would be my first reaction, because a computer can be taught to do the same exact thing. The book, The Most Human Human, is about a person who entered into this competition, won, and reflected on his experience about what in fact makes us most human. He was asked later on in an interview with the Paris Review, what in fact do you think, how would you distill what makes us most human? And his answer was, I think, quite brilliant, and I'll end with this. He says, I think the best way to answer the question is to turn it on its head. And that is, the only species and being concerned about what makes them unique is human beings. And it is that search itself, it is that program and journey itself about asserting and wanting and angsting over the very fabric, our uniqueness, that makes us most human. And as that angst surfaces among society, I think it presents tremendous, exciting opportunities, both for religious communities and for humanity at large.
Thank you. You can see we already have ample material for 3 or 4 days of conversation with just 2 speakers, but we shall persist. Our next speaker is Ted Peters, whom I've known for some years through our common frequenting of the Paul Tillich Society. He is Distinguished Research Professor of Systematic Theology and Ethics at the Graduate Theological Union. His Systematic Theology, God, the World's Future, is now in its 3rd edition and has been used in a textbook in numerous seminaries around the world. For more than a decade, he edited Dialogue, a journal of theology. Along with Robert John Russell, he's the co-founder and co-editor of the Journal of Theology and Science. He's also an ordained pastor in the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America. Let's welcome Ted, and we're eager to hear from you.
Well, I'm enjoying my day here out of sentimental reasons. I know that in days past, Paul Tillich walked here, and so did Reinhold Niebuhr. And across the street, John Herman Randall, great mentors of mine. I never met them, but I read their books. But Reinhold Niebuhr is particularly relevant to the conversation that we've begun here in this panel, when Niebuhr would analyze the progress of technology. He would make sure that we remembered that technology is ambiguous. On the one hand, it can certainly advance the welfare of the human race, but on the other hand, it is subject to evil, to tyranny, and to violence. And he'd lived through 2 world wars, and he'd seen technological advance that increased the capacity for human destruction. And so Niebuhr warned us prophetically, don't ever put unwarranted trust in progress of any kind, especially science and technology. And if you want a perfect world, you have to trust in God's grace and not the laboratory. Well, that's relevant for our work in Berkeley at the Center for Theology and Natural Sciences, along with Brian Greene and a colleague who just tried to call me on the phone. We're putting together a book called Religious Transhumanism and Its Critics, asking the question, why would anybody who's religious be interested in transhumanism? Now, transhumanism is sort of the extreme promise of what artificial intelligence can deliver, artificial intelligence combined with AI, that's amplification of artificial intelligence combined with IA, that's intelligence amplification. And the vision, the grand vision of the transhumanist, is to take the reins of evolution. Transhumanists conflate evolution with progress. Take the reins of evolution to guide the human race to transcend itself in history and to give birth to a post-human species that will be more intelligent than us. So we'll either go extinct or we'll become servants to the more intelligent children to which we have given birth. And one of the most widely read books, even amongst economists these days, read authors, Yuval Harari, calls that post-human species Homo Deus. Homo sapiens give rise to Homo Deus. So Levi's right in raising the idolatry question here, and I suspect that had Reinhold Niebuhr been here, he would be asking that question as well. So why would religious people want to board the transhumanist train, given all the warnings of the 2 world wars and theologians such as Reinhold Niebuhr? That's our question. Of my particular interest, it's a theoretical question getting to the nature of human nature. Most of the artificial intelligence that you and I deal with in our conversations this morning about cell phones and surveillance is weak AI. That is to say, it's information processing, machine learning, and that kind of thing. The transhumanists capitalize on strong AI. And that's the idea that, in light of the Turing test we just heard about, that there might someday exist artificial intelligence which could emulate human intelligence. Human intelligence is the model to which artificial intelligence creators aspire, at least when you're talking about strong AI. Now, one of the things I've noticed about human intelligence that does not exist currently in artificial intelligence is human subjectivity. We're a subject, we're a self. We do more than just assemble data, we make judgments, both intellectual judgments and moral judgments. We do those kinds of things. And even though information processing can give us astounding results of calculations, they don't do the subjectivity bit. I think that's important, not because I want to protect the human being from the encroaches of technology. I don't want to do that. I just want to say maybe there's something special about a human being for which intelligence is part of our makeup, but it doesn't define everything that we are. Now, one of the things that's going on here that hasn't been discussed, but I think it's important, is intelligence amplification, and the basic principle there is to devise a computer chip which would be implanted in your and my brain that would give us access to information. Instead of holding the cell phone in your hand, it's already in your brain, it's connected to your nerve endings, so you can access the entire Encyclopedia Britannica or maybe Wikipedia just internally to your and my mind. Stanford University stem cell researchers are already experimenting with deep brain implants as therapy for Alzheimer's, etc. So the technology seems plausible, and it's part of the transhumanist vision. But I sense a theoretical flaw. Is information processing the same thing as intelligence? Well, no. You can have all the information in the world and not necessarily be intelligent. So there's a kind of hope for a magical moment in this vision, that if we increase access to information and keep increasing it, at some point some miracle will happen and there'll be a leap into subjectivity. It's called the singularity. And then the superintelligence will replace your and my intelligence and then ramp up, increasing each generation until more and more intelligent children in this evolutionary process are produced. Now, I remember some years ago we had a conference at Stanford University on nanotechnology, and we were sitting around drinking coffee, and I think it was Nick Bostrom who was leading this conversation about the deep brain implants so that you and I could have immediate access to all of the knowledge in the encyclopedia. And it is the case, as we learned this morning, people in this field do talk about ethics. They talk about ethics constantly. So what are the ethical issues of this? Well, in order to make this deep brain implant up to date, because encyclopedias get out of date, we would somehow or other have to have knowledge input. How are we going to do that? Well, you have a satellite that beams down updates, maybe weekly or daily, so that it erases false knowledge and supplants it with true knowledge. Well, that's good. That's good. What could go wrong?
What possibly?
What possibly? If Rydell Niebuhr would be here, what could go wrong? Well, who's in charge of the satellite? What are they going to erase? Can we trust that they're going to put in actual factual knowledge or propaganda? And I had that horrible, terrorizing feeling, what if they put advertising in there? I do everything I can all day long to get away from advertising. What if it were stuck in my brain? Would I accept a deep brain implant? I think I would, because I just marveled at all this access. Would it change me spiritually? If I had access to all that information, would I be constitutionally a different person? I'm thinking the answer is no, because I think there's still a self in there that deliberates, makes decisions, and takes actions, and would just be more complex, but not fundamentally different, at least given what I think are the problems at the theoretical level currently associated with both AI and IA. Now, is it possible that I'm wrong about this? Yeah. In the meantime, I think I'm going to look forward to God's eschatology rather than that of the transhumanists.
Thank you. Again, immensely stimulating. I'm being recalled to the Matrix movies, where things can be downloaded into our moments, and suddenly Keanu Reeves knows Kung Fu. I think I might want that maybe before the encyclopedias. That might say more about me. Now we hear from Jason Thacker. He is Associate Research Fellow and Creative Director at the Ethics and Religious Liberty Commission of the Southern Baptist Convention. He is also the author of The Age of AI, Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Humanity. He writes and speaks on various topics, including human dignity, ethics, technology, and artificial intelligence. His writing has been featured at Christianity Today, the Gospel Coalition, Providence Journal, Light Magazine, and many more. We're eager to hear from your perspective as well.
Well, thank you. It's a joy to be with you guys. And as I'm sitting here, I could sit and listen to this panel all day long, because this is what I do every day. And a lot of the work that I'm doing, I want to be able to add to that. But one of the things that I come from is an evangelical Protestant perspective. And so when I'm thinking through a lot of these issues, the Catholic Church has done such great work in this area that it's really encouraging to see other religious groups step into these deep questions. But as we're sitting in this room, we often our mind gravitates when we think about artificial intelligence to what really is, what Ted pointed out, was strong AI or superintelligence or general intelligence, this moment of singularity. And I think what often happens for everyday people, my mother, who's worked for 35 years in an ophthalmology office in Nashville, Tennessee, or my wife, who's a stay-at-home mom of our 2 kids, they're thinking of these things, and they're thinking, that sounds so sci-fi, it sounds so futuristic, it sounds so much out there. It's not really affecting me right now. And I think when I look at the church, as I serve as a churchman and want to equip the local church to be thinking through these issues, often I see one of 3 reactions. I see a deep-seated fear, a fear of the unknown, a fear of what's coming, a job-stealing robot, a war machine that's gone on a rampage. We see these play out in our Hollywood films and our sci-fi novels. I also see an apathy. It's not my day-to-day life. I don't have AI. I don't even know what AI is. And then I see an excitement, where there's this kind of unfettered excitement and looking forward to seeing how this technology can be embraced and used for human flourishing, hopefully, and not for human deterioration. And it often depends on age and context and background. And through this lens, I really love this quote from Ray Kurzweil in his book, How to Create a Mind. It's in the very first page of the very first chapter. And he's setting the stage for talking about AI. He says, AI it's everywhere. And I'm completely paraphrasing this if you're checking me. But he says, if all of our AI systems, which they're not currently able to do, decided to wake up, to become conscious, sentient beings, and decided to revolt against humanity, our manufacturing, our economy, our national security, our communications, everything would grind to a halt. Civilization as we know it would stop. It would not proceed as we experience it. And that's today, if the AIs were able to wake up, because we're already using algorithms, we're already using these artificial intelligence systems every single day. And as we see through, there's so many different kind of facets of the ethical debates and religious debates and a lot of existential questions that are being asked. We're seeing a lot of corporations, we're seeing a lot of governments putting forth these ethical principles, these ethical guidelines, some better than others, some actually deeper and kind of more rooted than others. And when I'm looking at that, I was thinking, how does the local church, how does my particular faith denomination step into that and be part of that conversation? Because so many of the people in my churches and my experience, even my neighborhood, don't even know what AI is, much less how it's impacting humanity. And so what we sought to do, is kind of part of my background, is the Ethics and Religious Liberty Commission assembled a group of panelists and drafters from all different walks of life, all different types of fields, to come together to put together an ethical principle, an ethical guideline. You might have saw this, but it was last April we released Artificial Intelligence and Evangelical Statement of Principles, which, to my knowledge and what I've been told, is actually one of the first kind of faith documents that has come out. And it was really encouraging. I was telling earlier, the statement itself was really encouraging to me because of the reception it received. You know as well as I do, and I know that we all come from different faith perspectives and traditions, and some of no faith tradition at all, is that evangelicals kind of have a bad rap. When people say evangelical, you might have immediately shut me out and said, I don't even want to listen to this guy. But when that statement came out, there was this encouragement, there was this commonality, there was, I haven't heard your perspective. I haven't seen someone talk about these issues from an issues of not just human rights, but human dignity. And what is the image of God? And so that's what I've been so encouraged by, is the reception of that. And while many people didn't agree with all sorts of positions and stances that we took in that document, and that's fine. We want to be part of a larger discussion, because our goal with this document was first and foremost to educate and equip the local church, which is the mandate of our organization and my work, but also to participate in the larger discussions. And that's why I'm so encouraged by this gathering, by this group of folks, that you've taken an entire day out of your schedule to come talk about these issues that most people don't even think about, much less get into the depth that we've been able to get into. And so a lot of what's been said today, I just want to echo, is these are the right questions. These are the right discussions. We're on the right track. But often that question has come up, and it's come up earlier, it's coming up in our panel today so far, is what is the good? What is the moral? There's differing ideas throughout society, throughout philosophical history, and specifically even in this room, of what is the good? Is there a God? What is that God like? So as from my perspective, I'm looking at it, and I was looking at the scriptures and seeing what Jesus, when in Matthew 22, Jesus was being pressed by the Pharisees to say, what is the greatest commandment? And Jesus says to love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength, and to love your neighbor as yourself. This is the greatest commandment. So what he's saying is, Jesus saying, I'm going to take the entire Old and New Testament, I'm going to sum it down to these two. This great commandment is to love God and to love your neighbor. And that's what we sought to do with this evangelical statement of principles, is to take that framework, that ethical framework of loving God and loving our neighbor, and apply it to some of the most pressing issues of the day, which is artificial intelligence. And as I said, that two goals was to educate and equip the local church, but also to participate in larger discussions. And that's when one of the things that I feel that the Lord has graced us with is being able to be part of discussions and see things from a different perspective. Because as I look at AI and when I look at kind of modern technologies in general, I don't think that it's really causing us to ask new questions per se of humanity and the nature of God and the nature of our world, but really to ask old questions in light of new opportunity. And these kind of questions, as we've already hit on, and I look forward to the discussion that we do get to have in our remaining time, is there a God? And if so, what is he like? What does it mean to be human, which is where I focus a lot of my work in the image of God. What is technology? That's a term that we throw out and we kind of sort of define it, but what relationship does humanity have to technology? And as a Christian, I think that kind of boils down to this question of the image of God. And Levi hit it on earlier. Many people here have already talked about that. And I want to commend to you Noreen Hertzfeld's book, In Our Image. If something you want to step into and learn more about, that is a very helpful little primer on kind of the debate around the image of God and how that relates to technology, specifically artificial intelligence. So she was really formative in a lot of my thought on this as well. But getting to what is the image? Often Western thought and philosophy, specifically even Christianity, has defined the image of God based on a substantive understanding, this idea of intelligence, ration, reason. Then you also have another view of the relational view, that ability to have a relationship with one another, to love God, to love one another. There's also this other view that's becoming kind of more and more popular. It's a functional view. This idea, it's the vice-regency position, being able to rule as God rules, to be his representatives here on the earth. And as I was looking at the scriptures, that's what really stood out to me. It's not that these other elements aren't there, because they are. The image of God isn't just a clear-cut, one-step definition. It is kind of a whole. But as I was boiling it down to say, what is the defining characteristic? Well, even as we think about artificial intelligence and the ability for these systems to have to exhibit intelligent behavior or ration or reason in some capacities, and I know that's a very debated term, these are very loaded, is getting down to the position that we hold, the ability, the function. How do we function on this earth? And from my faith tradition, I see a transcendent God who created everything from nothing. Then he created man in his image to rule and to reign and to steward and to love and to care for creation and for one another, all the while loving him and loving each other. And so as I see this kind of playing together, that's a lot of what I do in my new book, is focusing on what is this functional view and how does it play out for the everyday person. We can have these esoteric debates. We can talk about the nature of superintelligence and artificial general intelligence. When is this famed moment of singularity? Is it 20, 50, 100 years from now? I often think numbers are put on that are just out of our reach so that you don't have to be wrong because you'll be gone. This debate, we don't even know if it's possible because we don't even understand who we are, much less the pieces of technology that we're creating. And as I see it, as we're defining what technology is, and specifically what artificial intelligence is, it's a tool that God has given us the ability to create so that we can reign and rule and love him and to love our neighbor as ourselves. And so I think once we see that what that image of God is and how it plays out in our theological understanding, how it plays out in our moral and ethical decision making, once we get those metaphysical things at epistemological basis and then it flows into our ethics, I think a lot of the thorny ethical questions that we face and that we debate, and we have rich and healthy and good debate in our society, and I wish there was more of it, I think that we're going to have an easier time doing that because if we're grounded, we have a transcendent ethic rather than an ethic that's a fashion ethic or something by the mores of culture and kind of cultural understandings that shifts and changes every single day, it seems. If we have that transcendent reality when we approach these things, seeing who God is, who we are as created in his image, and how we're to reign and rule using technology as a tool, not as something that will ever rival us in terms of dignity or worth. I like to say, my grandmother was one of the most formative people in my entire life. She died at 94 years old, laying on her deathbed, couldn't move a muscle. And I thought as I was holding her hand, the woman that had raised me and loved me and cared for me and believed in me more than anybody outside of my parents, I was holding her hand. I was thinking in that moment, she has more dignity, value, and worth and usefulness than any creation, any technology that will ever be created in the history of mankind, and even what happens after in the afterlife. Because why? Because she's created in God's image. She's functioning as his image bearer. And in that moment, it didn't matter if it was a 26-year-old tech executive that makes multi-million dollars or her as a 94-year-old dying woman. Her dignity, her value isn't based on her usefulness, as often we define it in our society. It's not based on how much money you can make, how much technology you can develop. It was based solely on the fact that she was created in God's image and that she is a future queen of the universe, functioning under the God of the universe who created everything.
Well, let's begin our conversation, but before we do, can we just take a moment to thank them collectively? I have about a dozen questions, and because there's such rich fare, but I think I'm going to be odd and ask something that hasn't yet been mentioned other than in passing. One of the things that often goes unthought when we turn to what is for us a new area of reflection is, and we're claimed by its urgency, and I think all the panelists that have spoken thus far today have compelled us to believe that we're dealing here with an exigent and vital question. The question I often ask is, what am I not thinking about when I'm thinking about this question? And one of the things I think we're not thinking about, or at least not thinking about sufficiently, is that other than a passing mention, we've said nothing about our relationship to nature and the climate crisis that we're in. And I think that's pertinent because, at least in the transhumanist community, one might argue that there's an attempt to escape natural constraints. And this figures in many of your remarks, right? That the aspiration of transhumanism is to take direction of evolutionary processes so that we move into life 3.0, right? That up to this point, life 2.0 is natural evolution plus culture. Culture is life 2.0. Life 3.0 is when we take control of software and hardware. And so we don't have to wear these meat suits anymore, right? So that's not everybody in AI, but there is a trajectory in AI that's informing so much of the conversation that seeks to transform us so radically that the constraints of our belonging to bodies and to nature are felt to be unfortunate, unnecessary, and fundamentally to be escaped. So what do you all have to say about not just the human and the divine and the machine, but how all these three are set within the broader framework of our belonging to the natural world?
Well, I'll take a whack at responding. I'm not a transhumanist, but I sure am in sympathy with a lot of what the transhumanists do. And I think on the relationship to nature, two things could be brought to bear. One is that there is one doctrine of cybernetic immortality, and that is, and we see it in Ray Kurzweil, among others, is that if intelligence really is information processing, and if the analogy holds that the human mind is like software and the brain is like hardware, then we can move the human mind from the brain into the computer cloud, and you get rid of your body. It looks like Cartesian substance dualism back again. So I think that would be an example of the lack of reverence for nature. On the other hand, the transhumanists that I know are as morally concerned about the ecological crisis as the rest of us are. Kurzweil, again, among others, would say, well, the use of nanotechnology and computer calibration and things can reduce the cost of energy production and can do all kinds of things pressed into the service of resolving the eco crisis. So I would see them as not necessarily morally abandoning the eco crisis. I think the other concern that liberal religious people would be should have is over hierarchicalism, because intelligence is a relative thing, and some are more intelligent, others are less intelligent, and there's no doctrine of human dignity here. That's gone. So there's a risk that could become a eugenics movement. Now, the transhumanists are discussing this, but we don't want the dumb people amongst us or your grandmother on the bed, dying on her deathbed. We don't want them to continue into the future. We only want the superior to continue into the future. So that risks being a justice issue that I would think would concern religious people interested in whether or not they want to get on the transhumanist train.
I think he's exact when you're talking about that mind and body separation. I think that's something really important for us. And it's, from my faith tradition, I can't separate the mind and the body. We are embodied souls. This is the understanding of the gospel, is that I believe in a Savior who was once dead, who's now alive. Not in some spiritual sense. He's physically alive, and you might think that I'm archaic and dumb for even believing that, but I do, because he's changed my life. And so when I'm thinking of that embodiedness, we will live in our embodied state, and that's why I find I'm sympathetic to a lot of the transhumanist thought, specifically even a lot of my brothers and sisters who are Christian transhumanists, who are trying to bring these two things together, understanding what is Christianity and the purpose that God has called us is that restorative nature. But what I do think the downfalls and the potential pitfalls in that is that we do separate the mind and the body. We value the mind over the body. That we have this meat suit that we need to shed. But that's not what my faith tells me, is that I'm going to have a resurrected body, meaning I'm going to live in a physical world for eternity with the Son of God. And so I think that from my perspective, I have to reject some of the fundamental aspects of transhumanism on that ground specifically. I cannot reject the value of the human body because my Savior isn't a human body.
I think an important thing to recognize is for years a lot of medical biological research has helped to clarify that our minds are not, as my colleagues Jason and Ted have already mentioned, are not separate, but an integral part of our bodies. And especially, we think about how illnesses affect our minds, how ravages of certain genetic conditions can affect one's ability to think clearly, to articulate positions he or she had. When we look at people who have Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia, we see their personality change as the disease ravages both their mind and their body. And I think an interesting point where we might be able to begin some convergence with questions about ecology and the environment is when we start looking at the way that something we didn't pay attention to at all until about 10 years ago, our gut bacteria, have a sizable impact on our overall health, including our ability to think clearly, our attentiveness, our state of consciousness, of well-being. And when we start thinking about that, what goes on in our intestines is an ecosystem of various different microorganisms functioning. If they are not functioning in a healthy way, we are not functioning in a healthy way. And we might use that as a way of bringing back an understanding of ourselves located within the ecological systems of our planet, and recognizing that we are not separate. We get this sort of image, and I think unfortunately most tech is done in Silicon Valley and Seattle. Both places are more or less temperate. Silicon Valley more so because we don't get all the rain. And the only time we're ever reminded that we are close to nature is when we have the fires raging in California, or we get hit by a major earthquake, because year-round we can walk around with a light jacket and shorts, and we forget that nature is around us, nature is part of us, that we are not inseparable from this. So I think once we start talking about rationality in the mind, the human cognition is part and parcel of these body systems, we have to begin thinking of ourselves and our societies again in this organic sense. And I think that might be a way to build in this question of not human beings apart from nature, but as Bruno Latour said, and we have never been modern, there's no such distinction between nature and society. This is an artificial construct we've created, but nature is always social and society is always natural in various ways.
I want to add a point or two about transhumanism and the language that they use, because, as was mentioned, they certainly use a lot of religious language, and I think you said you were sympathetic to transhumanists, and I think I'm even more than sympathetic. I think in many ways we are trying to solve the same problem in very different ways. I mean, the way transhumanists talk about singularity, you could close your eyes, you could be in a Christian church, you could be at a Chabad mitzvah tank. There is a messianic component to the way that they talk about it, and it's not lost on me, and it shouldn't be lost on any of us here. I think that they are involved in a program that is exactly founded upon what religion is trying to do. It was articulated by Ernst Becker in his book, The Denial of Death, which is trying to square the circle, and I'm using deliberate mathematical metaphor, which is trying to bridge the finite and the infinite together, which in many ways is what squaring the circle is trying to do. And I think much of this comes down to, at the heart of being human, what element does imperfection play in our very character? Someone had mentioned earlier about the possibility of remembering everything and having in this utopian mind or utopian society. I think we are discounting, and this is really the fabric of all of my studies. I wrote a book called Synagogue, with a very unfortunate pun, synagogue spelled S-I-N. Not a satanic church. It's about the process of growth through difficulty. And in this book, one of the primary ideas that are focused on is how lack of memory and not knowing everything is actually one of the great ingredients to creativity. The great author Jorge Borges, in his book Funes the Memorious, discusses somebody who I think falls off of his horse, and he wakes up and he realizes he won't forget anything. And he goes crazy, he goes insane, because there is a part of forgetfulness that allows us to weave together narrative and is the engine for our creativity. This is something that is also featured in studies on memory. You could read The Mind of the Numenis by Luria, both of which are perfect. I think at the very fabric of this, and I'll end with this, in the story of the creation of man, there is an ambiguous question in the Bible that different faith traditions have answered differently. The Bible begins with the creation of man, and Adam eats from the tree. And here's the question for you. When did he eat from that tree? In the story of creation, most people, if you were to read that, assume that God created a perfect world, and this is most faith traditions look at it this way, and after the story of creation, that is when Adam eats from that tree of good and knowledge. There are other faith traditions, Judaism being one of them, that actually very deliberately dates that story as happening during creation. And I think that variance tells you something very different and very profound about the role of failure, difficulty, and imperfection in the story of creation itself. And I think it's something that we should acknowledge and have gratitude for, the role of imperfection, failure, and difficulty in the very fabric and definition of human identity.
Another question. I think behind many of the conversations that we've had thus far this day, there's been a concern that we are confusing who we are with what we make. Or to put that somewhat more precisely, that we're becoming defined by the instrumentalities that we generate, and as those instrumentalities become more advanced, this process of somehow confusing what the human is with what our machines can do is in some way accelerating. And that acceleration also impacts our conceptions of divinity. Right? So as the technology becomes more and more sophisticated, in a particular style, power of computing, ability to internalize and process mass amounts of data, that particular modality of conceptual operation is becoming what we take ourselves to be in some way. And then, of course, God is the most maximal instance of that. So God becomes a particular, the exemplary, that computer, than which no greater computer can exist, to paraphrase Anselm. And I think everyone on this panel is in some way pointing to that particular problem as perhaps constitutive in almost a kind of fabric problem in our thinking with and about AI. Having spelled it out that way, do you recognize this? Is this what I'm hearing from many of you? And if so, what's your sense of how we might interrupt the way in which what we make is making us, or remaking our conception of what we are and what divinity is?
I think you hit it exactly right. I think that's the existential question that we have to be asking, is not so much are we going to make an AI that's like a human being, as much as are we going to dumb ourselves down and say that we are nothing but a machine. And I think that's really the turning point, is that we must come to understand, and my position is thinking through, or my tradition is thinking through the image of God is what makes us unique. If we can recover this idea of human dignity, that you are not just a machine, you are not an organic algorithm, you are not something to be improved upon, that's the key.
I have a very quick quote, just a quote. I'm going to read, I only prepared one quote. I'm going to read the quote. It's straight from Yuval Harari's book. And I only prepared because I knew it would come up. As robots and AI, this is from his book 21 Lessons on the 21st Century, page 42. As robots and AI push humans out of the job market, and now he's shifting, he's talking about the ultra-Orthodox community, Jewish community in Israel. This is what he writes. He is a secular Jew. He is not religious. He's probably closer to a transhumanist. He writes, the ultra-Orthodox may come to be seen as the model of the future rather than a fossil of the past. Not everyone will become Orthodox Jews and go to yeshivas to study Talmud, but in the lives of all people, the quest for meaning and for community might eclipse the quest for a job. And I think that given what we're talking about, this is actually the most exciting time to be a part of a faith community rather than the most threatening time.
I think, in a way, I'm going to retract some of what I said, to note that the vision that the AI researchers have is a particular vision, which demonstrates a particular thing about human beings, that we can operate the way that they think that we can. But we have to be careful in not circumscribing the meaning of being human or the meaning of being God to one of those two things. And I think here we see the breadth of human experience played out through other instantations is a great way to witness against this. I've been thinking so much of AI, transhumanism gets caught up in these science fiction narratives. And that's a lot of what it is people who have these science fiction views. But a lot of science fiction stories, whether they be movies, TV shows, books, or video games, also demonstrate alternative narratives that complicate and challenge those views. And I'm thinking part of what was being said, I was reminded of going to an exhibit on Chagall and the way he articulated through his artwork his experience of being human, of being in relation to God, of being part of a community. And it was a way that struck me as an important voice of part of the conversation of what it means to be human. And I think that I'm very strongly influenced by Martin Heidegger, and I shouldn't say that because all of the nasty things connected to him, and they ought to be recognized as his unapologetic Nazism, but on occasion he had insights into what was important. And he said at one point, we are a conversation. I think that's true. We are a conversation. The danger is letting that conversation be stopped by saying, this is what we are, and no longer, this is what we can be, or this is what I think we might be going toward.
Can I add one? I'm just going to add one more thing, because in all the examples, my own, and I think everything on the panelist about the human creativity, I want to just add one thing where I think human beings have proven to excel and ways that show the human condition in such marvelous ways is comedy, is humor. We're in a humor revolution right now, and when you look at the philosophy of what makes things funny and the experience of laughter and joy, the pleasures of laughter and joy, it gives you a moment to think about the fabric of human inadequacy and failure through the lens of building a narrative around it that gives it meaning and joy. And I think it adds a little bit of optimism. You know, it's not a matrix versus a very scholarly monastic existence. I think humor is one of the great examples of this.
And that brings me to my last question. I mean, with the mention of humor, we finally arrive at another great, relatively unthought aspect of our conversation. And that is affect and feeling. We haven't spoken a great deal about that at all. By the way, I've been instructed by Fred Davey that there will be no questions from the floor for this panel, which is why I'm proceeding in case. So I'm obeying orders. I'm not just swallowing things here. But we haven't talked much about feeling at all. And I think it's another side of calculating and calculative reason as somehow becoming the definitive way both by which we see ourselves and perhaps even divinity. And yet, as was passingly mentioned, virtually everything I take to be important about myself has to do with what I feel and intuit, and including what I laugh about. And I wonder, and then not only that, but also the way in which I take ownership for what I feel recursively through practices like Dr. Wallach's talking about meditation, right? We not only feel, we ask ourselves whether what we feel is worthy, and whether we can redirect some of our feelings towards nobler ends. That conversation has simply largely not been mentioned. I wonder what you all make of that oversight and what that says about the AI conversation and what it has to say about what, we theologians might call theological anthropology.
Epistemology comes into play here, and perhaps Noreen Hertzfeld, who will be on the next panel, has made an important point all along in her work, that intelligence as you and I experience as human beings is inextricably physical in character. Our five senses are constantly bringing in information, and with that, the way we feel, you feel, I feel, a self feels, and the concept, the theory of intelligence as the processing of data kind of moves these feelings. Actually, the whole biography of your and my relationship with the physical world gets moved to the margins, if not disappears. So it really is a question, well, what constitutes intelligence anyway? And do feelings and the history of our bodily interactions, not just with the world but internally, do they count in terms of structuring the data that we work with, but more than that, the judgments we make?
I'm reminded, this was a story I heard on the classical musical station, so I don't know if this is, I haven't corroborated this to see if it's true, but Tchaikovsky he was at one point in a really terrible marriage. His wife was absolutely horrendous, and then she broke off because he was gay, and he didn't. The 19th century is very hard to be, he couldn't be out and about, and after the end of this relationship, he went into basically a forest retreat and struggled just for days in this great, tremendously anguish-filled experience. And while he was there, he read through pages of other composers, and from that moment he got the inspiration for his violin concerto. And they prefaced the playing of this concerto, and when I heard the concerto, it's one of his most fantastic pieces. It's absolutely serenely beautiful, and upon knowing this history of his and hearing the music, all I could think of is this is what I want aliens to know about human beings. This is what I want to be our kind of legacy. This is what it means to live, to love, to feel. This is intelligence, and not in some computational form, but in the most humanly profound way.
I think that's a lovely note on which to call this particular segment of our conversation to a close. My gratitude to you all for keen listening, and let's once more thank our panelists.
So thank you, and we'll move right into the next panel with Chancellor Arnie Eisen from Jewish Theological Seminary and his panelists.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
I look forward to tracking down both that statement and your book.
Yeah, the easiest way to get the statement, I can tell you the website. It's real simple. It's ERLC, which is the organization I work for, .com/AI.
Okay, thank you.
Can't miss it then.
Going to say that. Hi, I'm Arnie.
Hannah.
Hi. So we have 10 minutes each, and we're going to hard stop at 4:15. Okay. 4:15. Okay? Sure. Thank you for that. You don't want to take a break, though. I'm afraid people are not going to. Oh, it's far. It's far from that.
No, there is a
Why are we so far from the group?
In fact, I was supposed to go 4 more minutes, but I ended early. So just
Can continue.
So we're going to ask if, again, we can take our seats. We want to get the last panel underway before a couple of the panelists have to leave.
Especially because the chairs all felt like they were kind of excessively close together.
So is our panel going to be shortened because people?
Well, I have to go to quarter of, so
okay,
it's not by quarter of 4. Okay. So we each have 10 minutes, and then if I think of a question or two,
Again, we're going to ask you if you could find a seat so that we can get the next panel underway. Say it again. Yes. Do we need to cut? We don't have one up here. They were. Yeah. So, Dr. Eisen, anytime you're ready.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
We're ready. Okay, so we're going to do 10 minutes each in order. Just present up here, and then I'll throw the floor open to you to ask each other questions. If you don't have any questions for each other, I'll ask them. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I think I'm Arnie Eisen, by the way. I'm the Chancellor of the Jewish Theological Seminary across the street, and we're really honored to co-sponsor today's program. I think we could say that maybe with this final session, we switched the title. Instead of artificial intelligence, implications for ethics and religion, maybe we're going to say ethics and religion, implications for artificial intelligence. And to do that, we've got 4 really interesting panelists, but I want to introduce the topic with 2 sort of institutional autobiographical words about why I, as the Chancellor of JTS, am excited to be sitting in this room talking about this subject. First of all, as some of you may know, in 1965, at Union Theological Seminary, and I think in this room, Abraham Joshua Heschel gave the landmark speech called "No Religion is an Island." It's a landmark speech in the history of Judaism. I think it's a marvelous statement of religion in general, because in that speech, Heschel makes a theological argument for the necessity of any religion to learn from other religions in the world about what God wants and what God is all about. Not that we should be merely tolerant of one another, but that it is actually a commandment of God that religions learn from each other, because none of them has the whole truth. This was an amazing statement for Heschel to make, and he made it in this institution, I think in this room. And as many of you know, Heschel's best friend was Reinhold Niebuhr. I think it was Niebuhr who invited him to give this talk. And so for me, as the Chancellor of JTS and I say a disciple of Heschel, if I'm a disciple of anyone, to stand here for this conference as we think about these things together is really a privilege. The second thing is that the then Chancellor of the Jewish Theological Seminary, Louis Finkelstein, 80 years ago in 1940, convened the first of an annual series that he called the Conference on Science, Philosophy, and Religion in relationship to the democratic way of life. It was 1940, and Finkelstein saw, didn't have to be a genius to see, the world is in crisis. The world is at war. The United States is about to enter that war, and he thinks that we need to have some conversations and hopefully arrive at some consensus about the values that we stand for, so that what are we doing, what are we fighting this war for, and what do we hope to see emerge from it? And so one could, without too much stretching, say that the world is facing a crisis right now. We're on the brink, or we're already in the midst of this revolution, and as we've heard all day, unless we get some greater clarity about what we want to accomplish, what do we want human beings to be, what do we want the good to be, we're kind of not going to be able to steer this in the right direction. So, as always, we're going to hear from 4 panelists, and then I think we're going to give them a chance to ask these other questions, and I think we're going to have time for you to ask us questions, and we hope to wrap up by 3:45, by 3:45. First, we're going to hear, I'm going to be very brief in adding to the little bios in front of you. Vincent Baycote, to my left, is Associate Professor of Theology and Director of the Center for Applied Christian Ethics at Wheaton College in Wheaton, Illinois. Professor Baycote's areas of teaching and research include theology and culture, theological anthropology, and faith and work. His numerous published works include The Political Disciple, A Theology of Public Life, and Erasing Race, Racial Identity, and Theological Anthropology. Professor Baycote.
Thanks. It's great to be here. I'm learning a lot today. I'm going to start with two quotes, or two references to one of my favorite films, Blade Runner. So at the end of Blade Runner, before the end of Roy Batty's life, he says, and before he saves Deckard, he says, "Quite an experience to live in fear, isn't it? This is what it means to be a slave." In the sequel to Blade Runner, Blade Runner 2049, Officer K, who's a replicant who is a Blade Runner, he is going up to his apartment, and on his way up to his apartment, he sees on the wall a slur. The slur says, "skin job," is what it says. Now, we may be a long way away from replicants, but the thing that I want to observe isn't so much the perspective, however you want to think about that, of replicants, but that both of those statements say something about how replicants are perceived or how the technologies are perceived, right? If he's a slave, then there's something about just the usefulness and disposability, really, of replicants because they've come back to Earth to try to get some more time in Blade Runner. So there's something about the way that they are perceived, and if you have a phrase like skin job, the way that they are regarded as less than in some way. The point about is this. I'm wondering about with whatever we are doing with technologies, including AI, how are our communities orienting us to regard the things that we are creating? So are we regarding the things that we are creating just as things that we use, consume, and discard? And when we're thinking about how communities are forming people to do this, it's almost in a way asking the question whether communities are orienting people to think about how they engage this question. Because yes, we're here at Union, and there's maybe 100 of us in the room. There are millions of people and millions of people who are in religious communities. And these people in religious communities are in various ways engaging with the context where AI is at work and where things are continuing to come down the pike. How are these communities orienting people to engage this, to perceive this? My fear is, and certainly at least in the context and circles that I tend to run in, that this is kind of what happens. Something new rolls out. People are very excited about what rolls out. It's magnificent, they say. Soon, at some point, somebody worries about unintended effects of the new thing that's rolled out. And then the people in the community respond in crisis mode. So that the only way that they are thinking about it is once there is a crisis. And so part of what I'm wondering about is, in religious communities, people learn some kind of theological language, some kind of theological perception, and in some ways, their theological perception is giving them a lens through which to look at the world in some way. And so, I'm a Christian theologian, so Christian theologians are teaching people lots of doctrines, and we're forming. I'm forming undergrads, but also, if you're in a seminary, you're forming church leaders. And if you're forming church leaders, how are these church leaders teaching people that the things that they're being taught, the things that they're hearing about, the things that they're singing, the ways that they're praying, how all of this plays a role in how they're encountering something like AI? My concern is that not a whole lot is what's happening, beyond just being a consumer or a reactor when the crisis emerges. And at least in the primarily evangelical context in which I operate, my biggest fear is that what happens in a lot of the Christian communities is that if you're the kind of person that might be the person that winds up in Silicon Valley one day, and might even be the person that, because of their brilliance and ingenuity, is a person who can be an actual contributor, a person that people will listen to, and maybe the person that's running things. To what degree has their community formed them in any way that in their participation in this domain of technology, that these things that they believe tell them, what should you be saying yes to? What should you be saying no to? How should you be thinking about directing this? What kinds of questions are you thinking about besides profitability, besides just something that's like a new toy for people? And my sense is that that does not tend to happen. And that in some communities that there's more sort of suspicion if you're spending too much time being the kind of person that invests themselves in being the creator of those types of things or the director of those types of things. Let me use one example when I think about that. The word eschatology was mentioned earlier today. Whether people are religious or not, everybody I think kind of has an eschatology in some way. There's some way they're thinking about the way history is directed, some way that the story is coming to an end. And I think it's interesting, to ask, how does the way you're thinking about the direction of history inform the way you're interpreting whatever is happening with AI? Because one of the things that happens with some of the narratives around AI is it's like another cinematic reference. It's like the fourth episode of Star Wars, the first Star Wars movie, when you see Darth Vader's ship coming. That this is what is coming towards you. So something ominous is coming your way. And I think it's very interesting that if you're dealing at least with Christian eschatology is not about the end of the story really sucks. It's really bad. Why? Because we lose. We lose at the end. But that's not the story of Christian eschatology. The story of Christian eschatology is a story of hope. So if you're hopeful people, it's kind of a strange thing, I think, to be formed by an eschatology that is supposedly about orienting you towards hope, and the way you regard whatever's coming down the pipe with eschatology is instead to have a disposition of terror and helplessness and lack of agency. I think it's a very interesting thing, right? So I wonder, how do we encourage church leaders, pastors, and other people who are informing people in our communities to take these things like eschatology and communicate them to people in ways where you're not just telling people to think just about sort of their personal destiny, but you're really helping them to think about how is this informing the way that you are reading, interpreting, and engaging the technologies that are present among you and that are coming down the pike. I really wonder about that. And I think I'm close to being out of time. There's one other thing I do want to say about that, and about all this, and that is, particularly I'm thinking about in communities, how are they forming people to think about the relationship between their theology and their ethics? Because I think two opposite things can kind of happen in Christian communities depending upon what your tradition is. Sometimes people have an ethic in mind, so they have an idea about things that they want to do, or they're trying to have some kind of ethical decision making about it, and then they're in search of a theology for that ethic. That's the way it works out for some people, right? In other places, and this is more, I think, the kind of thing the challenge that I face in the context like Wheaton, people have a theology, you've got all this content and stuff, but then, ethics sort of shows up when a crisis appears on your doorstep. You don't think about how the things that you believe are orienting you towards a larger ethical disposition. And so how are we forming people so that there is a more seamless connection between theology and ethics? It's never really made much sense to me, honestly, that theology is somehow this exercise in reflection and abstraction, then ethics is like in some other domain. It's a strange thing to me that what is believed is somehow believed over here, and then you figure out practices somewhere else, when what you're believing ought to be orienting practices in a particular direction. So helping communities to better form their people so that those connections are better is very important to me. I'll stop with that.
Thank you. Next speaker, to my immediate left, Robert Gerasi, Professor of Religious Studies at Manhattan College and the author of Apocalyptic AI, Visions of Heaven in Robotics, Artificial Intelligence, and Robotics, and then this is another book, right? Robotics Virtually Sacred, Myth and Meaning in the World of Warcraft, and Second Life, and Temples of Modernity, Nationalism, Hinduism, and Transhumanism in South Indian Science. Rob.
Thanks. First of all, thank you guys for hanging in here all this time. It's been a long day. Amen. And, when everybody's working hard intellectually, it can feel longer. So thanks for staying with us so long. I'm only going to make a couple of quick points from the kinds of things that I study, but I want to start way back when I was in graduate school, before my beard turned white. So it was a long time ago, and I had to write a dissertation, because you got to do that to finish grad school, and I wanted to write mine about religion, science, and art. I wasn't really sure what I was doing yet. It was just that. So I needed a religion, and I needed a science, and I needed some artists. And when it came to the science part, I said to myself, robots are cool. Everybody loves robots. And I learned a little bit of how to code robots to, do simple things like follow little lines on the ground and so forth. And I started reading books written by roboticists and AI people. And the first one I picked up, I think, was Hans Moravec's book, Mind Children. And in that book, he all the things that Ray Kurzweil is kind of fundamentally known for, he basically lifted from Moravec. In the area of transhumanism. And so what Moravec said was that we were going to transfer our minds into robots, and we were going to live forever. And we were going to make really, really godlike smart robots, right? And I read that book, and I went, wow, that's just as religious as it gets. So that worked out beautifully for me. And so since then, I've been, my engagements vary a little bit, but overall, I have remained really interested in those hyperbolic promises of what AI and robotics could do, right? That they're somehow evolving on this trajectory toward superintelligence, and we are evolving toward mind uploading and immortality. So the thing is those promises, whether you believe them or don't believe them, are extremely relevant. 20 years ago, they weren't that relevant. Not that many people were really talking about them, but at this point, they're relevant in entertainment, they're relevant in Silicon Valley, they're relevant even in policy circles, and some of those really matter. So, for example, to take the company Google. I was visiting a friend of mine at the New York Google office a couple of weeks ago, and one of the things we were talking about was AI ethics. And he said, here at Google, we're kind of split into two camps. There's a bunch of people who are really interested in singularity and mind uploading and superintelligence, and then there are people who are worried about things like military drones and surveillance. And he said, here at Google, those two things don't really overlap. Because the people who are really interested in superintelligence and singularity theories, by and large, aren't particularly worried about the mundane ethical problems that we might be facing now, because to them those problems are irrelevant. They will be obsoleted in 20 years or what have you. So it doesn't matter if we have military drones of kind of dubious ethical stature and whether or not, the issues we talked about earlier this morning with surveillance capitalism and so forth. They just don't mind. So the fact that there's a substantive community within tech culture for whom the singularity means they don't need to worry about other ethical things that affect us all on a daily basis. That's a really relevant fact. Wherever you fall on the side of whether or not we're ever going to have really smart machines, or even machines that are as smart as we are. The way that can influence real corporate behavior matters. And I think one of the things that my own work has tried to point to is that when we engage things like the ethics of AI and robotics and so forth, we often have a tendency to ignore the pre-existing cultural values that are already there and present in the society. So, Google tried to put together an AI board, and I don't mean to just be picking on Google, but actually all my examples almost are coming from Google. But, they had that aborted effort to create an AI board, and there are a whole bunch of reasons why that collapsed. But one of the fundamental problems with it was the idea that you could just bring a few people together and they could invent an ethics for AI, as though they had a blank slate to work with, and as though all the people who are working in those companies don't have a culture that they're a part of. And the culture matters. So in that book about apocalypticism, for me, I think when someone like Hans Moravec looked at AI and robotics, and he saw in it a trajectory toward a transformative, glorious future, redemption, that he was drawing on cultural resources that were already present and ready to hand for him, that he didn't have to invent because they were already part of his life. Given that means that since AI deployment is something that will happen in a global fashion, we also have to think about global values. It's not enough to interrogate AI and robotics and the ethics of all this solely from a perspective of what we can loosely lump together as Western culture. That's not sufficient because, for example, if you go to India where there's 1 billion people, that's a lot, right? 1 billion people, most of them are not Christian or Jewish or Muslim. Well, there are actually a fair number of Muslims, but they're minorities in most of the places, right? And so what is ready to hand for someone in South India in a cultural value way is not the same as what might be ready to hand for someone in Pittsburgh. And some of those values can be really, really, really useful. So this is just going to be my last point. When I was at Google, talking to my friend, he was complaining that people at Google are frustrated in their efforts to empower us, lay people. That every time they empower people, people do terrible things with the power. Right? And so what their feeling was, remember, there was a period where everybody was like, anonymity on the internet is messing things up because people say mean things when they can be anonymous. Well, so Google thought they'd solve that problem by forcing you to have a real ID of some kind connected before you could comment on YouTube. But that hasn't changed what people say on YouTube. They're just as mean to one another, right? They threaten one another. They say nasty things to one another. And so the problem for folks over there is they're like, well, what can we do to empower people that they're not going to just turn into some nasty form of violence that they aim at people of different skin colors, religions, gender identities, whatever, right? And I said to him, well, maybe you're thinking about empowerment in an unhelpful way. Because what you're thinking about empowerment is as a version of how we reach out and exercise control over external phenomena. One of the things for those people who paid attention to late 19th and early and 20th century India, one of the cultural values that emerged in the independence movement was Swaraj, self-rule, self-mastery. On the one hand, it was about politics. It was about kicking the British out. But the more important part of Swaraj was about an individual's capacity to be in control of his or her own life and existence, needs, the security of an individual. And so if we turn on its head the idea of how we want to empower people with AI, sometimes we might have to kind of inflict it on them. I really wish every phone and every laptop would eventually have software in it that points out when someone's watching a deep faked video or a faked, we now have AI that can write pretty convincing newspaper articles and not necessarily ones that are true. Your phone ought to tell you that when you're reading it, right? Because that's about how you control your own political position, your emotional state, your position vis-a-vis your neighbors. Because when the technology can fool you, you've lost control, right? And so what I had said to him was, well, maybe there are just different ways of thinking about empowerment, right? And so one of the things that we kind of globally have to do if we're going to move forward with technologies that are going to affect us all globally is think about where different people might have different resources available to us to think about how we might advance our technologies.
Thanks. Our next speaker, Professor Noreen Hertzfeld, Professor of Science and Religion at St. John's University and the College of St. Benedict, where she teaches computer ethics and doing ministry in a technological age. She's the author of a number of works: In Our Image, Artificial Intelligence and the Human Spirit, Technology and Religion, Remaining Human in a Co-Created Age, The Limits of Perfection, and she's the editor of Religion and the New Technologies. Noreen.
Thank you. And thanks to Jason for the great shout out earlier. He covered a lot of what I intended to say. That's one of the things that happens by the time you get to the end of the day, that a lot of what I was going to say has already been said, but that's okay. I started as a computer scientist, and when I got to time for my first sabbatical, I found that the question that was really interesting me was this question of strong AI. In other words, why do we want to create a computer that thinks just like us? Because it seemed to me that computers were the most useful when they did the stuff that I couldn't do. You know, let's have my calculator do square roots and all that stuff that I can't do. It didn't have to do the things that I could do. Well, I happily went off to attack this question and failed utterly because I was a scientist. And this really wasn't a scientific question. It was a question about human motivations. It was a question about what are we really looking for in AI? What do we want it to be? And it seemed that we want it to be in our image. Now, this idea of one being in the image of another, I thought, well, wait a minute, where have I heard that before? And it was like, oh, yeah, Genesis 1, which I must have read about 20 times when I was a child, because every summer I'd decide, okay, I'm going to read the whole Bible, and I always started in Genesis. And I never got past Leviticus. So I knew Genesis pretty well. So I went off, and actually one thing led to another, and I eventually became a theologian. But what I found was interesting is that the way we have understood how we are created in God's image exactly parallels the approaches we have taken to creating AI in our own image. In other words, we started with this idea of mind, you know, that it's all about being rational and intellectual. We started out with symbolic AI. Then we moved to function and to the idea that we are God's stewards on earth, as Genesis 1 proclaims. And in AI, we moved to the idea of expert systems and AIs that'll just do the stuff we do for us. It doesn't have to do it the same way we do it. Finally, in the 20th century, systematic theologians moved to relationship. In particular, Karl Barth said, if we as Christians believe in a Trinitarian God, God is a relationship. So relationship is central. Well, how about that? As we move into the 21st century, what do we see in AI? We see the emergence of robots to take care of people. We see the emergence of sex bots. We see this whole move towards relationship. Probably what all of this means is that we stand in the middle, we project up towards God what we value in ourselves, and we project it down to the computer in the same way. But let's take a look at that last one. Since Jason talked about function, I'll skip that and go right to relationship. And the question that I have to ask is, how real could a relationship be with an artificial intelligence? How authentic could it be? And Karl Barth has 4 criteria for an authentic relationship. And these 4 are, first, look the other in the eye. Now, this means you have to have a bodily presence. You have to have some locus for the person. It also means seeing the person, seeing the face of the other in that sense that's already been mentioned earlier of Levinas saying you see the face. So that probably says that a totally disembodied AI, one that's up in the cloud somewhere, we're going to have a hard time having a full relationship with that. Okay, secondly, he says, speak to and hear the other. This is actually probably where we're doing the best. I mean, we can chat with Alexa and Siri, and we're making some progress along there. His third criteria is aid the other. And this, of course, raises the question of agency. Will an AI truly be able to aid us? Well, it can aid us in doing tasks for us, in doing the kinds of functions that Jason was talking about. But is it doing it willingly, or is it, as our first speaker here said, a slave? Something that is simply aiding us because we're making it do so. And this then leads into Barth's last criteria, which is, and do it gladly. And that means not as a slave, but as a free agent, but gladly, as a free agent with emotion. And I've really come to think that without emotion, first of all, the computer won't have any volition. If you read Damasio's work, you know how important it is for making any decisions or judgments that we want something, that we have an emotion. But what is an emotion? An emotion begins as a perception, which becomes a bodily feeling, and then is translated into action. So we're back sort of to step one again. Without a body, a computer is probably not going to, as Bill Clinton did, feel your pain. Okay? Well, there are some people who don't feel your pain, and what do we call them? Sociopaths. So having a relationship with a disembodied computer is probably going to be about as satisfactory as having a relationship with a sociopath. Now, so why do we want this? Well, I posit that it gets lonely being the only thinking thing in the cosmos. And as we have moved away from relationship with God, from belief in God, or even from an understanding that there might be angels or spirits or something that transcends us, but that is real, not just a thing, that we have decided we've got to look for this somewhere else. So we're going to try to either communicate with animals, maybe we're going to try to look for extraterrestrial intelligence, or maybe we have to create it ourselves. And that may be...
so just that we don't have to communicate with each other.
Exactly. And that may be what we are looking for. Theologically, I think it comes down to Augustine's statement, Lord, you have made us for yourself, and our hearts are restless until they rest in you. We are made to be in relationship with something other than ourselves. So it's not just that we don't want to, but that it's not enough to just have ourselves to communicate with. And then here we are at Union, and so like several of the earlier speakers, I felt that I've got to give Reinhold Niebuhr a word here. Daniel began us this morning by saying, remember, this isn't alien, this is us. we are creating in our own image. The problem is we forget that we're going to end up creating in all of our image. And so here's where I turn to Niebuhr, and please excuse the sexist older language that he uses. But Niebuhr says, modern man is certain about his essential virtue. His final sin is his unwillingness to concede that he is a sinner. Niebuhr posits that we are finite creatures. We are tied to nature, as the previous panel told us. But we are able to project our minds into the infinite, and we imagine ourselves as if we were infinite. And this becomes a kind of hubris that is the root of much of our sin. And then we think that even our salvation might be a do-it-yourself project, and this is what the transhumanists are after. It's a do-it-yourself salvation. Now, when you read the Genesis creation accounts, what comes right after them? In Genesis 4 through 9, you get everything going to hell. Okay? You know, Cain murders Abel, the Tower of Babel is constructed and falls, and finally things are so bad that the flood comes. And all of this is the Genesis writer's way of saying, this is not a do-it-yourself project. Things turn around with Noah, finally, when Noah and God have a covenant. And as you read through the rest of the Old Testament history, it's all about covenant. It's about relationship with God. So I think one of the things that I hadn't heard too much of yet today, but that we have to think about is precisely this. Yes, how we relate to our creation in artificial intelligence matters. Even more than that, how artificial intelligence influences how we relate to each other matters. But even more than that, how our project of artificial intelligence changes how we relate to God matters. And if we think salvation can happen anywhere outside of our relationship to God, if we think we can still those restless hearts that Augustine talked about in any other way than with God, we're going to be really disappointed.
Thank you. Our final speaker on the panel, Hannah Rechel, Associate Professor of Reformed Theology at Princeton Theological Seminary. Hannah holds degrees in divinity and economics. Her interests and her work include post-structuralist theory, scriptural hermeneutics, political theology, surveillance studies, feminist and queer theologies. Hannah.
Thank you. My sister works in robotics, and she sometimes tells a story that, so she trains robots for the soccer World Cup. And people come and see her robots stumbling all over the place before they learn to really balance and become stable. And people say, oh, how cute, they're just like little kids. And she says she sees other people's kids and says, oh, so cute, they're just like my robots. And we have, in several iterations, already talked about this issue that we create machines in our image, and then we read our image of these machines, and there's a kind of two-way imaging going on, maybe. And of course, it makes a difference if we recognize ourselves or our image in machines. We will tend to also develop relationships differently with them, up to the point where we ask potentially whether we should baptize robots. It's a discussion that has shaken German robot ethics last year. But it also works the other way around. So we look at machines and we use them to reinterpret who we are. We look at machine learning, for example, and then there's something in there that helps us better understand how we tick. And then especially when artificial intelligence is used in surveillance technologies, these technologies also very materially create images of us as human beings and project them back onto us and effectively create us in their image, because the world around us then treats us in that image that is created by way of surveillance technologies. And it was mentioned that I focus on surveillance in my own research. Of course, not all of artificial intelligence is surveillance, but a lot of most of surveillance technologies today are driven by artificial intelligence. And surveillance has a very sinister ring, but if we just conceptualize it with David Lyon as the systematic, routine, and focused attention to personal detail for a purpose, such as management, influence, or entitlement, then it doesn't have to be sinister at all, and most of what goes into some way or another data collection and processing and analysis is a sort of surveillance then. And nowadays, most of surveillance use sophisticated methods of, broadly speaking, pattern recognition and then make predictions, right? So that means that there has been a significant technological shift in how surveillance treats and affects us and how it impacts our freedom and agency, and maybe even how we think of ourselves as human beings. I said yesterday that I'm excited to work on surveillance technologies because it's very rare in theology to come upon a problem that is new. But as it happens, in theology, we've been wondering about the question, what happens to your freedom and agency if there's someone who knows everything about you? We've been wondering about this kind of question for centuries, if not millennia. So my wager is that the different ways that theologians have come up with answering this question and conceptualizing superhuman knowledge and how it interfaces with human freedom might serve as resources for discerning what kind of questions we might have to ask in the shifting technological versions of superhuman knowledge. So my own project is I call it Political Theology of Omniscience, and I try to typologize different ways in which surveillance and its apparently superhuman knowledge works by mapping them onto different theological ways of thinking about divine omniscience. And I just want to share with you one thing that I think that theological lens can help us discern in the shift that's going on. So we often tend to think of surveillance as someone is watching you. And that makes it, of course, creepy when we think there's some kind of personal stalking involved and a potential threat of being treated like a criminal, or at least under suspicion. And then, and we've talked about that earlier today, privacy becomes an issue, and very rightly so, whether you have something to hide or whether you just belong to a vulnerable population or whether you just prefer to make your own decisions without thinking about how someone else might be interpreting them. And there's a theological analogy to this kind of structure, which is the image of God is watching you. And this can become both comforting and frightening in a theological understanding, depending on what you think happens in final judgment and things like that. But definitely when it becomes Big Brother is watching you or Google is watching you, then we're rightly alarmed about how such surveillance might be used against people and how such types of surveillance can discipline bodies and minds into expected behavior, and then never even having to intervene. And we see this kind of surveillance mechanism, of course, still operative, for example, in video surveillance in public places, and we have AI-driven facial recognition technologies augmented in powerful ways. And we still, of course, have to worry about what they get right, what they get wrong, and where they become problematic. And then we have to discuss questions of algorithmic ethics and governance, and we talked about concepts of differentiated privacy, for example. But what I find interesting is that most surveillance technology today does not work like that, or at least not only like that. So it's not like another person who's watching you as a person, interested in you as an individual, and then disciplining your behavior with the threat of personal, or whether temporal or eternal punishment if you don't fit into whatever kind of expected behavior there is. Instead, most of the surveillance technologies we find today are operative in the background. We often all don't even notice them or don't see how they make their decisions. For example, when they analyze our online footprint and then present the world to us through the lens of tailored news feeds or social media feeds, according to what is believed that we will have a high probability of interacting with. So theologically, they function much less like the God is watching you, so you better behave, but more like providence. You have a subtle background mechanism that kind of arranges the world in a way that nudges you gently into the right direction, and you perceive yourself to be acting freely, but in fact, your decision has been prearranged. So this kind of surveillance typically classifies your behavior statistically and then looks for patterns in the accumulated multidimensional and cross-reference data of many individuals. It's not interested in you as an individual, but in what Gilles Deleuze has termed the dividual, the strata of data that run across individual and then create statistical types. And to give just an example of how this works, one that has been in the news a couple of years ago, where it was revealed that there was a model that could predict mental illness based on the color filters that you used in your Instagram postings. So it's surprising, but it was highly accurate. And of course, the way that this model was developed was they had a training set where they actually knew the mental health diagnoses of these individuals, and then they correlated it with all kinds of data that they had available for them. And then they found markers that allowed them to predict mental health status, and then they could test it on individuals for whom they did not know the diagnoses, and found that they could even, with a high degree of accuracy, predict mental health status even before these individuals had gone to some kind of doctor or clinic. So the model behind it is, of course, not interested in the individual person, and is not the data that I as an individual share with Instagram or whoever that then allows to make the prediction. It's training data from other individuals that then discerns a type or pattern, and then I show signs that correlate with that type, and then I'm classified as that type. So it's all very unpersonal, but it has, of course, real-life consequences for real persons. For example, when such an algorithm is used by a potential employer or an insurance company, it has very material consequence of how we are treated as a human being then. And we're interested, and rightly so, in privacy, which is central in this disciplinary surveillance model, God is watching you, so you better behave, that I outlined earlier. But in this model, which I want to term controlling surveillance, the focus on privacy actually doesn't help us track any of the issues that surface. Privacy, even if we could achieve it, would not protect us in any way against this kind of predictive power, and the power that it could then exercise over lives, whether by manipulation into buying or voting, or by granting and denying access to jobs, credit, healthcare. Because the concern with privacy relies on thinking like a person and then treating us like a person, as in the theological analogy the eternal judge would do, and I can then decide not to share individual personal data from which I can reasonably assume that other people might use it against me. But this kind of reasoning does not apply here, because this AI does not think like a person and is not interested in me as a person. If I had time for an extended theological parallel, I would compare it with a Molinist view of divine knowledge of all possible worlds rather than of concrete individuals. So it's not interested in the individual, but just in the data individual. But it then does create me back in the image of this data. So the first problem is that we don't understand how the pattern recognition and the machine learning algorithm works. It's a black box. We're unable to protect ourselves by deciding, so how could I have known that the colors in my picture would reveal anything about my mental health status? There's no way to really predict that, or whatever other kind of correlation they might come up with next. So there's no really an informed consent version of which data I choose to share and what it can reveal about me. And then secondly, privacy cannot protect me from this predictive analysis because, again, the prediction is not made on the basis of my own data, but mostly on the data of other people. So, and just because I happen to fit a certain kind of type, I will be treated as if that applies to me. So I'm, even if I control my own data, I have no way of counteracting here. So I think, just as an example, this is one of the fundamental tensions that we're experiencing, and that the theological lens might help us here, that in some ways we operate according to a certain kind of implicit theology and theological anthropology, and in some ways the technologies that we're starting to use operate according to a different theological and anthropological logic. And it creates a tension because we want to understand ourselves as subjects and individuals and agents, but we're not recognized as such necessarily by the ways that these technologies will treat us. And yeah, I think I'm just going to stop here. The ethical discernment that we do might not necessarily be able to solve that, but the theological lens might help us to see these different underlying logics.
Great. All right. Thank you. Really rich discussion. So I thought I'd vary the pattern of the day and ask our panelists if anyone wants to ask a question to anyone else on the panel.
I have a question.
Good. Please.
All right, my question's for Noreen. When you were talking about whether or not our Bill Clinton robot could feel your pain, where do you think you would stand if, let's just assume there was a robot that could more or less seemingly act like a human being, and if it told you that in fact it can feel your pain, it has enough kind of things in its life that are problematic for it, that it feels like it understands where you're coming from, and when you're feeling hurt because something, some interpersonal problem, and the robot tells you, I do feel your pain, I'm really sorry you're feeling that way today, Noreen. What can I do to help you feel better? Do you think that could never happen?
Oh, I think that could very much happen. What I meant when I said the robot doesn't actually feel your pain is that when we experience an emotion, we experience a bodily feeling before the cerebellum kicks in and tells us what is going on. So the fact is that we actually feel that pain physically. It isn't just the way we use as a metaphor the word feeling, that I feel. It's very real. The easiest way to think about this is, let's just take a different emotion. Let's take fear, right? Okay, so I'm hiking in the hills above the Bay Area, and I hear a rustling in the underbrush. Okay, my adrenaline's going to kick in, my heart's going to start beating, I'm going to get ready for fight or flight long before my mind kicks in and says, oh, wait a minute, what's going on here? I perceived rustling, maybe that means a cougar in the brush, maybe I should run. You see, those are the other steps of the emotion of fear. But the central step is that something kicks in for me physically. Now, the same thing actually happens with love and with empathy. Something kicks in for us physically before our rational mind gets going on it and says, oh, I'm feeling empathy for this person, here's why. That's why I compared the computer to a sociopath, because it does seem that for some people that actual physical sensation, that link in an emotion is missing. And these people start to strike us as cold and calculating because they are calculating their response rather than feeling it bodily.
Go ahead. Which is why then sometimes people say you're not even human when people act like a sociopath. Right? So if someone has a pattern, we say, well, I'm not sure what we say about a person. That's the kind of response. We don't know what to do when a person seems to be diminished in that way, right? Yeah.
Right.
So, Robert, how would you have answered your own question to Noreen?
Well, I'm still not convinced that means you couldn't have a proper relationship with the hypothetical Bill Clinton robot. I mean, I think first that we would have to accept that the robot is going to operate under different principles than a human being operates under, right? But there might be kind of top-level issues where it all kind of comes together, right? Where the robot, in fact, feels like it could have a relationship with you. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I most likely would get a blue screen of death and it would crash, 30 seconds into sentience. But assuming that didn't happen and you really had this seemingly sentient robot, it seems kind of unfair to say, I can't have a real relationship with it just because it doesn't have the same kind of bodily relationship to its feelings that I do.
Well, one of the reasons that I'm focusing on relationship rather than personhood is precisely because a personhood, especially in its legal sort of ramifications, is an all or nothing black or white categorization. Either you are a person or you aren't. Relationship can have a whole constellation of degrees of relationship. I mean, I have a relationship with my car, and so I can certainly have a relationship with a computer. I have a much deeper relationship with my dog, okay? Yeah. And I have an even deeper relationship with my lover. So I think relationship is a good categorization to use because it isn't all or nothing. So I agree with you. It's not all or nothing. You will have some kind of a relationship. I do think, however, it's not going to be as full, as rich, as deep as it could be with a human being.
So if we're going to say that for Augustine and for Barth and for Niebuhr, a relationship with another person is bound up in a relationship with God, are AIs going to have relationships with God? Is God going to have relationships with artificial intelligence?
Okay, I'll let Karl Barth answer that one.
I wish we could have him here.
Yeah, I wish we could too. Well, Karl Barth was asked, and this came up earlier about the natural world, and he was asked, well, if relationship, with humans is bound up with our relationship with God, what about the animals? And he basically said, on that, I need to stand agnostic. He said, I know what true relationship for human beings looks like because I know Jesus. I know the person of Jesus, the model of Jesus, the standard of Jesus. Now, there may be relationships between the animals and God. There probably is because they are his creatures as well. But what that relationship looks like, or what a truly full relationship between animals ought to be, he said, I don't know because I don't have that same kind of exemplar. I've got to leave that to them. So let's leave that to the computers too.
This isn't with that. Go ahead.
I'm inclined to say no, because of the A in AI, right? In other words, because it's coming from us. Right. So whatever we're doing, we are in some way working with something that's already here. And somehow we're however sophisticated, it's still something that's emerging out of what we're putting into it, right? So it's really, if you want to say it's a particular kind of relationship with ourselves that we haven't conceived of, kind of like what we were hearing earlier, that's a different thing, and we have to think about what that means. But I wouldn't see those things having a relationship with God the same way that we would talk about humans.
I would say not in the same way, but, I mean, there's a verse in which Jesus said if you stopped these people from praising God, the rocks themselves would praise God. And certainly the psalmist talks about all of nature praising God. And so it is possible that God has a relationship with every created thing, you know, including the material universe, and computers would definitely be part of the material universe.
True. And across different faith traditions, we have also a strong emphasis of grace, and saying grace doesn't actually find that which is then lovable, but creates it. So, I mean, if we're already, even for human beings, convinced that we don't have anything to offer that makes us worthy of God's love, but God loves us, and this actually then brings something into being that is worthy of that love, why should that not apply to other beings? I mean, I would err on the side of generosity in the sense.
Sure. I guess what I'm thinking about is, I mean, because I'm no Gnostic, right? So in terms of like, you know, having disdain for that which is created, but the way, the kind of relationship that is, the regard that God has for it is magnificent. It's His, right? God's made it that way, but the kind of responsiveness, I guess, that it has, of a different character. Whatever we're creating, whatever we're building, making, however it's operating, that kind of responsiveness is still like a reflection of what we are. So which goes back to one of the questions we were talking about earlier today about what we're putting into it, or even the way you were describing the ways that we create something that is like a God, that has a providential character.
May I? Please. So I come at this from a very different perspective because I'm agnostic, and therefore am willing to accept that lots of people who conceivably have no relationships with gods whatsoever nevertheless can have relationships. But that said, and I know that was like a totally not fair reading on what you just said, but that said, what I think, one thing that's happening here is certain assumptions about what a hypothetical sentient machine might be like. And way back in 2007, the Martin Marty Center at the University of Chicago was nice enough to publish a short piece of mine called Religion for the Robots or something like that, in which I proposed that we wouldn't consider robots to be sentient unless they had religious inclinations, right? Not that they would all be religious, but that at least some of them would have to be. And that in a world where all robots insisted there were no gods, probably human beings would look at them and be like, nah, you can't think with the richness, the depth, you can't feel with the richness and the depth that we human beings can, so you're clearly not equal to humanity. But I'm willing to concede that if we ever actually manage to build a sentient machine, you know, that it could claim to a religious affiliation, and it strikes me as unfair. Like, I think the principle of generosity is the way to go there. It seems unfair to suggest that it's not correct, right? If your desktop computer tells you it has a relationship with God, and you say, no, that's outrageous, that's not true, like, we go back to the example of when you're told the robot can only respond to certain things, right? And you respond back to it in ways that don't seem pertinent. But if it tells you it's got a relationship with God, who are any of us to say that's not the case?
And we have a terrible history of excluding people from grace. So, I mean, also that should make us cautious. Just there's a very interesting experiment of having two artificial intelligences converse that both try to be as human as possible. And what happens when you do that? Two things. First, they very quickly start having theological discussions about God and the world and the meaning of it all. And the other thing that they do is they start insulting each other. That seems to be the two most human characteristics.
That sounds really
I was going to say they start interrupting each other. And not links to
God's an insult.
Yeah, so I have a follow-up question, maybe provocative, but you're a theologian and you do surveillance studies. Do we learn anything about God by looking at surveillance?
That's a very good question. I'm a very skeptical theologian about our ability to know positively things about God. That's also the Bartian in me. I think what we can, and I consider theology, even as a person of faith and a faithful person, I consider theology mostly a version of deconstructing our own idols. And I think surveillance can hold up a lot of ways in which we're making idols. That's kind of the second part of my own project of this political theology of omniscience, is actually to use these manifestations of what I would call superhuman knowledge to establish a kind of analogy to omniscience, to then say in the ways in which our theological ways of thinking about God are similar, they're probably problematic and have to be reformed. So I use it more as a negative way of deconstructing our ways of doing theology. But if you have anything to offer by way of positive insight, then I'm more than happy.
Can I add something to that? Yeah, I think if it tells us anything about God, it tells us what we don't want God to be. That as we experience surveillance ourselves, as we surveil each other more and more, and we realize how much that takes away from our human dignity, how much that takes away from our free agency as human beings, we realize that this idea of this omnipresent God, somehow watching everything we do and punishing us for what we do wrong or rewarding us for what we do right is not something that we want. That turns God into some kind of a totalitarian dictator, and that is not a God that I think is worthy of our worship. So if surveillance tells us anything, it tells us what we don't want to think about God.
Just one thing I do want to add when we say that, though, is that people really they kind of like a surveillance God when they're suffering, if God enters into their suffering, right? So I think it's what kind of surveillance. So that goes back to when you were talking about giving a very particular definition of surveillance. So I was wondering, is there a particular definition of surveillance in which case where it's not ominous, right? And so that it's because as you said, we have a lot of examples of giving us reason for the fear of the ominous surveillance, but lots of people want God to watch over them in the most positive, caring kind of way, right? And not in a way of caring as in with all kinds of dysfunctions, but caring towards good ends for you as a person or community. So I'm thinking about in that sense.
Yeah, so Eric Stoddard at St. Andrews, he was one of the first theologians. He wrote a book, Theological Perspectives on Surveillance, and he's now trying to develop a positive account of cruciform surveillance, Jesus watching us from the cross, basically. Someone yesterday said surveillance always has a sinister ring. I'm not sure whether surveillance might then be the adequate term to capture it. Yeah. I wouldn't want to either deny that God is powerful or knows things about us. I'm definitely very skeptical that the propositional accounts of knowledge that we have, and then especially the even ever more chopped up versions of that we get in the data-driven versions, are an adequate model to describe the kind of knowledge that we want to think about. I think that maybe again in this kind of critical inversion of the things that we might not want or what we realize we might not want, like in the 20th century political theologians critiqued the notion of sovereignty for God based on the political manifestations on the ground that they saw what actually manifest versions of that might look like, and realized this concept does not honor the kinds of commitments that we wanted to honor when we talked about divine power. And I think something similar is what we need to do in the information and technology age, to look at these kinds of knowledges that emerge and understand in which ways they actually contradict the kinds of theological claims that we want to make about God's knowledge of us. And tentatively speaking, I would say the Bible is full of accounts of God actually not knowing things and human beings demanding God's attention, crying for attention. There's much more of a directed attention that then values the concrete existence, and there's a lot more of a question asking than just already knowing what's going to happen. I mean, even the Genesis account that we started with here, right? It starts with God asking these questions. Where are you? Who has told you that you're naked? What have you done? Where is your brother? There is a version of saying that God knows all these answers already, but why is God asking these questions? And maybe there's something more to the relational model than just, information that's already there. Yeah.
And there's a reading that God, after the flood, promises there won't be another flood. And yet God knows the human material after the flood is the same as the human material before the flood. So God apparently reconciles God's self to the fact that these human beings are free, and I don't control everything they're going to do. And one interpretation of what happens next is God embarks in a process we call education. That somehow people are going to be able to learn something and maybe be a little better than they have been in the past, although, of course, a lot of the evidence in the Bible and out of the Bible henceforth is we're not learning very well or very quickly. Yeah. Well, one more question maybe, and then we'll, yes, President Serene Jones has a question. The mic is coming to you.
If you all could talk about this, the notion of privacy, which is being lifted up as so valuable, is actually a pretty recent creation. And it's not a deeply theological notion that somehow we, should be protected by a cloud of privacy where we somehow own ourselves. So it seems to me that the whole argument about surveillance and what it means about God is also tied to this recent understanding of privacy. And if you take why is it that, we have to ask the question, why is it that apart from how the information is used to manipulate us, privacy itself has come to have such theological value? It doesn't seem to me that there's necessarily a basis for privacy as an inherent theological virtue of any sort. So that's tied to surveillance. I'd just love to hear you all talk about that.
Am I allowed to say something in? Yeah, I'm actually very sinister on this account. I think maybe, with Foucault, that maybe this version of subjectivity that is tied to privacy may actually be an effect of the disciplinary powers that we then see in surveillance. So we might not actually have that version. We might not be able to get that subject without the disciplinary power, or the other way around, right? There's a certain kind of freedom tied into that very unfreedom and generated by it in order to sustain it. But there is even, I think, and I think historically we can trace that our notions of privacy, they're product of the emergence of a bourgeois class. But even in the Bible, something that's often invoked as the surveillance Psalm 139, where should I flee from your presence and where can I go? You know everything, every step I take, every word that's in my mouth. You know when I lie down, all of that. It oscillates between awe and horror. There's something comforting in the notion that God knows everything, and especially for people whose suffering is not recognized in the world. There's something very important about the fact that God is keeping track, and that might come up at some point again. But there's also, even in the Bible, this recognition that there is something like too much God. This presence can be too intense, and it's something that we also need some kind of refuge from. So it may not be exactly the modern notion of privacy, but a certain understanding of space and distance, I think, might be worth retrieving as well.
And maybe it's in some ways a kind of uncritical baptizing of modern individualism. Where what's really valued is the things that are precious to yourself, and of course your sort of ownership over those things, which means you can, when you choose, display them, or like the curate itself, particularly display them, or you can say, that's not for you to know, and nobody should know this. And particularly with a particular notion of rights, or way of thinking about rights, let's put it that way. No one has a right to know X. And of course, X doesn't necessarily mean the same thing for everybody. But they, as an individual, have a right to their privacy. So to the extent that people maybe wind up baptizing that, you get a theological affirmation of that.
I think there's also something to a relational aspect here, and I think I'm going to go back, Hannah, to something you said about God asking Adam, where are you? Who told you that? All those questions. If you think about an intimate relationship that you may have with someone and something has happened to them in their day, you may very well know what happened, but you still ask them, tell me about your day, tell me what happened, because you want to give them that chance to express it, to talk about it. You want to hear it from their angle, their perspective. And I think there's something like that. It's not so much privacy, but maybe it is in a sense of admitting that there is something private in each of us. We have our private experiences. We have our private view of the world. And no amount of watching another person opens up that private view. Only love and the questions that love asks open it up to some extent.
That is a beautiful place to stop. I think my fellow panelists, this was so enjoyable, and I want to thank Fred and Eric for bringing us together for this wonderful day. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Before we break, I want to thank all of you for coming out, and particularly those of you who've hung in here for what is about 7 hours of conversation and discussion, and we really appreciate it. I want to hear from my partner in crime, Eric Schnurr, quickly, and then say one more word, and then we'll be on.
Yeah, as Fred said, it's been 7 hours. I'll be real quick, but a couple observations. First of all, I hope you all learned something today. I know that I did, starting with the discussion at the end about God asking questions to which he already knows the answer. As a graduate of Columbia Law School over across the street, I've learned that God was a lawyer, because every good lawyer knows you only ask questions to which you already know the answer. Beyond that, I want to remind you all about the Greater Good Gathering. If you found this interesting, we've got a further conversation coming next week, again, about a block away over Amsterdam and 118th at the School of International and Public Affairs. The subject this year is going to be the relationship between technological change and the economy, which you may think of as something at the opposite end of the spectrum from today's conversation, but to me it's not. There's a reason why it's called the Greater Good Gathering, and that's because, as Noreen was discussing, and some of the other speakers discussed, I think all of us all human beings hunger for some sense of there being some greater meaning beyond just ourselves. And that was more or less the founding principle behind these greater good discussions, that we're searching for what does it mean to find meaning beyond ourselves as individuals in a world that's rapidly changing because of technology. And we discussed this in different ways. This year it's going to be the economy, but ultimately these questions all come back to the same sorts of questions we were talking about today. So if you enjoyed this discussion, please come next week. It'll be Thursday afternoon the 6th, all day Friday on the 7th. And if you're interested, please go to the website, which again is www.greatergoodgathering.org. The first tab will give you some background, the second tab gives you the full program, and the third is a registration form you can just click on so we know how many people are coming, so we make sure we have adequate food and wine for everybody. The rabbi made an observation earlier, an hour or two ago, about the Yuval Harari quote that essentially, as our needs are increasingly met by technology, there's going to be more of a need, actually, for us to find meaning in our lives, which is something we talked about a lot at last year's conference. And when he said that, I walked over to Fred and I said, well, there's the answer to the question you've been looking for about how do you make this relevant, and what's the purpose for a theological institution in the face of these kinds of changes. And Fred said, yeah, I'm gonna have to remember that quote and find the source. And I said to him, oh, it's page 42. And then it suddenly hit me. Many of you may know the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which is a extended metaphor about a lot of the things we were talking about here today. And it's this constant search for the meaning of life, the universe, and everything. And at the end, the protagonist finds this great supercomputer that's basically a metaphor for God, and asks this supercomputer, what is the meaning of life, the universe, and everything? And after 7.5 million years, the computer spits out the answer, and the answer is 42, which was the page in the Harari book. Okay? So there's a connection here to everything. So one quick story I'm going to finish. Earlier in the day, something occurred to me that I hadn't thought about in a long time, which was when I was in law school here at Columbia, my roommate was very interested in the law around data. And this is 30 years ago. I thought, boy, that's an uninteresting subject that's going nowhere. He's gone on to become one of the world's great experts on the law of data and privacy. And so a couple of years ago, he's now a law professor. He became very concerned that Justice Antonin Scalia had a very, very light view of privacy. He felt that this is a meaningless concept, nobody really cares, it's not protected by the Constitution or law at all, and didn't see why people were so exercised about this. So my roommate, Joel, set about in his class to do a little experiment where they were tasked with going on the internet and using public sources, finding everything they could about Antonin Scalia. And they proceeded to find, and with very little effort, every movie he had rented recently, the value of his house, and various other personal things. And it took them about 10 minutes on the internet to find them. This is, 10, 15 years ago. Scalia went bananas. He thought this was the most horrid invasion of privacy, and without getting into the irony of this, but he attacked Joel for invading his privacy when the whole point was, Justice Scalia, you're not kind of, paying enough attention to the privacy invasions that we're looking at. Now, a decade later, all the stuff we were talking about today, involves a lot of these privacy issues and the advance of the ability of the technology to invade our privacy in that sense and to make everything about us public. And I think that if Justice Scalia were around today, and I certainly hope so, he might have a different perspective if he had heard all of this conversation today. And that led me to four basic points that to me, I think, exemplify the day. Number one, things are changing a lot, and they're changing very rapidly. Two, our existing institutions, including our laws, are not equipped to deal with the changes as they're coming. Number three, in a lot of ways, our instincts are not either, because those instincts are rooted in the past. Both our software and our hardware, so to speak, go back, depending on your perspective, a couple thousand to a couple billion years. And being rooted in the past, we're not adequately prepared to reach for the future. And number four, there's an antidote to that. And the antidote is information, knowledge, discussion, and understanding. And if each of us can take the knowledge and the information that we gain about these phenomena, and particularly what we discussed today, and advance that discussion in each of our own ways, we can be advancing the ball on making the world a better place in our own small ways. And hopefully today's discussion and today's conference did a lot to advance that ball for all of us collectively. So in that sense, I think we accomplished a lot today. I really appreciate all of your coming. There was a lot of effort that went into this. A lot of people came a long way to be here with you today and share their views. I hope everybody got as much out of this as I got out of it. And again, thank you very much for coming. Fred.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you so much. I just quickly add a fifth to Eric's, and that is deep commitment and understanding to love, taking a quote from Richard Rohr that love precedes all knowledge and the mind alone can't get us there. So that would just be my addendum to your very eloquent statement. Let me just say also that this is not a one and done for us, that we want to follow up on this with hopefully a statement from the institutions that helped to organize this event about sort of how we are viewing AI in the world and what our responsibility is around it, and into it and to understanding it, particularly as we try to be social justice ministers and advocates for people who live at the margins of society. So we're going to work on that, and hopefully the organizations involved in here will produce that statement and promulgate it. We want to try to do a course here at Union, maybe even in the fall, where we work with JTS and others to look at AI and faith from a variety of perspectives, and so have maybe a first course here. And then on June the 6th, here at Union, in conjunction with the Interfaith Youth Corps, we're going to talk about and have a discussion of how do you do formation, how do you do interfaith formation in a digital age. And when we think about the kind of professions that people from seminaries pursue, whether it's chaplaincy or the parish or the academy or advocacy or service, how do we make sure that we know what we're doing to prepare them for those professions in an age of artificial intelligence? So this is the beginning of what we hope is a ongoing and developing and long but fruitful journey to try to understand who we are as human beings, as for those of us who believe it, as creatures of a creator, of a greater force than ourselves, actually live and be and thrive and flourish in this new order, in this new age. So thank you all for coming, and we'll be back in touch. Thank you.
It's great being with you.
After you see that start. Do you want her on my left or on my right?
No, it doesn't matter. That's all looking good. Great. Thank you all.